Celui qui demeure sous l'abri du très haut repose à l'ombre du Tout-Puissant. Zala à l'aise.
Yeah. Okay, everyone. Hi. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Well, welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, before we get started, let me take a drink of water. And let me ask you guys a question. How do you guys feel about the Nigerian government banning Twitter indefinitely? I don't know how long they're going to ban Twitter because let's be honest here, these people can't ban Twitter forever because, again, if you're not providing your citizens with an alternative, especially your movie stars, your musicians, your business people who actually make money for you, generate money into your economy, how are you just going to justify, banning Twitter? And if people are not caught up, I forgot what he said, but he posted something on his account. I don't think it was him, it was probably one of his assistants that posted something. In any case, he approved the post, right? It was pretty tribalistic. It was insinuating war. So he said something that was really, really tone deaf and really, really bad on his account. And I believe Twitter and Facebook deleted his post, right? And then after they did that, a couple of days ago, I think it was yesterday, people were saying that the federal government decided to ban Twitter. And I find this to be very hilarious because it's like, no offense to Boari, but you're not a threat to anybody. Like, nobody cares if you ban Twitter. You know what I mean? It's like Twitter banned who? President Trump. They didn't care about President Trump, so why would they care about you? You're an African president. Why would they care about you if they don't even care about the president of their country? Or at least the president of one of the most important countries in the world, right? Like, what makes you think you're exempt from? So I think he did that as a spite, like, oh, okay, well, Twitter banned me. Twitter banned my posts, so then I'm just gonna ban the whole thing from my country. And it's like, nobody cares. Like, you're not big and bad. You're not Kim Jong-un, like this is just when African presidents strike back, for stupid reasons, it's hilarious. I just find it to be really, really funny because it's like, this is definitely not a power move. This shows that you're reactionary, and that's actually really, really bad. But before I go any further, I'm just going to say hi to everybody. Hi, Kaizo. Hi, Investing. Hi, General South Boy. Hi, Synovia. Oh, true, true, true. Nigeria's government is the representation of what's wrong with exactly. And that's supposed to be a democracy. Nigerians, no offense, but when we Ghanaians were bragging about why Twitter went to Ghana and you guys were like, oh, why not us? Why not us? Need we say more? Need we say more? Greetings, Joyce, and greetings first time. Okay, so now getting into the, topic, subject, or whatever. Why, when Africans come to the West, they don't talk to anybody, right? And I'm going to break this down into two. The first part, I'm going to explain why Africans don't really talk to anybody when they come here. And then the second part of the video is I'm going to answer, should Africans talk to anybody when they come here? So that's how this live stream is going to go. Now, number one, the reason why when Africans come here, they don't talk to anybody is because when Africans come here with a goal, all right? I'm not saying that other people don't have goals or whatever, but Africans' goals here are so much more, it's like more of a life or death situation, right? Because people who are born here, they have their papers already. Like, you can't be deported from here if you're born here for the most part, right? Like, if you're born here, you're gonna stay here, right? But I wasn't born here. So if I do anything, I can be deported. You know? So if I have that at the back of my mind, I'm going to be extra like tough. I'm going to be extra hard. I'm going to try to like I don't know. I guess I'll know that I don't have as many security and social service measures that will help me out as opposed to somebody else who's been here or their family has been here for years and years and years. So I know that I'm on my own. That's the difference. When I'm here, my family's not here, right? For the most part, it's only me, right? So if I know that I'm here by myself, I know I have to look out for me. I know that I can't go to my aunties and uncles and ask them for help. How are my aunties and uncles in Ghana gonna help me if I'm in Canada? Right? So that's why when Africans come here, they come here with the mentality of, I left everything to come here. So I have to justify why I left everything. Like, how do you look like if you left your country, right, to come for greener pastures, to come for a better life, but then you come here and you end up being a bum? That doesn't make any sense at all. Would anybody here leave their country to go to a different country and be a bum? Not many people would actually do that, right? So that's why when Africans come to the West, they're coming here with blood, okay? They're coming here like they're coming here like vampires. They don't care, all right? A lot of them do not want to talk to anybody. They're not here to it's not good, but I'm just saying that a lot of them they're not here to connect. They're not here to ask you how you're doing. They're not here to go to barbecues with you. They're here to get the dollars. They're here to work 4 or 5 jobs. They're here so that their kids can literally get everything that they didn't have access to, or things that were much harder for them to get access to in their original countries. So some Africans, especially if they come here with their babies, their little kids, they literally sacrifice their life just so that their children could do better. An African wouldn't mind coming here and doing like a cleaning job, doing farming, like doing, those like illegal jobs that no one else wants to do. They wouldn't mind doing those things if they could justify why they were doing those things. So if they were doing those things, right, they wouldn't mind working for like $5, $10 an hour just so that their child could have a chance to go to school here. They wouldn't mind doing it at all. So I think the level of, what is it? I don't know what word to use it, but the level of like things that they won't tolerate is very low as compared to the level of things that people who are born here wouldn't tolerate. Like people here wouldn't tolerate, let's say if you get paid, you're supposed to get paid, let's say $17 an hour, but instead you're getting paid $14 an hour. Like an African who just came here from Cameroon wouldn't mind getting paid $14 an hour. But that's wrong. And you would probably go to the labor board. You would probably like make news about it. You would complain about it, right? Like you would literally, I don't know, speak to management, speak to whoever. That other African would just keep quiet. They would just be like, listen, it is what it is. Is that good? Obviously not. But to be honest, that's just what the average African is doing. Africans were taught that they have to try to overperform everybody else. So if you've ever felt like maybe you were in a job or you were in school or whatever, and you had a whole bunch of Africans around you, right? And you thought that those people, instead of like being friendly with you or being happy with you, that they were actually competing with you, they were, or they are. Yes, Africans are taught that, hey, nobody is gonna stand in your way. Like, it's kind of bad. But when it comes to the West, it's literally every man for himself type of mentality. So a lot of Africans are taught, you know what? If it's another Black person, but if it's the promotion at the job, go for it. Forget it. When it comes to that kind of stuff, there really isn't a togetherness, unity, blah, blah, blah. that's taught in a lot of these African households. I'll give you guys a perfect example. I've said this many times before, but I'll say it again. In my personal house, I was told to be careful of other Black people. I even hate saying that, but I was. I was taught to be careful of other Black people who were not Africans. I was. I was given that talk. I was given that, you know what? We don't know these people. We don't know where they come from. We don't know their customs. We're not familiar with their values. So don't fraternize yourself too much with them, basically, is what they told me. So obviously, I grew up with that. I grew up with, okay, well, other Black people are okay, but if I'm being told to be careful around them, then I'm going to be careful around them. It was just normal. It wasn't really something that I really thought too much into until I got older. Also, in my personal perspective, I talked about this before. When I came to the West, right, I didn't come here legally, okay? I didn't have my papers to come here, okay? So, because I came here, right, through dubious, illegal means, we were more hungry than anybody else, meaning that we were more desperate. Like, we were more willing to do certain things than other people, you know? And the sad part is, I'll talk about this next week. The sad part is when we actually did come here and when we did meet some Black people who we thought they were going to help us, knowing our situation, like the Ghanaians that we met knew that we didn't have our legal papers, right? Like they knew that we were struggling. Instead of helping us, they charged us. They literally charged us 60% of our salary to be able to use their documents to work. So we weren't working with our documents, we were working with someone else's documents. And that person charged us to use his documents. But we didn't know that, and we couldn't contest that because we were illegal. So who were we supposed to complain to? We couldn't complain to anybody. So it left a very bitter taste in our mouths that, okay, well, we came here, our brothers who we met here, we thought they would be good people, and some of them weren't. Some of them were capitalists, money hungry. So when you leave your country, right, to come over here and you meet people who look like you, talk like you think that they're going to help you, and they end up cheating you, that leaves you a very bad taste in your mouth about other types of Africans, other types of Black people, period. It just does. Like, you lose faith in your own type of people. And then people sometimes wonder, why do these Africans, when they come here, they don't want to talk to anybody? Because sometimes when they come here, even their own fellow Africans don't help them. So then who do they run to? They run to somebody else. Somebody who at least they don't expect anything from. Now, I haven't asked my parents this question recently, but the last time I asked my parents this question, right, I asked them, I'm like, would you guys be okay if I, dated or not dated, I guess, starting to have a relationship with somebody who's not African, right? Like, who's not of African descent. And 5 years ago, their answer was nope. The choice was between Africans, right, or Caribbeans or whites. And they said, we prefer that you marry an African. If you don't marry an African, then just marry a white. That's literally what they said. They said, if you don't marry an African, we prefer that you marry a white. Forget all the other Black people. That's what they said. Indirectly, that's what they said. I'm not in America, So obviously I didn't ask about African Americans because I'm not in America. It doesn't apply to me. But for Caribbeans, they really at the time did not like Caribbeans. So that was a way that was so if they're not even comfortable, right, with you talking to their men, why would they be comfortable with you being friends with them? Do you get what I mean? It's like, wow, that's crazy. That's ridiculous. I've noticed though that when it comes to Africans and whether they're nice or not, usually the Africans that are over 40, they usually don't want to talk to anybody. The Africans that are over 40 just want to come here and make money and go home. Usually they're already married when they come here, so they're not worried about like integrating into this society. But the Africans that are under 40, I would even say probably under 30, those are the Africans that usually want to talk to other people. Like they don't mind talking to other people. The ones that are born here, obviously, they don't care. You know, they talk to anybody because they're born here. But the ones that are like that came from Africa but are under 30, they're usually the ones that have hope, right? But the ones that are over 40, those Africans, they're so like rigid, closed-minded, and they still think that they're in Africa. So they don't want to talk to anybody. It's like there's so many Senegalese people here, right? And you would think that they know that they're not in Senegal anymore. Like you would think that, but they don't care. They don't talk to other Black people. They don't do business with other Black people. They say that they have no problem with other Black people, right? But they never talk to them. So I'm just like, so if you don't have a problem with these people, why are you never around them? Because if we're looking at the population, right? Especially if you look at the US, right? Africans, I think, are 2 million in the US. So I'm not sure why, if your population is only 2 million, why you wouldn't talk to the 40 million. Like, I don't understand. That means you're going out of your way not to talk to them because there's too many of them for you to not talk to them. Like, there's too many of them for you to not be in proximity with them. You know? So that's just yeah, that's just what I think. And I hope that the Africans who used to do that stop doing that, like stop telling their kids not to talk to other Black people, because that's just such a toxic mentality to have, like to tell your kids not to talk to people who are not African. So it's like then your children already have this mentality of, okay, well, what's the point of me even socializing with these people when my parents said I should be careful about them because they're different from us, insinuating that so long as I talk to somebody and they're African, then they're like automatically, I wouldn't say automatically a better person, but automatically it's going to be less problematic as opposed to speaking to somebody who's not African in a non-African country. Can you believe this? So instead of telling your kids to just be careful of people, period, you tell them to just be careful of the Black people. If that's the case, just tell them to be careful of Americans, period, like whether they're Black or white. But you just tell them to be careful of the Black ones. That's not right. I'm not going to go back in history and talk about the booty scratcher and all of that, because that was like, hey, some of you guys are revealing your age when you keep talking about that, because that was way before me. I never heard that word. I only heard that word in movies. So doesn't apply to me. But what I will say is, yes, especially Nigerians. And I love Nigerians. Like, I really do. Trust me, I love Nigerians. Like, I have no issue with Nigerians. But Nigerians in the West are some of the meanest people I've ever met. Like, Nigerians don't, especially the ones straight from Nigeria. Nigerians? No. Some of the most arrogant Africans in the West I've ever met were Nigerians. And the arrogantness or the arrogance of them is that over here, they don't really talk to anybody. You know what I mean? It's like they have that no, I think it's because they have a lot of numbers. So because they're many in numbers, they don't feel the need to like integrate and talk to anybody else. And I think that's not good, because to Nigerian culture or some Nigerian cultures, it's like they're not really like romantic. They're not really like lovey-dovey. So their personalities are kind of very straightforward and very like tough and hard. And that does not translate very, very well in the diaspora. In terms of competition, yes, it translates very, very well. But in terms of like relationships, and I'm not talking about romantic or sexual relationships, I just mean like regular platonic relationships, work relationships, it doesn't translate well. You know, if I go and I see a Nigerian and they're barely smiling, that's an image that's always going to be stuck in my mind. See, other Africans will at least like be quiet, but the Nigerian will have, usually more often than not, the Nigerian and sometimes the Jamaican, to make things fair, they'll just have like a very serious look in their face, and it's like they don't want to be close to you, and it's like but we're not in Nigeria anymore, so don't you think that if we're in a workplace full of Muzungus that we should be best friends and like get to know each other? Oh no, you don't want to get to know me? No problem. That's just the type of mindset and the type of exterior vibes I get from some of them. I don't know why it just happens to be Nigerians for the most part. I have no idea why. I'm just saying it is. Okay, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that because I didn't think about it from that angle. Guys, go watch this video. It's hilarious. I think I know who this is, but you're doing wonderful work. You need to do more videos, man. Unfortunately, the communities are not integrated. Exactly. Okay, over here, we have a Somalia town, we have an Ethiopia town, we got like a whole bunch of like these wonderful African restaurants, but you don't see like the projects of these Africans and these African diaspora doing projects together. It's so segregated. Like I told you guys, I went to a Ghanaian church and it was nice, but it's like I already had an overdose of Ghanaians, right? So I wanted to get to know other people. But every community here in the West has their own church. There's a Ghanaian church, there's a Cameroonian church, there's a Togolese church, there's a Caribbean church. It's like, okay, so are we just gonna act like we're back in our home countries in the West too? Are we just gonna act like that? Because again, I don't see the strength in doing that. I'm not a Pan-African. I might be, I might not be. I'm still thinking about it. But at least what I'll say is if we're not in our own countries, we should at least talk to other Black people and do projects with other Black people. Like we should at least be doing that. But if we're just going to come here and be like by ourselves in the West, that is not going to work. You know, this whole separationist thing is not good. And then when we do this whole separationist thing, right? When we do this thing and we only care about people from our own country, or we only care about Africans in the West, then we get surprised when other people get mad that we do that. Like if in the case of the UK, right? In the case of the UK, speaking to a lot of Africans, they say that there was a point where Africans in the UK and Caribbeans didn't get along, right? In the UK, right? But the question I have to a lot of those Africans is, how did you approach the Caribbeans in the UK? Africans never answer that question. They always say that the Caribbeans were mean to us, they hated us, but I'm like, but what happened to make them not like you? Like, what was the process? Because did you go in there and act arrogant? Is the question I have for some of those Africans. Because I'm not saying that you have to like bow down to the Jamaicans or bow down to the Caribbeans in the UK or whatever, but the Caribbeans in the UK, their ancestors, the Windrush generation, did do a lot for the Caribbeans there. Like, their ancestors sacrificed a lot so that they could benefit in the UK. So if you're new, you're going somewhere where people are already there, and then you're acting a little bit arrogant, obviously that's going to cause problems. Obviously that's going to cause a conflict. Like if you act like you know everything, you know? But then Africans, the other side is that Africans said that they didn't feel welcomed by the other Black people when they went to the West or when they went to those communities. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know how, if you're an African, right, and you leave your country to go to the US, I don't know how the Americans in the US are supposed to make you feel welcome. Like, I don't really get that, because you're not really going there to feel welcome anyways, right? You're going there for the money, right? So does you not feeling welcome, does that matter that much to you or not? I don't know. That's just what I'm saying. Like, Africans complaining that when they went to the UK, when they went to America, nobody welcomed them, nobody showed them anything, nobody told them anything. And I'm like, did they even know that you were coming? Did the Americans, the African Americans, Black Americans, did the Caribbeans, did any of these people know that you were coming to the UK, the US, or Europe? They didn't know. But then you get mad when you say that they didn't welcome you when you were there. So Africans want people to welcome them in the West? What? No, that doesn't sound right. That sounds like maybe an excuse. I agree, though, that Black Americans and the Caribbeans and Black Canadians can do better to welcome the immigrants, but within our own communities, I think they already do that. I think they already do that within our own communities. Like, if a Ghanaian leaves Ghana and they go to Canada, they usually already message a Ghanaian in Canada saying that they're coming. So they're already going to get somebody to help them. So I'm not really sure what more Africans want. What more do Africans want? I did find it interesting over here when they have like I mentioned, they have Senegalese restaurants, they have Jamaican restaurants, they have this, they have Senegalese haircut place, they have a Nigerian car wash place, but it's like you never see collaborations even between these African countries or the Black people in these African countries. So you never see like a business or a project that is with a Black Canadian and, let's say, a Ghanaian, or a Black Canadian and a Nigerian. It's like Nigerians do their own thing over here, Senegalese do their own thing over here, Cameroonians do their own thing over here, Burkinabs do their own thing over there. So then it's like I don't get it. Yeah, that's the thing. Now, my only thing to Africans, and I know this is gonna hurt some African feelings, is why is it that when some Africans come to the West, they act like they know everything? You just left Nigeria 2 years ago. You just left Ghana 1 month ago. You don't even know how to, you don't even have your permanent stay. You don't even have your visa. You don't even have your passport yet, but you're acting like you know everything. You're acting like you've been living here for 30 years. You've only been living here for 10 years, 5 years, 4 years, but you want to act like you know everything. You know how that can be annoying, right? When you don't even have your stay, but you act like you know everything. You act like so many things are entitled to you, but they're not. You're still an immigrant. You're a very recent immigrant. You know, as an American, I've never had a problem with foreigners. They just prefer their own. Does that, let me ask you a question, does that bother you? Because I've heard a lot of people say that bothers them, that like when Africans come here, they only talk to Africans. I think the reason why when Africans come here, some of them only talk to Africans is because they miss home. They miss, their people, they miss their food, they miss their church. I don't know if anyone has ever been to like, those African shops. I used to go to those African shops all the time just to smell the store. I'm not even joking. I used to go to those African shops all the time just to smell the cassava, just to smell everything, just to smell the fish, just to smell the gari, just to smell the bank. I used to go there just to smell the meat in the shop because it smelled like Africa. So I think that another reason why when Africans come to the West, they only speak to Africans. It's not that they hate anybody. Some of them, they like to prefer to their own. They like to stick to their own because it's familiar, because it's comfortable, because some Africans too, like maybe they're not too familiar with the language, especially in Europe. In US, it's not that bad because, a lot of people know English. In France, it's not that bad because a lot of people know French. But if we're talking about, let's say, Italy, right? I've been to Italy before. Okay, I used to live there. In a country like Italy, right, where you're starting to learn the language, you don't really know the language, it's just easier for you to speak to your country person who already knows your language and can tell you like instructions and can tell you how to do things in your own language. It's just easier as opposed to you speaking to somebody else. So that can be another reason why Africans, some of them just prefer not to talk to anybody else. It's like you feel like you're talking to your brother from your house. It's a wonderful feeling, to be quite honest. But to answer the last question, should Africans who leave Africa speak to other people when they're here? Yes, they should. They should do a better job. They don't have to abandon like their church or their mosque or their workplace, or they don't have to abandon their community. So if I came from, let's say, Mozambique, and there's a Mozambique community in New York, I don't need to I don't need to abandon that Mozambican community in New York, but it would also be beneficial if I make an effort to speak to other Black people in New York. You should at least try. And I'm noticing that some Africans, they don't even try. So I don't know why that is, but that's not really nice. One second, please. The issue might arise out of perspectives on how we should behave with one another. I don't know. Like what? What do you mean by that? It's safer to keep your distance from Black people. It's really smart. Africans who moved to the UK as adults view the Caribbean situation completely different from Africans born in the UK. Yeah, I think maybe when you come to the West as an adult, things are just, it's very much more difficult to integrate into the society because there's just so many cultural differences and so many different cultural expectations. But in any case, before I go any further, I'm going to add Mr. Uganda and Tunaja to the post. So let's go ahead and do that. Hey guys, what's going on?
Hi everyone. I hope you guys can hear.
Nope.
Oh, you can't hear me well?
Okay, now I can.
Is it cool now? Or I just don't want it to be an issue.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay, that's great. It's actually good that you flashed my comment on the screen because I actually did want to elaborate on it. Primarily what I meant is that with America, what I gather from these conversations is that they're largely motivated by race in America. You know, like when they support Africans back home and like their efforts to perhaps stamp out white authority, it's largely based on race. You know, so perhaps they feel like Africans, regardless of whether you're Nigerian, Ghanaian, whatsoever, as long as you're Black, you should have my back, and you should have like a degree of respect where you want to actively socialize with me because we're really not adversaries because we're pretty much Black, right? But from a Continental who comes in, like we don't have that perspective. We just like we don't really have like a idea of like every Black person we run across is one of us, you know? And I think because I've been raised by Continental parents, it's like a large degree of how we socialize in spaces is just like if we don't bother you, you don't bother us. Even with our neighbors over here, like we keep tabs, like, you know, I hope you haven't like tumbled over and like you're not 6 feet under. But we don't like people to be overly concerned with keeping up with us and stuff like that, you know? It's just like we just want to keep our privacy. You know, if we see you once every 3 months, we're okay with that. Maybe that's just a me thing and my family thing, but we just don't like to get too personal with anybody. But you know, these conversations are good because we can understand where we're different and we can really convey to people that it might not be because we have an issue with you per se, but it might just be how we were raised. I hope that made sense. And thank you for letting me on the panel. And like the video, everyone, like the video.
No worries. And before Tunaja goes next, I'm going to flash this comment. Witness a Nigerian villager arrive in Lagos for the first time and act as if she had been there all her life by insulting the bus conductor in a language no sense of. Wow, great city. That's interesting.
Yeah.
The Africans are brand new. I love that.
Man, that day, man, I just thought, man, these people, they will never change. And I was sitting next to her. She didn't know I knew the language. I was like, she's talking to the person she was with, like, oh, we just arrived. We arrived at the place. And the next thing I heard her say was she wasn't even looking around at the bridges or the buildings. She was laying into the conductor, insulting the way he was conducting the bus, how he looked. And it's like, is there nothing that faces you? And I recognize that even in our family. When they arrive in the UK, white people are talking to them and they are judging them already. That's when the white people leave, the kind of thing they say, you'll be like, is there nothing that faces you? It's like, it's so weird. That level of arrogance that they have. I'm like, where do you get it from? Is it even justified? You know, I ask that question myself sometimes. maybe there's something to be said for being proud of where you come from and not just being able to see human beings for what they are. But I like to think that you should have something to back it up. Not somebody from the village. You don't have any sophisticated weapons or technology or anything. And you just show up from somewhere. You're like judging everyone else like you know everything about them more than they do.
That has happened, and I'll use, because I gave Nigerian example, I'll use a different example. There are some Ethiopians, right? Because I'm speaking from a Canadian perspective now. There's some Ethiopians, and they have this, I don't know what to call it, Ethiopian supremacy. Seriously, like, if you're not Habesha, you're nobody. If you're not from my tribe, you don't look like me. You're lower than me. They won't say it, but that's how they act. And I get the difference between being proud and who you are, like being proud of your country. Never let that go. But to bring that to the West, it's really weird to me, because you're the minority here, so you can't, act like you're automatically better than everybody else. At least don't make it obvious that you think that way.
They can't help themselves. I think these are groups. There are groups in the world that just appear anywhere and they maintain their natural way of being. I don't know, maybe there's something that happens to them in their country or something like that. Because I know family members that when they came here to study, most of them, they did very, very well. They don't compete well with others. They do better than others. And Nigerians are often like that. If I go into any office today, I see a Nigerian at the desk, I'll just like, oh my God, life is going to be tough now. Because when they sit there, they want to do their job to impress whoever employed them without caring about you. And so for me, my experience in the UK is that if I meet Jamaicans, I'm happy. But I meet a Nigerian, I'm thinking I'm going to have a difficult day today, because these guys, nothing you're going to explain to me is going to feel that sympathetic about. And they don't see you because you're a Nigerian. They do you any favors. They will not even give you any chance at all. So that said, anyway, I just wanted to address one point you raised while you were discussing. You talked about Buhari.
Yeah,
I needed to react to that, because I think some of the things what Buhari did, I don't know whether banning Twitter in Nigeria is the right thing to do, but he had a right to respond, because you have to be careful. We have to be careful, because many countries around the world don't allow Twitter for a reason. China doesn't, Russia doesn't. Any country that you see any major country apart from Western countries, they are the ones that allow Twitter, and Africans obviously. So, but what Twitter does is, because I was watching a Nigerian news channel. This Nigerian news channel, they don't support Buhari at all. They're often against Buhari and the government and all the rest. But they read other tweets that some of those secessionists have put on Twitter. I've told you that I've seen Nigerians on YouTube come and threaten Buhari. That they threaten Buhari, like they say they'll kill Buhari. On Twitter, they are doing all those things, and nobody removes their comments. And the president has also released statements himself threatening Northerners, talking about how they are going to wipe out all the terrorists and all the bandits and all the rest. They didn't remove those comments. They are doing all those things, but the moment they threatened the South, they removed it. They canceled this in the comments. I remember the head of the separatist group in the South is actually based in London, if I'm not mistaken, and he's a citizen of the United Kingdom. And I heard the guy in one of his channels calling for war and bloodshed in Nigeria. And I asked myself, does the UK not have hate speech law? Why are they allowing this guy to go online and say these things and give him this cover at the same time in the UK? So we have to be careful, because that one of the governors that I like most in Nigeria that I think may stand a good chance of becoming a president, and this guy has his eyes open. He knows about the wealth of Africa. He talks about Congo and all the rest of it, and he's done so well for his state. One of the things he said is that foreigners are funding these secessionist groups. He just said it a couple of days ago, that they are funding these groups and they are causing problems in the country. So we know Twitter is used to weaponize demonstration. Last year there was SARS. We kicked SARS out of the street. Guess what happened? Insecurity increased. And the SARS was mostly, the campaign was mostly hot on social media. So sometimes it's not so straightforward when the government is reacting to things. Sometimes they fear the whole thing is out of control. There are too many Nigerians using Twitter, and if Twitter is used to create a certain narrative, how are you supposed to dispel it, especially for a president like Buhari that doesn't talk? So you can see why he felt he had to react the way he did, because that's the only way he knows how to react. He doesn't talk, so Twitter will fill the gap for him. And if someone like him that doesn't talk, and Twitter is having a go at him, and people are having a go at him on Twitter, it's a kind of no-win scenario. He's going to lose that fight. So, and he doesn't, what does he have to lose? There are Nigerians today saying that maybe the decision he made wasn't so bad. The people were criticizing when he made the decision to ban cryptocurrency. Guess what? Within a month, China banned cryptocurrency too. And all these things are used to destabilize nations, and because you can't track the funds that are coming through cryptocurrencies and stuff like that. Some of the fights these guys are fighting are the kind of fights we are here talking about in Nigeria, in some of all these things. But the way Buhari is doing it, it doesn't come across as that way. But I can tell you now, if that governor is saying the same thing, that some of all these problems are being funded from the West. The head, Kanu and Nnamdi Kanu, is actually based in the UK.
All right.
How can you explain that? Calling for war in Nigeria while it's based in the UK. Look at what happened to Julian Assange.
Right. We're gonna delve back into that. I'm gonna try to save that point.
Yeah, that's fine. I just thought you clear that one up, because some of all these people, they are actually being unfair, and Buhari is not his own best friend, because he doesn't talk to anybody. All he does is pass laws.
Right. Well, thank you so much for that admission. Who was next? I believe it was nope, it was investing. It was investing, and then Diego. You're muted.
All right, I appreciate you, sis, for having me on today, and shout out to the panel. I just definitely, I think you was having a good conversation on just based on kind of like some of the dynamics that become problematic when some of the continental Africans move to, I think, like the States and the UK and stuff. But I think that dynamic and this is where capitalism plays the dynamic, especially in the US, is because it's a certain status that comes with black and white, right? And so if you are able to operate outside of that, then America can be a different experience for you. And so coming in and automatically assimilating yourself with us, it really ain't the smartest move if you're trying to, you know what I'm saying? You're trying to go to school, you're trying to stay out of the way and do whatever it is that you're trying to do. Because the problem, and it ain't just with us. Now you start getting you don't really want the attention of the police. You don't really want the attention of just even other, knuckleheads. And so I think it's almost like to me it's a smart move to they keep their distance in a way, and it's just they love their kids, so that's I think that's one of the best ways for them to keep them safe, and I don't blame them for that, me personally.
Yeah, no. Some Continental's perspective was like, I'm coming to the West, right, to win, right? So if I'm coming to the West to win, I have to align myself with the winners. I have to align myself with people who are winning. So then when you really think about it from that perspective, is it really all that strange when immigrants come to the West and they try to get on, the colonizers' good side? Like, is it all that strange when immigrants decide not to speak to certain? And I'm not saying that obviously all of the Black community is doing bad, but what I'm saying is what we're fed on TV is that the Black community is absolutely 100% doing horrible for the most part. So when immigrants have that, in their psyche, they're not going to align with people who are losing. They're going to align with people who are winning. And for some
Right.
people, because of the love of money, yes, because of the love of capitalism, they're not going to care if they're going to hurt their brother in the end. It's for some of them, it's just business. It's just, this is what I have to do, and that's it. Like, they're heartless about it. But yeah.
And I think like I got a one of my friends, he deals with like critical race theory a lot. And it's like one of the dynamics when we talk about like even the word black. And he'll argue that black is distinctive to like to US like black Americans, specifically for the reason like when we talk about like Jamaicans were, they have a name. Even like Haitians, there's a reason why they didn't give us a name, and they just slapped black on us. You know what I'm saying? It was like part of it is because like we never was allowed or able to create a language. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I won't say that we didn't create a culture, because I think the black church is something that's it's distinct from regular Christianity. But I think though, like that status, and then when we added in the redlining and different things like that, though that's what I mean. It kind of plays a role, because now you're talking about business credit, different things like that. So some people, a lot of black people nowadays, they won't even put black on their application so that they can get a loan, or so that they can, uh, get afforded certain benefits that they don't think is afforded to them, depending on how they fill out their application.
Bruh. No, I get that. I get that. I still think though, and I want to make this very clear because I'm explaining it from a lot of Continental's perspective, but not from mine. I still think that it's very wrong, no matter what, to come to a country in the West and you see Black people there and you act like you don't. Like, that arrogance is not needed. It's actually, frankly, it can be dangerous actually, because let's say that I emigrated from Ghana to the US, right? And I emigrated to a sundown town, right? Or I emigrated to a city that's somewhere in Utah, somewhere in Nebraska, where there aren't too many Black people there. How am I going to know how to navigate through that town, through that city, if I don't integrate with Black people who already live there, or Black people who already been here? Like, how am I going to get those secrets? How am I going to get that type of information if I act like I already know everything? Applying Kumasi, applying Accra to Utah, it doesn't work. So
Right.
Even if you don't like Black people and you're African, right, and you don't like Black people in America, I still think it's beneficial for you to talk to them, for the betterment of you and for the betterment of possibly even your life. Why not do it? But that's up to them.
I think that's on both of us though. I think we got to do a better job though of like of trying to like set some sort of table for Continentals when they do come, in a way that where it's like because I mean, even though we're separated, we pretty much share the same exact hood. Like, that's what's crazy. We share the same hoods, but it's like it seems like we're so segregated. And it's like we went to the same schools, everything, and we never really talked to each other. And like for me, I think like I had problems with Somalians like pretty much all the way up until I got to like high school, and we started talking. And it was like, well, dang, this is crazy. What the hell was we fighting for? And this and that. And it
Molly's
like
a gangster.
oh yeah, we used to, man. Those my folks
Molly's
don't
a
know.
gangster.
Don't generalize.
I mean, for me, could you maybe go into a bit of what your issues with Somalis were? Like, was
Yeah.
there like a cultural difference, or?
They well, I'm gonna say this. It goes two different things. Some of it plays into the insecurities of like Black women in general. Here, and some of it, I think, played into their culture being different in a way. And so like specifically in San Diego, I don't really know how like the dynamic is in other places between Somalians and blacks. Like specifically in San Diego, we did riot a whole lot. And it was like, I know for a fact, a lot of times our women was jealous of their hair. And I could tell by, you know what I mean, now when I look back at some of the actions that was done. And then I think on their part, I think they expected more out of us. And, you know, they owned a lot of the stores in the area. And so I think they, you know, they kind of look like, man, what the hell is y'all, like, what's wrong with y'all? You know what I'm saying? We able to, you know, do this and that, and y'all still sitting here in the same spot. And so I think it was a little bit of that, and it kind of created this kind of animosity towards each other. But I think, though,
So,
I mean, we grew out of that, though, for the most part.
So do you think
so
that a lot of these problems that maybe some immigrants are having with the diaspora, you think that, let's say in 10, 20 years, these problems are not going to go away? Once we actually integrate with each other in the diaspora, some of these problems will go away?
I definitely do. I think religion, though, is going to have to, like, it plays a major role in it. And so it's like the dynamic of like Christianity, especially like Christianity, is hypocritical of other religions big time. And so you've been like, a lot of us are we have certain stigma towards certain African spiritualities and religions and different things based on Christianity. And I think even for some places, even Islam. And I think if we don't get those things in check, it's that's what makes it kind of difficult for us to fully integrate and move forward together. Because I think we can integrate, but I think moving forward without having issues, it's like the newer generation. I think we kind of more so see that we've been duped into different spiritualities. Now it's time to kind of get out of that dumb stuff and get back to, you know what I'm saying, or at least have it what we used to have as a foundation for what we build new.
may I ask a follow-up question, African Millennial?
Yep, go ahead, please.
So, to the speaker, investing out of the blue, would you say that a lot of our issues arise out of people falling short of our expectations? Because I think you mentioned how the Somali community must have looked at Black Americans like, oh, if I can do it, why can't you? Would you say that's a fair point to make, that maybe we should stop putting so much expectation on one another?
Right. I think that's definite. I think in some ways we keep expecting one another to make the first move, and then waiting, neither one of us is making a move at all. I think I think the expectations, I think that play a big part into it.
Right, and thank you for answering my question. No further questions from me. Sorry.
No
I
further.
appreciate you, man.
It's like when the guy goes to court, no further questions. No problem.
No.
See, you can go ahead. Actually, it was Diego. You know what? Let's Diego go ahead, and then Quissy can go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening. I was here listening, and I have a lot of points for different conversations that you guys been having for like 30 minutes. So I will start with the two Nigers point about when Africans move to the UK or something, that the whites are arrogant or something. You need to understand something, bro. Every group of people to thrive needs to be hostile. You see, there's something we Africans don't understand, that we should be a hostile group of people to other groups of people. If you are hostile, people tend to respect you because now you're grounded. You know, man, I'm somewhere. I need to respect this group of people. But you come, Chinese and all of these folks come to Africa. They do whatever they want to do. They even take you out of your own land because now they bribe the government. You see that arrogance they have to you at your own house. You know why? Because you accommodate a lot of people. You're not hostile. You need to be hostile for you to know other people. Once you're hostile, other people will know where they stand. You see, they'll know, yeah, this is where they stand. This is why black people know where they stand in the West, because the whites are hostile. You see, that's the first point. The second point about the Twitter things and whatnot, I agree with Tunaj on this point because we as Africans, we still have a very virgin mindset when it comes to operating systems and all of these things. So it's easy to manipulate us. This is why every other nations play with us because we are still kids when it comes to managing countries and big things. And now I will go to the point of the diaspora and the relationship amongst the Americans and the Africans on both sides. So what's happening here? This thing is bound to happen. The conflict is bound to happen because both of us, we are the only group of people who can employ each other. Black Americans come to Africa, they're not in. We're not in position to employ them. Africans move to America. Black Americans are not in position to employ us in a massive scale. So this thing will be bound to happen. It's bound to happen. You see, we'll fight for the same things, and especially us being the same in terms of skin colors and genetics and whatnot, it will cause a division amongst us. You see, because now we'll be fighting for the same thing. You see, so we need to start planning things properly because these things are bound to happen. And the division, I believe that there will always be a division, but we as individuals, we need to understand that we should do better, you see, because we will not change the perceptive and perceptions of everybody else. But at least here, we can have conversation amongst ourselves and look away for us to move forward and actually be used. The thing about us, we're not used to power, you see. So we will never make power moves. We are not making power moves because we are not used to power and how power works. But once we start working on those issues, I believe that a lot of things will change.
Excellent points raised. I gotta take a note of the business aspect because that is actually very true. Speaking to a lot of African immigrants, right? They said, well, we wanted to work for you guys, right? We wanted to work for the diaspora in America, in Canada, in UK, but instead the people who were hiring us was the Arab, was the Chinese. Those are the people who were hiring us. They had the under the table jobs for some of us who needed it, right? So then our loyalty kind of flavored after a while. So I think that can definitely help if we have more jobs specifically for the Africans that are coming from Africa so they don't have to deal with other people. But yeah, that's a very good point. We're going to let Kwesi go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on this live. Thanks to everyone in the panel who's contributed and, shout out to everyone in the live chat. I wanted to say that one of the topics that made me call in was, okay, the main reason why I wanted to call in is when you said, Africans don't mingle with other Africans, maybe in Canada, or let's say the Western world in general. And I think in the UK, there's a bit more of a mixture because UK and Canada is a bit different. Obviously, it's the same in terms of, language and culture and, but the UK is different. Here in the UK, the Africans, we tend to mix more. So we got friends from Congo, Nigeria, Ghana, Somalia, Zimbabwe, Sierra Leone. The friendship is a bit of a mixture because we kind of, were born here or grew up here from a very young age. So there's no division between the Africans. The only time there's division amongst Africans is when it comes to relationship and marriage. That's when you realize that Nigerians only want to, they'll date other Africans for the fun of it. When it comes to like being in a serious relationship leading to marriage or just being in a serious relationship that they want to see as potential long lifetime partners, you see Nigerians go with Nigerians, Ghanaians with Ghanaians, Somalis with Somalis, Sierra Leone, Congolese with Congolese, and other Africans tend to stick to their own country. Or so basically we hang around as friends, we do everything together. There's no division because in the UK I play for a football team, innit? And the football team is obviously almost everyone there's African from different African countries. In fact, we've got a squad of 32 players in our team. We've got all the players are from different parts of Africa. So when I'm playing football, I come in contact with Africans from different parts of Africa. There's no real division in terms of I'm not gonna say because I'm a Ghanaian, I'm gonna be friends with someone just from Ghana. There isn't that type of division here. But the only division comes when it comes to serious relationship and marriages, or if, let's say, for example, if a Congolese is dating Ghanaian girls, and his 3 girlfriends in the last 3 years have all been Ghanaian girls, his parents will start complaining simply because they fear he may end up with marrying a Ghanaian woman. So that's when African parents from particular countries become hard on their sons and daughters, saying, you're dating too much of that country. They don't mind if you date them once in a blue moon, but if you particularly date girls from that, then they begin to say, hold on a minute, you will end up with someone from that country. That's when African parents become divisive and say, you know what, we are taking you to a Congolese church so you can find a Congolese woman, or you can find a Congolese man, or we're taking you to a Nigerian church so you can find a Nigerian girl at that church. But for the most part, in the London, UK, we mix with each other. We play for the same football team. In my area, we play football. There's no real division. Everyone comes and play. But the only time I see division is when it comes to, like, if someone's dating a particular country for too long, their family begins to notice it. Then they begin to start speaking to them and say, you know what, you can't be with this one. So it has happened to a few of my friends in it. So that's why I called it. But for the most part, we tend to integrate with each other, you feel me, as Africans in UK. And yeah, that's what I wanted to contribute in it. And for anyone who wants to ask questions, you can ask me in it. But that's all I have to say.
Okay, so how about with non-Africans? How do Africans in the UK interact with non-Africans?
Well, with non-Africans, we don't integrate with them, innit? Because anyone who knows about the UK back in the days, Africans would allow.
Make it short.
Africans, don't integrate with other groups. We don't hang around. We don't chill with them. And if anything, we're in conflict with them. So we don't really integrate with other groups. No, we just stick to Africans for the most part.
Thank you. That answered the question. Thank you.
Right. I'm also in the UK. So I feel like me and Kwesi have perhaps a different experience because we're different in age. And the time in which she might have entered the UK, it might have been more adversarial between different ethnic groups, particularly Caribbeans and Africans. In my locality, we really get along with people great because we don't have the luxury of being picky and choosy as to which Black people we want to associate with. Like, we don't have many Somalis where I'm at, like pretty much zero, but we have many Jamaicans and many other Caribbeans, and if there's Africans, they tend to be Nigerian, and we get along great. If we don't get along, it's not because of nationality, it's more so to do with characteristic differences, but we just don't make an effort to see ourselves as different to the point where we want to have issues with each other. I hope that answers that question.
I guess so.
I want to say something quick.
Okay.
I think your experience would also depend on if you live in a predominantly Black area or a predominantly non-Black area. I think that is very crucial. And also if you live in inner city or outskirts of a city, because in the UK, ethnic minorities tend to live in the inner city areas, and I live in an inner city, London. So the experience would be a bit different from someone who lives, in an area that is not predominantly Black. So I understand where Mr. Uganda's come from. But like I said, it's very interesting how Africans don't really mind being friends with each other and everything. African families are cool with it. But when it comes to marriages and serious relations that will lead to marriages, Africans are picky. They want to be with someone from their country only. And in the UK, there was a stats release that Africans have intra-marriages only. 90% of Sierra Leones in the UK marry Sierra Leones only. It's the same thing with Nigerians, Ghanaians, Congolese, and other Africans. 90% of the time, they tend to marry someone from their own country. So that's when I believe there's a bit of a division when it comes to actual marriage and raising family. Africans tend to stick with their country. But apart from that, when it comes to friendship and everything else, there's more of a mixture. That's all I have to say.
Yeah,
So you think we need
I
a
agree
range?
with.
Well, I'm sorry. You mind if I ask one question?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I would say so. Do you think in order for us to kind of be able to kind of build a certain kind of bond between tribes like this, that we need some sort of arranged marriages going forward?
But is arranged marriage a Black American culture? Is that something you guys talk about in your family structure? Like, oh, going forward, we're going to do arranged marriages. I want to know, honestly speaking, is it something that ever just comes up in your conversations with family?
I mean, now I know a lot of like people my age are talking about it more, just because of like the consciousness. But I know I think originally that's definitely not something that most Black Americans would be based on. But it is something that's a new topic coming up, and I think that may be something that's going to be important as far as actually sealing a bond between tribes. I don't think you can really do that without having babies that have ties to both tribes, to both sides.
I mean, just to, I want to go on one more point before I just cease speaking. It's because I don't know whether that would be fully effective. I was speaking on a panel with oh, may someone else mute their mic, please, just for 1 second. So I was speaking with another set of Nigerians, and they were talking about how when they grow up in the West, they have a more fragmented sense of identity because they're really stuck between two places. Because in one aspect, they do their best to, or they just naturally assimilate into Black Americanness or Black Britishness. But there's still a part of them that yearns to be accepted. So when you're dealing with a fragmented identity complex, it can be hard to get these ideas of arranged marriages out of them, primarily because they might not see there being a need to be a bond between communities because they might be stuck between two places anyway. Perhaps your initiative of arranged marriages would fare better with people who come directly from the continent at a particular age of like 25 and upwards, because they would have a more solidified concept of, okay, it is definitely my community marrying into this community. Whereas for myself, who's grown up in the West, and me being between two different identities, it's like you wouldn't get much out of me with that concept. I hope that makes sense.
So in
It,
Africa, that's more solidified in
Yeah.
in
Can I
their
just
culture.
go to Chris's point? Yeah, so I want to just dive into Kwesi's point where he says that Africans are friends with each other, but time to marriage is another story. I agree with him, but do you know why? I will tell you why. Uh, you need to understand, firstly, forming a family with somebody else, especially being an African, is a serious topic. You see, so let's say you from Ghana marry somebody from Congo. You don't know what that bloodline of the family in Congo did in the past. You need to understand African people are a very different group of people when it comes to, let's say, the spirituality aspect of life. So you don't know what that family is tied to when it comes to their spirituality. I think this is certain things you need to know. But the parents, they know this. This is why they get angry when you start doing things, because they don't know how things are done on the other side of it. You see, so it's a whole different conversation, and it will take days for people to understand it. But I can understand where all of that comes from.
Absolutely. We're gonna let Kazo go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
No.
Okay, that's good. Well, actually, I live in a Somali area at the moment, so most Black people here are actually Somalis. Strange enough, I don't think I have a single Caribbean friend, but it's not because of anything. I just don't think in my circle that I actually see any of them, because usually you don't see many Caribbean people at university level kind of spaces. So, and if you do, I guess it's usually girls. So really, I actually just haven't come in contact with them ever since I was young. I think when I was young, I had obviously we went to the same schools, but it seemed, I'm not sure if if there's a correlation here, but it seemed that the schools used to target on black men actually, or black boys actually at this point. So what would happen is in schools, let's say you do something wrong and your Mzungu friend does something wrong, and then your mixed race friend does something wrong. What would happen is they would assume that the black one will be the one who caused that instability in that sense, the problem, the chaos. Then they would punish them. And what I kept experiencing is I kept seeing Caribbeans being kicked out of school at young ages. So at 12, 13, 14, 15, a lot of them didn't finish school, especially the boys, actually. Girls, I didn't really speak to them. But what I did recognize is, for example, in my case, actually, I wasn't a good student in school, in the sense that actually I remember I had the most detentions the school ever gave. I actually had a, what's that thing called? Like an honor. It's a bad honor, but I had 200 detentions that the school gave me because I didn't do my homework. What else? I didn't turn up to school one time. I was playing video games at home. What else? Yeah, so many different things like that, right? Now, what the difference between me and some of these Caribbean boys is that I actually had my mom and my dad who were on my side. Because when my mom came here, she came here understanding the system, and actually she put it in my mind, you got to work harder than everyone else. You got to do all these things. And now I was still, misbehaving in some cases, not doing homework, but I was never a bad student. I never shouted back to the teachers or anything like that. Now, what happened is that when something went wrong, let's say when I got expelled from school, my mom came in and then told them, well, why did you expel my son? She explained that she never signed the form that allows me to be sent home, because obviously it's illegal to send a child back home if there is no parent there to look after them. So she was able to kind of argue her way out of this. Now, the reason I'm sharing this story is that for a lot of these Caribbean boys, they didn't have two parents at home. So the parent wasn't able to come support them while the other one was at work or something else. So what tended to happen is that they didn't have someone to defend them, and then they'll get lost in the system. And that is actually probably why I don't tend to see them in the circles that I'm in right now than before, when I was a bit younger. And this was definitely systemic. I say this because, let's say, the times when I actually didn't do anything wrong, I was still punished. There was a time when I remember where I skipped some class and I went to some old abandoned building in the school with a mixed race friend and a Mzungu friend. Now, notice this, the mixed race friend had a lighter, just playing around with the lighter. I didn't touch anything, I was just there. When it came to punishing us, right, they ended up punishing me and the mixed race friend. The Mzungu was seen as some kind of, he didn't do anything. Now, this is interesting because as you see, what they do is they created this system whereby you are forced to be in it, but then they treat you differently. And then if you don't actually have people in your corner to defend you, you're kind of lost in that system. And this happened several times. There was another time where, let's say we had a math exam, right? One girl scores actually 5% less than me. I score 5% more than her, but they move her up a set, meaning to a slightly more, advanced class, and they move me down. Now, imagine if I didn't speak to people in the class, I would have never known that's the case. And I would have never been able to have studied math at A levels and then, do what I do right now, because I would have been lost in the system. So this was quite strategic. Again, my mom and my dad came into school, told them straight, this doesn't make any sense. And, instead of them apologizing, they made me redo the test. Now, obviously I did well in the test, but the point here is, if I didn't have the two parents who knew the system from the get-go, who were already on my side, right, I would have been lost in that system. And I do think that, unfortunately, a lot of Caribbean boys were or are lost in this system over here.
I think I agree with that statement 100%. I've seen that happen several times in schools, and there is an element of requirement for vigilance whenever our people are going to school here, because there are so many tripwires to set them back. And you'll find that, they will recommend that you go and study certain courses that are not of consequence, let's put it that way. Or in short, whatever the...
Actually, yeah, one second, Tinaja, just that's an interesting point. My chemistry teacher at A-level actually was like, maybe you shouldn't study this course. Or actually, they prevented me from studying computer science, right? And no, this is a funny thing, is my grades were much higher than the actual average of the class. In fact, my lowest grade at this point was like was an A. But for some reason, they literally told me I shouldn't study that course. Now, if I didn't have that kind of strong background in understanding myself, I would have probably taken a different path, and I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing right now. Yeah, you can go on. But yeah, that is 100% true what they actually say.
I think though too, we gotta be careful with, because like I think especially like when we talk about like blacks in America, we get a stigma a lot of times that the black fathers, part of the issue with black people in America is that the black fathers aren't in the home and different things like that. And when you actually go in and study that, it's just not true. You know what I'm saying? It's actually an excuse that's been made, and people have been making that stuff up for a long time. And actually, when you go by the numbers, especially in America, black fathers are in the home more than anybody else. It's not even close. Even when they are divorced from the or separated from the family, they still put in more time with things, reading, homework, feeding the kids, changing diapers, all of that different stuff. So a lot of those stigmas, a lot of times, you'll see those things in poor communities or in certain kind of communities. But remember, in America or in the West, the number one cause of divorce is poverty or is money. You know what I'm saying? So when you looking at in the instance at poor communities, money is, you know what I'm saying, in the West, it comes down to being the root of all evil. But the issue with that's been with a lot of people in the West is policies. Policies have been the issue. At one point, we owned, like just specifically with blacks in America, at one point we owned 13% of the nation's land. Today we own 1%, bro, and less than one. And now today, well, just like a year ago, now they apologize and try to cut a check for the land that they stole from us. And all we were doing was doing it by the law, trying to do things the right way. And so a lot of these stereotypes fall into the play of victim shaming. And they do this, they do the same thing with Africa. Well, they got to be able to pull themselves up and this and that. But they don't tell you that the whole time they've been sending foreign aid. They send over what, 2 million? I think they send over $2 trillion in foreign aid, but they get back $5 trillion. And so like they suck us dry and they pretend like, you know what I'm saying, it's our fault. We not doing business right. We not making the right decision. No, the only wrong decision we making is we keep trying to play everything by the rules. And that's just not how we got into this predicament, nor is that how they got into the position that they in. They did not play by the rules.
May I add something here, if that's okay, African Millennial?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Just to give an overview of the UK, like it is more common to see Black Caribbean women represented more in university, but as a whole, Caribbeans aren't really represented in university. There's actually been a lot of efforts to find out why they struggle to transition from college to uni. There's a brief area where we don't really know what happens to them, and with Caribbean males in particular, they're not really represented at all. Like I do think I remember like only seeing a handful of Caribbeans at my university, and this was a very, very metropolitan university. Like pretty much everyone was flowing through here, from Singaporeans, Nigerians from actual Nigeria, and Caribbeans were such a small part of it, and it's to the point where we have an African Caribbean Society, ACS, and a majority of it is represented by West Africans, in particular Nigerians and Ghanaians. Um, but the other point I wanted to add is that I think something that might be occurring is the weight that we African children attach to what their parents want versus what Caribbean children, how they attach what their parents want. Because I know that growing up here, and I can only speak for myself, let me just say this is myself. I feel like my parents had such a strong bind on my actions that for a majority of my life, I've spent a lot of time just doing what they've said. Whereas I think with the Caribbean people I've seen, they've not only been encouraged to waste their money on university, their words, not mine, but they're granted more latitude as to how to navigate their destiny. If they don't want to go to university, they don't have to if it doesn't resonate with them. Even with the Caribbeans I know, like many have tried to go to uni, they didn't like the feel of it after 1 year, and they simply pulled out. And this is even occurring in two-parent households. But even within two-parent households, there could be some tension in there because not every parent is for the child and they don't always get along. So there's so many different intersections that are occurring in Caribbean households. And this is just me looking in. It would be great if there was an inquiry done by a Caribbean to really get to the bottom of it. That's all I've got to say, and thank you.
No worries. So we're gonna go ahead and let Mr. Nice speak, Neophyte, and then Lone Wolf.
Hello, everyone. How's your day been? So I just want to talk about my experience in America as African and what I've seen between Africans and African Americans growing up, right? And personally, where I know I live at, there's a lot segregation between Africans and African Americans. A lot immigrants, different immigrants, and a lot Africans live in the west side, and a lot of African Americans live in the east side, right? And when I was dating my ex-girlfriend, right, and a lot of them never met African, even though there's a lot of Africans, right? But they never would communicate with Africans and African Americans. So a lot of times we don't talk to each other. We are still in our own separate areas. Personally, me, I got a lot, where I live, I know a lot of African Americans, where a lot of them are my friends. So, but I know a lot of Africans do not communicate with a lot of African Americans. They don't even date each other. If African date African American, usually women who date African Americans. But when it comes to the men don't date African Americans. Women, they prefer to date their own different group of Africans. Like you see a lot,
Mr.
African date different
Nice,
ethnic group Africans from different
your connection
countries.
isn't that good. Mr. Nice, your connection's really breaking up. I think I can't
Yeah, I thought it was
make
me.
out any. Mr. Nice, I think maybe you might have to re-enter the stream or move to a better location because we want to understand what you're saying, but it's like we're only making out like 1 in 12 words you're saying.
Okay, what about now? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, that's much clearer. Thank you.
Okay. So let me go start back what I was saying. So when growing up in America, right? Because I noticed there's separation between African Americans and Africans. A lot of Africans live in the west side, and a lot East African. I mean, a lot of Africans live in the west side, and a lot of African Americans live in the east side area. So they don't communicate, they don't talk much, and they don't see each other as much. Because I know that because when I was dating my African American girlfriend, my ex girlfriend, a lot of time when they first met me, they didn't know I was African until I spoke, and they were shocked because they don't see a lot of Africans in the areas. So they start asking me a lot of questions because they don't see it. Even though there's a lot of Africans in Buffalo, but it just they don't, communicate and they don't talk. And usually when African men do not date out a lot, if they date out, it's usually white women or other Africans from different countries. All they stay among themselves, among their own women. And when African do date out, it usually the women that date out a lot of time, not the men. And a lot of men, African men do not like dating African American women either way. And growing up here, and I noticed a lot, it's a problem between both sides. It's not just on the one side where I feel like, a lot of Africans do think they are better than Africans, but also I think on the other side, African Americans do think they're better than Africans. No, that's my experience growing up, in America a lot of times. And most time I see most Africans are more in school than compared to African Americans. And when it comes to graduation, I see more Africans graduating than African Americans. And usually, I didn't go out to school with a lot of Africans. I usually went to one of the best schools in Buffalo, so I had all different type of people. And in school, um, we there was a lot. Then my school majority was white kids. There was a lot of black kids also, but majority of them were white kids. And most of the time, most kids were in school doing so well were majority Africans, or white kids. That's how I grew up, and that's my experience a lot of times. But I always feel like a lot of times it got not it's the separation between the two that's the problem, and there's no communication, and both sides see themselves different from each other. Where Africans see themselves, as their own ethnic group, or they want to date in their own, ethnic group, or other Africans. Usually, what I seen that if African men don't have their own women, their own ethnic group women, or their own women from their own country, they usually they other African women from different countries, and usually the parents are okay with that. As soon as they bring an African American woman, it becomes a problem. Usually the like I said, usually the women that date out than African men. So usually, the problem when an African woman uh they stop usually they go back, you want to be a single mom, you don't want your kids to grow without dad. So those the type of stereotype they usually are told upon them when they date out. And usually kind of you do kind of not let them date African American men because they don't want to be single moms. So and because African American men got that stereotype already, so a lot of times they avoid stick and being single mom. And some African men do not date, but they do have sexual relationship with African American women. But usually it's not marriage. They're not it's not nothing to do with marriage, but usually more they find African American to be you looser than African women, so they want to have sex with African American women but not date them because African women will not let them do certain things. Like in African culture, you know, a lot of times you have to wait until marriage. A lot of times, not every African do this, but some African women still do this, especially if they're very religious. So they can't, do anything with African women. So they go out to deal with other group of women. So it's much more easier than when they're ready to get to marry or date women. They usually go back to date their own group of women or other African women or white women. Even though I find a lot of white women much easier than African American women.
So I do have a question for you, just before Lone Wolf speaks. My question would be, why is there the perception that Black American women are looser? Did I hear you correctly when you said that that was a stereotype or perception? Where
Yeah.
do you think that comes from? Because do we have the same notion for white European women?
No, it's the media. If you think about music industry, right? What type of women you see are shown in the industry? Even white men know, they think African American women are, you know, looser than white women, you know, and it's usually they usually think, you know, it's an industry how a lot of times, you know, how music industry, movies, and TV, how they portray a lot of African American women. You know, they're more sexual women. They're more easier to get. They're more, you know, it's more about sex than anything. So when it comes to that, a lot of African men do think the same way where they when they be out, they're
Can I ask
around.
a question?
Yeah, what's up?
So do you think that a Muslim African woman who's first generation is going to be as generally sexually active as a second generation or otherwise African American or white woman?
No, I mean, when it comes to Muslim women, no, definitely not. You know, when it comes to African Muslim women, they're not very sexually. They don't even present themselves as sexually group of women. And for you Muslim, a lot of times I notice a lot when it comes to African men who are Muslim, they do have sex, but they don't have sex with either African women or Muslim African women. They used to go outside to do that. What I've noticed. Like they usually go for African American women.
So I'm going to kindly ask that those listening in quickly hit the like button. It really takes no time to hit the like button and comment in on the chat. Let African Millennial know you're here. So we're going to pass the panel over to Lone Wolf, I believe his name is, the one who's in the middle bottom. Yeah, Jacob. Thank you for calling in. What's something you wanted to share with us today?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yep, perfectly clear, thank you.
Okay, you know, I'm not gonna make, you know what, actually, I'll be the gentleman. Neophyte, you know, I know that you're gonna go before me. Let him go before me, and then I'll speak after him. So let Neophyte.
Neophyte, thank you for coming in. Neophyte, it feels like it's been a long time since I've seen you on the panel. But yes, hopefully you're still there. If you would unmute your mic, perfect. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for having me on. African Millennial, thank you for having me on, as always. Ashe, peace and blessings to everybody on the panel and in the chat. I usually want to start off with some positivity. You guys are conducting yourselves like men. Particularly, you guys are conducting yourselves like Black men. Lots of honor in this panel right now, and I commend you guys on presenting yourselves admirably. All I really wanted to try to get out there right now is I hear a reoccurring theme amongst our perceptions of ourselves. There's one thing missing, and this is a minor thing, to be honest with you, according to just the way that we're living today. But I think it is a good way of being able to step in a different direction when it comes to trying to take on these challenges that are being presented. You know, with these conversations are these steps towards trying to fix different things that we feel are out of sync. And that one thing is ritual, right? When we start talking about culture, when we start talking about traditions, and we start talking about, especially when it comes down to how we are courting each other as far as in our relationships, and then our marital statuses when it comes to statistics, and how we're kind of at the low end of the totem pole when it comes to that right now. At least that's what the perception is. Ritual definitely plays a big factor in that. One that gets overlooked, but it's something that is right there at the heart of everything that we consider to be part of our culture. I mean, especially when it comes to Black people, whether you're in the United States or abroad, in the motherland, traditions are founded in what we practice, right? I mean, what is marriage to begin with? It's a ritual to bind two people together, contract. It's a ritual, right? When you wake up in the morning, you brush your teeth, fix your hair and whatnot, it's ritual. But when we go to church, we don't look at, you know, taking communion as ritual. these are taboo things. When you hear the word ritual, it is taboo. It's given kind of a negative feel to it, right? But take into heart that negativity is how you perceive your own cultures. Let me correct myself, our own cultures, right? Especially when we're looking at the more ancient ones. So we're looking at the more traditional ones, or ones that we find in the bush, the ones that we find on the islands, so on and so forth, right? And it allows you to put on a different shade of glasses, a different lens on how we are looking at each other. The number one question I always come to is, how do Black people perceive each other? How do Africans look at each other? When you see an African as a Black man, as an African man, what do you see? Who do you see? Right? Are you going to go and introduce yourself? Are you to have a conversation? Which goes back to the original question. If I'm not mistaken, the original question being, why do Africans seem to not have conversations or talk to Black people when they get to a place outside of their homeland? When they get amongst people who they're not familiar with, why do they not speak? You know, and again, a lot of people touched on this, and it's perception, media, all of the different media platforms that are responsible for giving us this narrative, which is not our own. We don't have enough outlets where we can tell our own stories, so we can kind of wash out these perceptions. Now, I feel like I'm kind of going on a tangent, and I'll wrap it up with this. Right here on this platform is where I come to get a refresher on how it is very important that we talk to each other, communicate, in order to grow into the next generation. Next generation right up under us is going to be having these same conversations, or they're going to learn from these conversations. It's recorded. African Millennial has taken the time out to create this panel, and she's recording this. And eventually, the next generation under us is going to go back and get a chance to see this conversation, and think, maybe I can change that. Maybe they started something. Maybe we inspired something that will change the mind of a generation after them. Basically, our children's children are going to have to take up this baton, this passing of the torch of how we perceive ourselves. Are we going to continue looking at it in a negative light, or are we going to try to change that narrative and take control of it? And on that note, I say peace and ashe. I wish you guys power and blessings.
Thank you for your contribution, Neophyte. Always a pleasure to listen to you. I'm going to humbly ask if any other panelist has anything they want to say to Neophyte before we bounce around a conversation. Okay. Jacob Lone Wolf, are you available now to speak?
Yes. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Perfectly clear, thank you.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, I listened to, like, what you guys said, and I agree with, most of you, a lot of you guys' points. I want to actually attack the question of the live stream. So could you reiterate the question, so then I can give my intake, on it.
So the title, I believe it says, why don't Africans talk to people when we travel? Well, I guess it was striking at the notion that we don't really integrate with the communities when we travel. Hope that helps. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think from my perspective and from what I've experienced, I think that most of the times I don't think it's like you know, oh yeah, I don't like those Africans, or it's like something that's it's intentional. I think most of the times it just happens. I don't think it's like any malintent that we might not talk to other Africans. I just think that I just think that in the current state that we live in, specifically in the world, I think most people, we're more individualistic. We're more to ourselves because I think that most people in the world have problems like when it comes to financially and relationships. So I think a lot of the times, I don't think it's just an African thing. I think it's a human thing. Like specifically in Western culture, we live in a very individualistic society. But if I'm going to play the devil's advocate, from my standpoint, I would say that maybe sometimes why certain Africans won't talk to other Africans when they're abroad um, is probably because of maybe their experience. A lot of the times we might look at successful black people or black people who might, hang out with other people from different races other than their own. And I've seen this time and time again, and you guys can give your intake as well, is that a lot of the times when you hang around your own people, specifically Africans, where I've hanged out with, is that you feel like you feel alienated, and the alienation doesn't really come from other groups of people. The alienation comes from your own people. Most of the times, like I guarantee you, if you were to have a conversation, I'm not saying all, but with a lot of the current African in this generation, the conversation will not go past drugs, money, gangbang, or whatever. So a lot of the times when you're an African who wants to reach self-actualization and you want to like do good for your community and you want to be something of value, a lot of the times it's the very same people in your own community that put you down. Where like look at I'm going to use like Black America for instance, because this is not like I'm not going to say anything negative, but like if you look at the black men who get the most value, get the most attention, they're the rappers, the basketball players, and whatnot. But there's a lot of black engineers and a lot of black scientists who don't even get the slightest credit. So I think a lot of the times when you're a black intellectual, you have a disdain for your people because these are the very same people that you feel like you're alienated from, to where when you're in a group in a conversation and let's just say someone might talk about trivial things and everybody gives that person attention, and when it's time for you to talk about Africa, or you want to talk about the positive things that you want to do for your community, you're looked at as weird, or you're looked at as what do you call, like you're just not a cool person. So sometimes I think those experience it can make certain Africans hostile towards other Africans, and you get to a point to where you don't want to deal with your people. But we're quick to call those people are sellout or whatever. And don't get me wrong, you do have sellouts that will sell their own people, but we're quick to call those people that person is a sellout, or the American term that person is a coon. But we never question the environment or the people that he came from that forced that person to be that way. So I think that would be maybe not all, but I think that might be certain circumstances that might force an African not to talk to another African. And I think it's very very prevalent. I think last week I was talking about Afro nationalism and how we need to build for ourselves, and I believe in a united Africa. But if I'm gonna be honest, because I think the conversations that you guys had before was that, you're trying to get the diaspora to come back to Africa, and I think that Africans have this like mythical mindset that they're waiting on Black Americans to come and build. And I think with Black America, the one thing that they have an advantage over Africans is that they have like the human capital. They have a 1.3 trillion spending power that they could literally transform the continent if they want to. But I think that, it's also in the Black Americans. I think investment out of the blue, you saying how, I don't know what decade it was, but you're saying how the Black Americans owned like 13% of the land, and now you guys own less than 1%. I think that's very prevalent because I think it's in your interest to also move back to Africa because um, the world is changing. The European Union and the United States, like, are said to have like the biggest financial crash, probably since in history, even greater than Rome. I think that the reason why I feel like there seems to be this like rumbling of Africans going back is people know that something's happening, and I think that the day when the financial crash happens, I think everything's just gonna like get crazy, and I want to get your guys' opinion on like what I just said right now. But I think that I'm going all over the place, but I think that I think Africans ought to have an ambition to want to go back to the continent because the world is having the world is the Western world is on the verge of a financial crash, and I think that once Europe time goes and America time goes, I think Africa time comes, and I think that once once that happens, we ought to be an African build for ourselves because when it comes to racism and stuff like that, I think it all goes back to like nationalism and creating something of your own. And so I went off topic. I'm gonna cover these things after you guys talk, but yeah, that's my 2 cents on why I feel like maybe certain Africans are very resistant toward other Africans when it comes to going throughout the world and yeah, like that's just like my 2 cents on it. So I want to get you guys' thoughts on.
Okay,
May
so I
I?
think
May I?
Chrissy had.
Oh, no problem.
So Chrissy, Mr. Uganda, and I think investing also wanted to reply to that.
Oh yes.
Kwasi.
Is it me first or who else?
We're waiting for Chrissy to reply. Okay, never mind. So we're gonna go to Mr. Uganda and then investing.
Yeah, I'll just make a quick point, but first I need to follow with a question. So Jacob Lone Wolf, did you say that Africans have a fantasy that African or Black Americans are going to build Africa? I need a concise answer before I make my next point.
So in a nutshell, yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, but it's not like a generalization that all Africans, but what I've seen in my observation from just certain African YouTube channels, specifically from certain Black Americans, they've said that that there seems to be like this itch to want to get them to build Africa, and I'm all for that, but I don't think that waiting is like the right thing to do to build Africa. I think we as Africans in the diaspora, specifically that come from the continent, we ought to build that as well. So I think that it's not really in Africans' interest to just keep waiting for a savior to come save them.
Thank you for your response. I only asked because I don't really think that Africans back home are waiting. I mean, you did refine your statement by saying that with a few that you see. But I'm going to clarify it for the audience that I really don't think that a majority of Africans are waiting.
He's saying Africans here are saying that, not Africans back home.
I mean, I could see that to a degree. Yes, I could. And even that's cool to me. But perhaps what's going on there is that because I was on Empowered ADOS's live stream, and she was saying how the media is given an illusion that Black America is doing way better than it is, where in reality they're not doing that well economically as a unit. So maybe that perception or that illusion that's being crafted by the media may feed into why some people in the West, Africans in the West, lean onto that wanting AAs to build Africa. But yeah, that was just my 2 cents on that question. But thank you both for clarifying what you meant.
Right. And we're not going to delve deep into that rhetoric because that's not, I don't want to move the show away from who we're talking about. We're talking about Africans in the West. So yeah, did Investing Out the Blue want to reply to what Jacob said?
As far as like when we talk about, I think some of the issues that you have when you say like we're not glorifying people besides like the rappers and different things like that. I think what you fail to realize is that the only reason why you know about basketball, the basketball players and the rappers in them, is because of TV. And the reason why you don't know about the engineers in them is because they're not on TV. And we don't control who's on TV, who's on the basketball team. We don't even control what song gets played on the radio. So like we talk about that, and that's why I say YouTube now there's an advantage because even like when we go back to even what the brother previously said about the image of the black woman in America, and that's an issue that I have conversations with black women about on different panels, and where they're angered at us that we don't protect the black woman's image, and I think uh, it's our entertainment. So now I think YouTube kind of gives us a little bit more control because now that we're each other's entertainment, you don't see as much amongst each other of over sexualizing the women or even over sexualizing the men. Like you don't really see that amongst each other like that. You more so see that broadcasted on TV, or these are like sponsored shows on YouTube or something like that. So I think you got to kind of be careful with that because I think even most of the music that we even pick, when you look at the music from different panels and stuff online, they're not really listening to regular music that's blasted. A lot of the music and things that they listen and that they are dealing with in general are more so on a or more so people that are in their own circle or on their same consciousness or vibing on their same frequency.
Okay, can I just respond to them? Respond to what he said?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, Investing Out the Blue. I want to first of all, I think I want to apologize for what I said. I didn't mean it in a malicious way. I was just saying a lot of things at one time, but I think what you said was correct. Us not owning the media and controlling the image of the black man and the black woman is the problem. And when I brought up Black Americans, what I was just saying is like, you guys represent black people all around the world, and obviously the people who control the media are obviously not black. And when people from other racial groups own the media and they control it, obviously they're going to put themselves to be angels and they're going to put other groups to obviously be the devil. So yeah, I completely agree with what you said, and I think that's the problem with what we as Africans face today is that we're the only. I'll put all of us together. We're the only group of people to where we allow the lowest among lows of people in our societies to have the most attention, to have the most clout, and I think that's where the disdain, where you have brothers and sisters who literally work their ass off to like better themselves, better the community, and they get shitted on by their own people for no reason, to where when you're doing something positive, you don't get the attention, to where if somebody was talking about beef or whatever, they get the most attention. And I think if I'm going to be honest, and I know that this may rub a lot of people the wrong way, I don't think that this current generation of Africans, I think this generation is better than the previous generations. I think this generation is still waking up, but since the media is still dominated by white society, and a lot of the media and all the things that we consume is obviously dominated by them, I don't think that trying to convince other Africans to come back and build Africa is the right step. I think the best way we could do is we try to get a select few of the human capital to build Africa, and the best thing to do is we as Africans is we have to put more into our youth, because the one thing about children is that children are, in a nutshell, easily manipulated, and you can indoctrinate them in a very Afrocentric way. And I think if you do that, if you unite, if you go throughout all the world and you start putting black kids into a very Afrocentric school, to where you teach them about their history, about their culture, that their people were gods and goddesses. I think within 1 to 2 generations, you wouldn't have to convince other Africans to come back to Africa to build Africa. You already create enough human capital to it, even if it's 15 to 20%. That's more than enough to liberate us. So, I know that what I said probably rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, but I think that's just honest. That's just numbers.
All right, before any of the new speakers go ahead, did Tunaja, Kaiser, or Mr. Nice have anything to say in regards to that?
I think everybody has been speaking quite a lot of truth. I can relate to almost everything everyone has said. So there isn't that much to add to it, to be fair.
That's the first time in history. Are you sure?
I am certain, positively certain.
Okay.
Bo is going to change that though. So let's wait. It's too early.
All right. Kaiser, did you have anything to add to that?
Man, no, not at the moment.
Wow. So the lecturer, which is Mr. Professor Tunaja, and the doctor have nothing to say? Interesting. Okay. Mr. Nice, did you have anything to add to what was said?
Oh no. I think everyone's doing on point.
Okay. Quissy.
Okay.
Quissy,
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope that you can look at the private chat, Jacob Lone Wolf. I'll just explain it here. I'm really sorry if I came up as if I was offended by what you said. I honestly wasn't offended, and I'll work on my tone going forward so that I don't come up as if anything you said was wrong. I do value your contributions, and you're a very intelligent sounding speaker. Yeah, that's just what I wanted to say, and thank you.
All right, Quissy, you can go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so far everyone's been on point before me. All the brothers and sisters here have contributed well on the panel. And I think it's very interesting because, this panel is very, very interesting because you have Africans from all over the continent and a few diasporas here. And we all seem to be contributing and, learning from each other. But one thing I will say is that the relationship between Africans on a continent is different to the relationship between Africans in the West. I think the relationship between Africans on the continent is actually bad in terms of one group of Africans going to another African country. And because recently I even watched the news, there's a situation going on in Angola between Congolese and Angola, where the Angolans are deporting the Congolese and they're kind of treating them bad as well whilst deporting them. And I think the relationship amongst Africans on the continent is actually not good at all. It's very, very poor and bad. Most of the time it's hostile and, almost like a tension. But I think the relationship between Africans in the West, at least in the UK, is very good. Like I said, we get on very well. So it's interesting seeing the different dynamics as to why we seem to get on well. I think because when we come to the UK, because we're a minority, we can't be picky and be like, this neighbor's for Nigerians only, or, Ghana here, this estate's for Ghana. Because we're a minority, there's like other Africans stack up their numbers. So we seem to embrace other Africans more in the UK. I don't know about Canada or America, but I think the other interesting thing is the relationship between African Americans and Africans. Do African Americans speak to Africans? And I actually listened to one of the most famous and greatest rappers of all time, an African American rapper, who was asked his opinion on the relation between the two groups, and he said it wasn't good at all for me. And I think what a lot of Africans, and particularly those from Gambia, were saying, and other Africans were saying, is that in America they don't speak to them, yet they're going to their countries. That's one thing a lot of Africans don't understand, is that you come in contact with them, you don't speak to them, but yet you're going to their countries to start a new life. It doesn't really make any sense. So who's who? Are you two-faced? Are you fake? But that's just something I just wanted to add in terms of the dynamics. But like I said, in the UK, when we certainly me when I come in contact with other Africans, is more I'm more on the happy side. I'm happy to see them in it because for me, I don't necessarily live in a predominant Ghanaian area. I live in a predominant African estate, African area, but you know, there's so many here. Is mainly Congolese and Ivorians in my estate and my area. So yeah, in terms of the relation in the UK is very good, but in terms of the relation among Africans on the continent, one thing I want to say is very, very bad. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. So we're gonna let Bo and Madara go next.
Yeah. Hey, I just wanted to start off because I seen a live panel with you the other day with African Fang Tribe, and as I'm listening to the panel, right, I see my name pop across the screen, and when I look into the chat, supposedly it's another Bo Diddley, right? So I just wanted to say I got a clone out there, so you know if sometime I guess I don't know for what reason they wanted to clone me or whatever, maybe to troll you or whatever, but I there's only one Bo Diddley, you know what I mean? So don't take some of these other commenters that might come with something else in, and I don't have a problem like telling you what I have to say. So I didn't watch the whole stream because when I was listening back and forth, but if you got disrespected or something, it wasn't me.
Yeah. I also
want
to say
you know what I'm talking about, African Millennium? Did you pay that?
Bo Diddley the second.
You seen that? That's crazy.
Yeah. African Millennium. I also wanted to say there's a troll using my name on other people's live chats on YouTube, pretending to be me, and he's obviously not me. I don't know who that is. They're using the name Kwesi, using a picture.
I know. I saw that. I saw that yesterday.
That person's a troll. So if they do enter live chats and they say, you know, bad things, and you know, please, you guys don't block me because that ain't me. That is not me.
Yeah, but I want to ask you a question. The title of the video is like African Millennium. Can you repeat the title of the video?
Why don't Africans talk to anybody abroad?
Yes, I want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I was going to speak to that, and I was going to, in response to what Kwesi just said about African, like I think a lot of stuff y'all prescribe to African Americans, that's just Western culture, right, or just American culture, right? So in America, overwhelmingly, especially depending on where you move to, like if you move to a big metropolitan cities, let's say Chicago, New York, LA, these type of places, like nobody talks to anybody. White people don't talk to other white people for the most part. It's a real individualistic society, right? So like, don't take it personal, so to speak, because African Americans don't talk to other African Americans. Like if I move to New York, until I kind of like integrate myself into whatever community that's there, they're not gonna talk to me. If you go to any university, college campus, like people self-segregate themselves, not necessarily by black and white. Well, if you go to a HBCU, a predominantly black college, right, there's gonna be people gonna self-segregate according to where you're from. So if you're from New York, you're gonna see the New Yorkers hanging with each other and not gonna really associate with the people from Carolina. And so I think that's more so a part of just in America, and it has less to do with you being African, maybe being African, or maybe make the barrier to entry heavier because of cultural differences and like not being relatable to a lot of African Americans. But it's not personal. Like it's not an issue of people not wanting to, and I think that's just a part of human nature. Like people gonna gravitate towards their own group. Because I just had, like, I just was on the panel with a Ugandan woman, and named Kimi Katiti, and it was on the channel called African Free Thinkers, right? So, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because it was about critical race theory, right? And how sometimes we prescribe, and my problem with critical race theory, right, is that when you reduce everything to racism, oh, this person don't like me because I'm black, this person don't like, it makes it impossible to have a real conversation, because now you have to work backwards, because you're assuming that the reason whatever happened is because you're black. And that's a flawed way of thinking. And I say that to relate it to these conversations about African Americans, whereas though certain things that you see, it's not because you're African, right? But if you have the mindset, or vice versa, you know what I'm saying? Like a problem an African may have with an African American, the fact that you're American may not be the root of that problem. You know what I'm saying? But when you when you approach the conversation from the standpoint of you don't like me because I'm African American, or this happened because I'm African American, or this happened because I'm African, you create a defensive type energy where people now have to defend against the fact that whatever, and some people may defend it and articulate it in a way that's palatable, and some people may just push back like, man, that's not the reason, and F you know what I'm saying? And that happens on both sides. Like, how dare you accuse me of being racist or not liking you because I'm black? So I think that's what it was, if that answers your question to that. But I wanted to respond to something else you said though. But did that answer your question about the title?
Yeah, yes, it did.
But you brought up a lot of good points, right? And I wanted to talk about African Americans as it relates to college and all that type of stuff, education wise, right? And I think that's another thing where if you look at it from a broad perspective, right? So Americans, period, especially men, like, are behind as far as education. Like, it's other immigrant groups that dominate education. Like, if you go on Harvard campus, the Asians gonna dominate it, and men lag behind, right? So I think it's twofold, right? But I do think that African Americans have a particular unique. There are certain aspects of it that's unique to African Americans. But I think in one case, right, just thinking about my life growing up and understanding what was going on, you know, for African immigrant, right, success is seen, education is seen as a means to success, right? So in Africa, you know that if I come to America and I get an education, that's going to put me up in a position of success, right, to succeed. I think in America, with African Americans, and I guess to bring into the historical slavery and whatever, success wasn't necessarily measured through education, right? Because historically, it was so many barriers to entry and roadblocks that you have to deal with. Like, even to this day, a lot of African Americans like don't like corporate America, like having to work in that type of environment, corporate America, because they know that the challenges that come with it, right? Whether it's racism or whatever, sexism, it could be a plethora of reasons, right? So it created a more I don't want to say aversion to education, but education wasn't seen as the end all be all, right? Whereas immigrant groups, and no matter who it is, the Chinese, the Indians, they know that education is more so their entry into and being able to integrate into American society. And we have to take into account the amount of immigrants who immigrate here for those purposes solely, right? So they get student visas or whatever, right? So that they'll be able to go straight to college. So what it does, it creates a second generation of, so take out the people who come solely with that, right? Then their children is born into a educated family, you know what I'm saying? So education is going to be paramount. And I think black people, like, we just not getting to the point where it's like we've reached full participation opportunities, but we still are adapting to the yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hello.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Bo Diddley, I like what you said as well. And everybody, good to see everybody here. What I can say is I have been watching behind the scenes, and this group seems to be a group that is not lazy in reasoning or lazy in thought. You understand? So it's quite a bunch of intelligent, intellectual people here. What I can say is, Bo Diddley, with African Americans, I think it's just a case that they were deprived of a profound and beneficial education that could make them rise up in the American society. They were deprived of that, you know. So the only avenues out of the status quo that was shown to them was through career, was through what's the word, lottery careers, through recreational careers, entertainment, and all that. So that was what was shown to them. So they were deprived of the necessary profound education so that they can gain skills to benefit. Not all of them, but most of them gravitated to that. So I think African Americans were heavily controlled in that regards, in terms of what education they have. And I think it's not a case in which they didn't know where to go. It's just that the nation, the state of America didn't want them to have that education.
Can I add on to something you said?
Yeah.
Because that's something I was alluding to, but I never made it to. And yes, and so success in America, right, is going to be different for an African American. And because we see success and how it's portrayed to us as children, you make it to the NFL, you make it to the NBA, entertainment, such and whatever, right? So what that does is when you bring a child up, training them to go that route, and that's how he sees himself being able to succeed. You got a lot of people like that I know personally, just like I said, just understanding that once they make it to a certain level and that dream, they don't see that dream coming to fruition. It's like it breaks them so bad, because that's how they see, like, we weren't programmed to see ourselves as being able to start up companies, because this is kind of new, like, and do all these other things. So it was the athletes and the entertainers that we looked up to. And if you ever been to college, right, if you see like the dropout rate of student athletes once they get injured or they realize, like, man, I ain't gonna make it to the NFL, like, a lot of people give up, because that's how they see that's how success is portrayed for Black Americans in America a lot of times. Not all the time, but a lot of times. So
I agree with that. And to the point of Jacob Lone Wolf, you're right in the sense that a lot of brilliance and excellence amongst Black people is not displayed on the media. Why would they do that? Why would they show that Black people are capable of this brilliance and excellence in other technical fields and engineering fields? Why would they show that? They have no interest, because they preach in an agenda that we are somewhat inferior in terms of intellectual capacity. You understand? So why would they show that? So the only means they show that we can rise up is through entertainment. So we have a lot of representation of Black excellence in music, in sports, and all that, and boxing and all that kind of stuff. They have a lot of representation, but they don't show that the many Black people running the labs behind the scene. You understand? They don't show that. You understand? Because they don't need to show. They don't want to show that. You, as an engineer, as a technical person, you're supposed to be behind the scenes and running. And even amongst white people as well. Most of the most successful white engineers and scientists and all that, they're not famous by name. They're not really famous, but they have money. So you are making money on the low. So you should be proud of that. You understand? There's people that are making money because of what they're doing recreationally. So, and also, I think we must not beat down our folks that do make success and show Black excellence in terms of the sports and recreations. We must not knock them down, for the reason that they are the actual reason that brings us, because they display that, because we see that, they actually cause us to unify and coalesce amongst them. We actually cause to unify and coalesce amongst them. Like I say, African millennial started, they said, why was the reason Afro-Caribbeans and Black British people, or Afro-British, started to get along? The reason was because we started to share in each other's cultural similarities. You understand? In terms of the music we listen to, Afrobeats was rising in the UK at that time. So Afro-Caribbean started to change their mentality about how Africans were, like, we're not cool and all that kind of stuff. So that was what was happening. It's our cultures merging together that caused us to unify. And we have to applaud. There's a place for people that are promoting Black excellence through cultural and recreational careers and endeavors. And then there's black people who are mostly the intellectuals and system builders who must build the system to facilitate the better display or the better presentation of that. You understand what I mean? So everybody has a place. You understand? But right now, what is causing us to actually unify is not coming from the intellectual side, because we are disagreeing far more on that than the people who are sharing the music. Like the Africans are listening to Afro-Franco music. They listen to all music from all over the world. The music, the culture is causing us to actually have some solidarity to a certain extent. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah. So yeah, I think I agree with what you said. I'm gonna let Mr. Fang go, but this is more of a question for Bo and Investor out of the blue. So like from my observation, right? Because I think like Black Americans are some of the some of the most important, some of the impressive Black people in the world, right? When I look at your success, specifically from the immigrant side, right? It seems like the Black elites, I'm not talking about the average bloke, but it seems like the Black elites, that they identify more with their wealth and with their their elite group than they do as being Black. Would that be like a correct observation? Like what's going on in America is like
I'm so happy you said that, brother. My fault. Go ahead.
I'll make it quick.
Ahead, you got it.
This is another thing that plays into why so many blacks go into sports and entertainment or whatever, right? Because when you look at our Black elites that happen to dominate sports and be in entertainment, they maintain a connection with the community more so than others, right? So like if you come from a community where one of your own made it to the NFL, it's common, for example, like Chad Ochocinco, right? I know countless football players, right? But I'm gonna use Chad for example. Like it's so easy, he's so accessible, and so it's so easy for us to see ourselves in him because he comes back, he does a lot. So that's the reason why a lot of kids look up to him. But when you look at other forms of Black successes, I think because going into that corporate world and having to portray a certain image or whatever, a lot of them lose that connection with the community. So if you do have like blacks from like intelligentsia, academia, whatever, they're more prone to hang in white circles and take on behaviors that the average young Black kid won't identify with. Whereas the athletes, the entertainers, they're still there. They still dress how we dress growing up, you know. So it's I think that's a real nuanced discussion. And you can't just lump it up as elites. But it's like if you take Michelle Obama, right? Michelle Obama is from the same neighborhood Chief Keef is from, right? But by her making it into those political circles or whatever with white people getting esteemed, she lost that connection to her neighborhood. You don't see her in there, you know, so I doubt the average little girl from that area is gonna really identify with her or even want to be associated with her at some point, because it's like you don't even look back. Whereas you get a rapper like Rick Ross or Cardi B or Megan Thee Stallion, she still connects with the little girl. She still come around, do little parties and concerts in the neighborhood. So it's gonna create a different admiration for those.
I second that, Bo Diddley. I second that, and I agree with that. I think there's a place for both the intelligentsia, Black people, and then those that are into entertainment and sport. There's a place, and it all contributes to making us feel some type of way or have some type of pride or something. Whenever we see a Black person that's done brilliantly in the academic field as well, it makes us feel good. Whenever we see a Black person that does brilliantly in the entertainment field, it makes us feel good. So, but I think majorly what made us come together, especially the Afro-Caribbean and Black British people, I think it was mainly the culture and music that kind of break down the barriers. But I just want to I'm just gonna stop at that because I still have a bone to pick with Cajun Negos.
Hold on. Let me get in on that one real quick though, because this is an important question. This is the issue right here, and this is what when I'm talking about capitalism, right? What's the difference? You got to ask yourself, what's the difference between poor whites in America and poor blacks in America? There really isn't no difference. We should both have more in common with each other than rich black folks and rich white folks. But race, the factor of black and white, it allows it creates this factor to where poor whites get to say, well, at least I'm not black. And as long as they get to say that, they'll suffer just as much as we do throughout this system. They'll go through because really the you see it on black people in America, but this system it hurts a majority of white people. But they'll fight to keep it going because at the end of the day they get to say at least I'm not black.
What exactly are they keeping going?
The capitalism.
So you're against
it's
capitalism?
Only of course.
So guys, let Mr. Payne go.
You gotta have capital in order to play the game of capitalism. We playing on the monopoly board that's already been bought up.
Let me ask you a question. So what exactly system do you like? A Marxist type socialist system?
I say we could form something based on. I think the basis could be more of a socialist basis, but I think it would be a mixed economy. I think whatever we would create would be something that's mixed.
Let me just throw this idea at you, right? So if people believe that America is racist, inherently racist, right? And black people only make up 13% of the country, right? Why would you want a socialist system and a Marxist system where the leaders at the top control everybody at the bottom and create this whole, because if people are racist, you're still gonna have racists just by the numbers in control. But capitalism give you a opportunity through your skills or whatever, your money, to rise above, make it where all of these systems in place don't affect you anymore. So if you look at a country like Cuba, I mean, did they solve racism by making everybody broke now?
Well,
capitalism isn't. What I'm saying
Cuba was not a socialist country though. Cuba was a communist country, and it makes a big difference. You've never seen a socialist country at all. You've only seen can you give us socialism initiated into certain communities.
So can you give me an example of a socialist country that succeeded with a model that you would like to?
Example. That's my point. We don't have an example of an actual a full socialist country. But I will say that if you want to say as far as countries with socialist aspects, I would say that China succeeded. I mean, I don't see how you would say that China failed.
What metrics do you base that on?
All right, wait 1 second. We're gonna let African Fan Tribe go ahead. Is she there?
Yeah, I'm here. You know, I mute myself always, so you don't need to unmute me for a second because I was listening to Carolina Herrera. It's more interesting, but I have to listen to my children, and you know that I consider you my daughter and Kwesi my son. So, and then we have here the devils talking about me to Niger, for example. They're saying, like, look how I don't go with pigeons. I go with people that do have mind. Kwesi and you have very good mindset. And I like it. I like it a lot. To Niger and Bodiri, you see how they see me? They still come into my channel even if their pages are catfishing or catfish. Yeah, in this case, you see? So that's not the problem at all for me. The problem here, to me, what I see when I'm listening to you, every single of you, is about what you're saying, why, and then you say another complete different thing, another channel, and you try to be something. And the title of the video in this case is saying, what is the title of the video right now again? The title of the video is about why Africans don't talk to anyone when we travel. I think there is a misconception about this title, because when I come to any single country, I talk to anyone. I mostly have to speak to the people that are from the country because they know much better. Yeah. So that title, I think, is not okay to say. So we have to do business here. When we come to other countries, we do businesses, yeah, because we have to understand the laws of the countries, and then we have to talk to other people. And it doesn't matter if the person that is from the government is African American, or British or Spanish working with you. We have to talk to other people, because you cannot succeed in the countries without talking to other people. Then another thing is your particular issue, what you want to do. Because here in the UK, I see UK, to me, is one of the best countries in Europe. One of the best, of the best, of the best. And I travel almost European countries, every single day, almost every single of them. Because why? You find here a lot of diversity. You don't have to travel to any single country, because you come here to the UK, you find every single person here. And they could tell you about their own countries. People that are living here 30, 40 years, and they don't even speak English. But the government is helping them. So people talking about me, so that's good, because I want you to talk about me. Because I know you were watching me, because me, I didn't know you until recently, some of you, yeah? And then some of you, just because you come here to YouTube, and you hear somebody talking about me, you make your own assumptions. As soon as I said that I was raped in Pan-African Express back. That is very strong. It's very strong assumption. So that's why I want people to think, to use your brain, please. Use your brain. So YouTube is YouTube. Is what it is. YouTube is YouTube, but it's not real life, because when something is going to happen, you say that you don't talk to people. I know a lot of you have white friends or non-African friends. So when this is finished, if something happened to you, you have the 5 people you're going to ring on the phone. And one of them, if you live abroad, is a white person. Do you get this? We talk to every single person, but how can you succeed in this country if you don't talk to anybody? Because in the end, when I was in USA, I was going to people first that are from my own continent, because it's what is happening in USA. African people in USA, they have their own communities as they have in here. African people work with each other first. And then we resonate with other people there, obviously. But when we arrive there first, we have to speak to other people to succeed. That's what I have to say right now. I'm going to leave, but maybe I can be later on. But that's what, to see how people are. This is talker. It's a talker situation. But I'm listening to my children right now, really. Kwesi?
Right.
Hey, Kwesi, didn't see you.
Hello.
So that's why I'm going to leave myself here. I'm going to stop, and then later on I will jump again. So I'm going to leave the panel just for you, just to keep talking and to be okay. Thank you very much. Africa Millennium, love you. Okay, and jump again later on.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Hello, African millennial. Allow me to finish something up, and I will stop.
All right.
Allow me. Kezonigos, last week you guys did a brilliant live on why the African Parliament, or the Pan-African Parliament, is being funded by Europeans. You did a very, very brilliant live that I really, really enjoyed listening to that, because I heard so much intelligence. I even commented as well. So it's a case in which I wonder, like, Kizunigos, why do you think that Africans don't themselves, or black organizations or African organizations don't fund black our own liberal liberalization organizations? Why don't we fund them? Why do we not fund them? Because why is it that our enemies must fund the organizations that are supposed to set us free? Right? You know what I mean? So I heard you decry that as the most foolishness and stupidness. Then I understand. So I wonder, what do you think? What is the real reason why black people and African people don't fund their own organizations?
Come on, you know the answer to that question.
I'm asking President Nego.
You know, this is interesting because I was in Mr. Uganda's stream the other day, and there was a man, an African American man, who was proposing that we ask for America to come into Gambia, or rather to Equatorial Guinea, and then impose embargoes on Equatorial Guinea in order to force the president of Guinea to release Jammeh so that he can be charged by the International Criminal Court, which again is another atrocious testament, because every single time they go against anyone, it's always an African person. There is honestly here, I think there's a self-hate mechanism going on in our people, and I don't mean it in a very kind of woo way. I mean it in a very kind of realistic way. It seems like some of us don't trust us to actually go forth and carry things out. Maybe it's the experiences, but the issue here is that even when comments like that, it's really only someone like Tunija who would actually go against a comment like that vehemently. It seems like as Tunija said in previous statements, is we don't understand threat assessment to a level that transcends time. We're always looking at now, and some of us maybe don't have the ability to see beyond a few moments in the future. So for example, let's say if you look for a solution, you need to think about how will the solution affect things across a multitude of time, right? You have to include 1 generation, 2, 3, etc., into as far as you can go. But for some of us, we don't trust each other right now. And you know what? For good reason. Sometimes we don't carry out businesses with all the right competencies in check. This is the truth. I will come out and say that a lot of our businesses don't operate properly. But it then leads some of us to think, okay, well, that means we can't trust each other to fix the problems. So we then end up trusting people who our memories is too small. And also, another issue is the lessons that we tend to learn is the wrong lesson. So I'll give you an example. A week ago, again, I had another stream and I was speaking to someone else, and they believe that the lessons to learn from, what the Muzungus did when they came to colonize, or in case of the British and the Portuguese enslave, is that we can't trust Wazungus. But this is actually the wrong lesson. The lesson is you can't trust anyone. What got us into that situation was the fact that we trusted anyone. So you tend to have this kind of strange argument whereby people say, well, the Americans say that the Chinese are trying to recolonize Africa, and then we say, well, that's not true. That China isn't really trying to recolonize us. No, here's the thing: both are true. America says that in order for us not to trust China, so that we don't do business with China, so we do business with them. But it's also true that China is trying to recolonize us. Both statements are true. And that is part of the problem. We tend to want to believe someone, to trust someone, instead of being competent in the game and playing the game properly and then building on the structure. So instead, we have this strange thing of wanting to believe that there is a good or bad side, and then that leads us to all these problems. None of us should be in any international criminal court if we're the only ones being charged. I mean, this is literally madness.
I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying there, and I don't think I can disagree with that much. But what I'm saying is, I think to a certain extent, it has to do with the fact that most of us who have capacity and who have, financial wealth or fiscal wealth, are because we have the most basic living standards. You understand? So we don't have any actual money to spare, really. We don't really have money to spare. So we tend to scrutinize our organizations, as brilliant as they are. We tend to scrutinize them a lot more instead of just leaving our money to them. Now, is that due to our lack of threat assessment, or is it just because we don't have enough capital to put into our own organization? So we end up having foreigners put money into our own organizations. You know, I think that could be it, because most of us, if we are wealthy, we only have the bare minimum to live a decent standard of living. The rest of us are fighting to get that basic standard of living. You understand? So a lot of African organizations, I think, are not being funded because we don't have that money to spare.
Hey,
Madar, let me just answer that. No, let me just go first.
Go ahead.
So, Madar, I think like most of the leaders, from my assessment, I think I want you guys to answer not a question but a statement that I'm going to say. But I think the reason why most leaders do this is it goes back to what you said. Most Africans live in basic, pretty much agrarian living standards, and I think the leaders, when they make these deals or they allow foreigners to fund their organization, it's because it doesn't affect them, because they've reached a point in society to where whatever happens in Africa doesn't affect the leaders. And to be honest, bad governments come from bad people. So when Africans, one of the things that irritates me all the time when I hear from Africans is they say, oh, well, the leaders are corrupt, this and that. Well, the leaders come from the people. It's the people that produce those governments that they complain about. So if you have a problem with the government, you know, we've seen throughout history, you overthrow them. So I think that a lot of times, go ahead.
I want to add here, I don't think the leaders are corrupt. I know this is going to get some clap back. African leaders are not corrupt. African people in general are corrupt. And I believe that everyone is corrupt in Africa, including the grandmothers, the pastors, especially the religious people. And the issue is, I'm not blaming anyone. What I'm saying is a culture of corruption that exists. For example, when I was in Kenya and I tried to get my driving license, I had to go and I was there. I was supposed to go there at 1 p.m. and the lesson's supposed to start at 1, right? I get there at 12:50, but 1:30 still no one there to take me. Then I realized the people buying lunch for these driving instructors are getting to go on to obviously a much longer trip, and they get picked up even before the time. That culture of corruption is ingrained. So when we talk about leaders, it's not the leaders who are corrupt. Everyone is corrupt, because how does it happen that every single leader becomes corrupt? It's just a culture of corruption that is endemic in the system. And the only way that we can change this if we actually apply solutions that are going to work. For example, right, the other day we're talking about basic solutions for corruption. Sometimes we try to look for solutions that are so high up, like, okay, setting up an African Union, then having them arbitrate certain conditions, that's a too complicated thing. There's technology right now, for example, literally systems that you can, you can vote in, have some kind of very high cryptological system whereby money can be tracked. People cannot just spend money without the other people literally seeing what the money's going and following the cash. This will make it so much more difficult for corruption that the culture will reduce because it's too difficult. We need to apply basic solutions like this. Like what, for example, in Ethiopia, right? And in Kenya, but I'll start off with Ethiopia. There's
the Cardano project they got in Ethiopia, tracking education and all that.
Exactly, right. See, we're finally beginning to start using this. And before the Cardano project, the reason why even Ethiopia did this is because let's say you are a hotel owner, right? And you have a lot of people coming in, and so you're selling a lot of obviously tea, coffee, or whatever. What kept happening is obviously the corrupted people. I know they're not being paid enough, but that's a whole different case. What they would do is they would steal some money. Now, what they came up with a nice little analog system is they made a nice little print. If you do not get a receipt, do not pay. This kind of reduced the corruption levels within the hotels and other kind of industries because, well, a person has to get a receipt, and this receipt is generated through the cashier. So obviously, there's a tracking for everything. Now, this is the kind of solutions that we need to think. The whole trying to get everyone to change, and that's not going to happen because culture changes when you force people to interact in a certain way. If you create a school and then you make jobs that people need to go to school for, people will go to school. But if you tell people go to school, they're not generally going to do it.
That is correct. And I think most of the...
No. Before anyone goes ahead, did Bo want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to speak to the original point that he made, right? But I'm not speaking to Africa, right? Like taking Africa out of the equation, right? Because I feel like a lot of these problems are bigger than just Africa. And I think a lot of them can be summed up by just this is one of the times where race comes into the factor, right? Whereas we have, so speaking about fixing issues in Africa or whatever. If you look at even Black America, why I don't believe in the thing is I don't believe money is the root of it. So a lot of people say we can't do certain things because of money, right? But at the same time, like to the point Mama Zay made, it's our values a lot of time because we see success through almost through whiteness, right? So no matter how much money we get or how much money is generated through our entertainers, our sports figures, they have the capital needed to create lasting change in a lot of these places, in a lot of our communities, you know what I mean? Whether they're African or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure Drogba has enough money where he can go back to his country, Cote d'Ivoire, and do amazing things, create industries, and do all this. But what you see with our celebrities is what do they invest their money in? Luxury products, ostentatious houses, Louis Vuitton houses. So the money, so no matter how much money we get, we give it back because we want to create this illusion of success, which in reality is not success. So I think it comes down to our value system and what we as Black people
Bo Diddley, instead of targeting a few individual successful Black people, why don't we, in a way, try to get better, gain skills in which we can rise up us individually, successfully, and so we might be able to put that money into propagating and changing the mindset of many of us instead of individuals becoming martyrs.
The reason I specifically use entertainers, right, and athletes, and I'm speaking from an ADOS perspective, right, in America with the Black community over here, right. This has nothing to do with Africa, right. But you can take from it what you will, right, and use parallel. So if you look at the amount of money and salaries and whatnot that the NBA and the NFL pay out to Black people, it's in the billions of dollars. You know what I mean? So we have the capital needed to make real changes within our community where we don't have to go outside of it. But the people that's getting the money and the people that aspire to have the money, they don't aspire to get the money to create real change that can benefit our people. Whereas we look to see what the white man is going to do, or we think it's got to come from the white man. But if you look at the Jews in their history in America, when they came here in the early 1900s, like the word ghetto comes from the Jews. You know what I mean? Like they were living in ghettos in lower Manhattan and whatever, Upper East Side, New York. But they took their wealth and they created industries and circulated amongst themselves. Like Jews were never known for being ostentatious and buying all of that stuff. And what they did was they created a class within their people where they have their own banking industries where they can go to each other for money. And like, how many Black people you think can go to another Black person for money, like underground, without it being some type of trickery or sense having stuff where they trying to price gouge? You know, so I think a lot of it comes down to cultural and just values that we have as Black people that make it hard for us.
Before anyone replies to that, did Meech?
Let me make a point.
No. It's my show. Thank you. Did Meech have anything to say before anyone wanted to reply?
I kind of just I forgot who just said it before, Bo. He kind of just like basically said what I was kind of say, and I agree. And it's like when you come on these panels like this, it's just that people try to like divide more, and they're not listening and they're not sharing knowledge. Like, you know what I mean? If we can communicate like that, maybe something could start to kick off. You know what I mean? Like, but I agree with what bro said. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Bo Diddley, I agree with what you said, but I just feel like we have had so much representation.
Madara. Two Nigel wanted to reply, and then Diego wanted to reply too.
I was gonna bounce off because this was not gonna be long and all that, because I wanted to bury it, and I don't want this to take over the whole discussion because this is not what it was about. You understand? So, but Bo Diddley, I agree with what you said, that changing the mindset, but we seem to be focusing on changing the mindset of a few individuals amongst us that have succeeded. You understand? And we do have representation of that in the sense of many leaders that have become martyrs and they have died in Congo, Magufuli recently. And then you have that one in Ghana that died when he spoke up. You understand? So we do have people who have a changed mindset, but they keep dying. You understand? So do we focus on individuals that can actually funnel and fund money to us, or do we focus on a lot of us that could potentially add and also so we can fund our own organizations instead? You understand what I mean? I get what people are saying. It's not all about money, but it's about developing ourselves to be able to gain the capital needed to fund our own organizations. Else, this is gonna keep continuing. If you rely only on individuals, they will keep taking them out all the fucking time.
But how do we develop on ourselves when we don't have, well, some of us, not all of us, some of us don't have the money to do it?
That is very interesting. It comes down to the fact that a lot of us here in the West have a lot of skills that we can impart in Africa. Have a lot of even Kezonegos himself is an example of it. He's starting up his own engineering company in Africa. Who knows what's gonna happen to his business? He's probably gonna blow. You understand what I mean? A lot of us have the same ideology. So Africa is a place where we are not necessarily hinged or are being pressed down upon to compete. So that's a place that even the whole world is taking part in that. You understand? Africa is a place we can potentially win. You can potentially win and gain money. It's down to the same fact that tonight just said African Americans have money. If they use that money in Africa, they could quadruple their wealth to enable to stand up for black people in America. You understand what I mean? So Africa is the place where we can actually become that financially wealthy to gain influence and spread the message that will guarantee victory for us in the world and in Africa for a long time to come.
Thank you. Can I just say something? You see, there were points that has been raised regarding the Pan-African Parliament and the one that wanted another country to repatriate, other people calling for international people to come and do that for them, and you hear so many cases like this. As a matter of fact, I spoke to someone just today, and I asked him what's going on in the country. Well, why are the people fighting? And he said, "Oh, these people, Western people, they put us together, and they're not coming here to help us." And it comes down to, I'm sorry to say, our communities seems to be in a state of somewhat adolescence or infancy, really. We don't see ourselves as way makers in the world that can determine our destiny ourselves. And we always seem to give the others benefit of the doubt to come and rescue us. This is why you expect some other person to pay for your parliament. How can some other group pay for your parliament and you think that is the way to go? And you hear these all cases where these Africans, they don't see the Westerners as competitors. They don't see them as rivals. They see them as, people that just did stuff for us and they went away, and we can call on their help, and we rely on their judgments of our economies, on our way of life. It's like, I remember, when I was growing up, I used to, as a young man and all the rest, you'd be scared of staying alone or in the dark and stuff like that. But the moment I grew up, I realized that, hey, the person I should be afraid people should be afraid of me in the dark, not the other way around. And our mentality is that we still have that infant mentality that other people are the ones we should be scared of in the dark. They are not scared of us. We don't want to determine our own destiny. We don't want to take control of our own affairs. You see that everywhere in the African Union, in the way our militaries are recruited. We are not even defending ourselves at all. It's as if we're waiting for the West side to tell us, you know what, you need to recruit more soldiers to defend your borders. Who will do that for you? Nobody will. You are expecting some other person's husband to come and save you. Have they got 8 heads? Your wife shouldn't have any respect for you if you allow some other person's husband to come and save you. So this is the kind of mentality. How can you see a grown man saying, British people should come and help us out? Who helped the British? Did we come and help the British people to pick themselves up after the Romans decimated them? You have to save yourself in this world. When it comes to groups, you have to pick yourself up and start moving on. And I told that guy that told me, why these people are not helping. I said, you have to understand that these people that you are saying they are not like you, that these people put you together, you have been living with them for thousands of years. And somehow the white man is the one that determines your relationship with them now. Why are you people not waking up to the fact that these are your brothers? You need to learn to start seeing them as one. This is our problem. We have to start shaking off all this. It's a mentality thing. I see people say that, you know, it has money. It's not money, because the same money that you used to pay your staff in your country, you can use it to recruit people. The same money you used to pay teachers, or used to buy anything, the same money the people are spending, you can take it from them and use it to pay for something, like the way Ethiopia did with the dam. They didn't need the diaspora to do that for them. They just took money from the people to build the dam. The same thing can be used to recruit soldiers, can be used to build great hospitals. The problem with us is that we don't seem to have that vision to do those type of things. There's only one person I see in Nigeria now that is coming up with that kind of idea, thinking outside the box, looking at the way the Africa is shaped and seeing all the opportunities that Africa holds. So we have to start looking at this world as we are participants. We are not expecting other people to come and save us. And once we change that mindset, you will start seeing people holding their governments accountable, saying, you know what, we need you to build hospital for us, or you will elect somebody to do that. And we're going to give you the money to do it, because that is what all the world is doing. This is what the world is doing. People pay money. The UK here, they pay money for NHS, their hospitals. They pay money for their rails, their transportation. They pay money for everything. They take care of themselves. But Africans, especially Nigerians that I know, in my own case, they expect government to do everything for them somehow, because they are digging something out of the ground. What if we didn't have all that stuff under the ground?
Do
You have to
Nigerians
remember
pay
that
taxes?
you control yourself. They hardly want to pay taxes, but guess what? The government have figured out the way to collect tax from Nigerians. They take it directly from the account now. And this is the point. You can also use that to circumvent corruption. Say you tell Nigerians, pay 2,000 naira every month for your military. When they take the money from the account, they pay directly to the military according to the ranks. All the bank will need is the list of people that they need to pay and how much they need to pay them. You see what I mean? There are ways to circumvent corruption that the money doesn't even get into the hands of any minister, directly from the people straight to the people, the beneficiaries, the people that are supposed to be paid. So you see, from what Kezo said, technology can be used to short-circuit the corrupt practices. So we have to start taking responsibility for ourselves and start coming up with modern solutions. Like, you know, the way Kezo put it right now, it shows you the way he thinks. He's been exposed to technology to think like that. No, people that are not exposed to that will not think that way. People that are not exposed to thinking like we have to take control of our own destiny will not think that way. They will still be waiting for the British to give them the go ahead. You know, you need to do this. A British official came to Nigeria recently, and he said the problem with Nigeria is underdevelopment and corruption and all that. As if that is the only problem Nigeria has. The reason why Nigeria is having the issues they're having now is the country is not secure. It's so obvious to see. It's not because our military is corrupt. We don't even have the numbers. If we had the numbers, this problem would not be there. And this foreign investment will come in, and this Nigerians that are overseas will return back to the country. Do you know the kind of wealth that will be poured into the country because of that? But no, our leaders are not doing these things. Many of these things is not rocket science to solve. And I believe that maybe it's the colonized mindset of our older leaders that is causing this problem. Maybe when the new generation starts coming in, they will start changing these things, because I have seen that in the new generation in Nigeria itself. Thank you.
No worries. Did anybody in the bottom want to reply to that?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, so the first thing is we are too concerned about the West, but if you look at the future, you understand that the Chinese are the ones who will dominate, and they will make African slaves, and they will create concentration camps in Africa. This is their plans, in which the Africa works, and all the things that are produced in Africa, from agriculture to resources, is shipped to their countries. This is their plan, but we're still concerned about the white folk, is the first point I'm making. So we need to evolve from that point. The second point is the African folk, he's dumb by nature. Is something you need to understand. It's something we need to understand so that we can move forward. This is why you see the kind of stupidity you find in Africa. It's because we're dumb by nature. You know why? Because other people, they had harsh situations from weather to everything, so they had to find a way they can do for themselves and live for themselves. So they had to think a lot about solution for their problems since, like, let's say, thousands of years ago when they were created. So the African folk, if you see hundreds of years from now, you will see that he was still naked because he never had the thing about, man, the weather's not favoring us or whatnot. So this is where you find, and you'll see that Africans are lazy. You see, so we can find all of this stuff, but we need to understand the problems we have. Is genetically we're not evolved yet to be competing with other races when it comes to using our brain. And this is the truth. From me doing my researches and learning about neurogenics and genetics and what everything, this is the solution I came to. So we need to approach these things and actually understand.
How do you mean
I'm not
genetically?
sure about that. I'm not sure about that.
I disagree with that because I don't think genetically we are generally similar. Maybe because of our environment, we have some threat assessment issues. But that is what we are trying to change. We have to start recognizing threats from 5-6 steps away, which is what they do here. If they sense that, I don't know what anybody has heard about Maddie song where they say, kill them before they grow. So
Yeah,
they start small, and when they see the threat is small, they smother it out before it becomes a big threat. These people,
yes,
they came to Africa. See, let me give you one thing. One other damage they've done in Africa that's actually permanent. Like, they came to Africa, 2 African lion species have been wiped out. There's a reason why in Europe you don't see a lot of wild creatures. Because these people, the way they perceive threat is very different. If they see threat, they want to destroy it and destroy every ounce of it. That is their approach. And that's why they are very hostile to each other. But they are also smart enough to know how to set their differences aside to oppress or take advantage of other groups. If you check the list of separatist groups in Europe, you'll be surprised how long it is.
But that doesn't address the economics.
Tunaja, that's good. Tunaja, do you think it's only will alone, or the change of mindset alone that it will take to at least reshape things in Africa? Would you think it's only the changing of mindset, or do you think because the leaders right now, because a lot of them are colonized mentally, that's the reason why do you think that's the reason why they sign up to these things? Because they colonize mentally.
See, Magufuli, you mentioned Magufuli, why he was able to be compromised relatively easily. Because he's not. When I checked the security level in Tanzania, I was shocked myself. How can you have that size of military and you expect to keep yourself safe? This is why our African leaders are dying at a higher rate. They are not secure. Look at the numbers. If you have that kind of security in other nations, you will be seeing the same things. The countries are simply not secure. It's like I'm sounding an alarm here. This is an alarming thing. This is why our leaders die. This is why it's easy for them to agree for foreigners to come into our territories, because they know they are not secure. If they resist, sooner or later, they will get them. This is a situation. It's a shameful thing for me to be here, sitting here and admitting, and we as young people, and I wouldn't call myself young, but the younger ones should start realizing these things and start changing the mindset. This is not paranoia. I think people says I'm paranoid, but it's the numbers that is making me paranoid. It's not just paranoia. The numbers are making me paranoid, because when you look at the whole world, it's not the same. Why shouldn't you be paranoid? We've had the enslavement era. We've had the colonization era. So what else do you need to become paranoid in this world? If you are not going to be paranoid with all these things that's happened to us, the poverty and everything, God help us. Is the extinction we're waiting for?
You see, to Niger, you need to understand what's happening here is a lot of Africans are actually glad they speak the colonizers' language, and they want to be attached by the colonizers. I watched something. Somebody said, we earned the right to speak the Portuguese. I'm from Mozambique. We speak Portuguese. A guy on national television is arguing we earned the right to speak Portuguese. So you need to understand that we actually think we are inferior compared to the white man, and we want to get attached to him. You see, so we have a long way to go as Africans. This is why I'm telling you. But we can perceive these things because our neurogenetics are not on the same level as other groups of people. This is why when you find out
Meaning
the
what?
inventions,
Okay, can I
what
speak?
You're starting to offend me a little bit, man.
I got a question.
I
Can I
mean,
speak?
That's highly offensive.
Whoa,
are you
That's
basically
highly
saying that
offensive.
we're not capable?
Africans are
I'm not saying
the
we're
Okay,
not
most superior
capable.
let him
I'm
finish.
telling
Let him
you,
finish.
listen,
Let him finish. Let him
listen.
finish.
I never say we're not capable. I never said that. I said you need to we have a lot of stupid folks amongst us. You think why do you think is that? Is it the problem? We are being emotional here. I read books. I do my own analogy of situations. You see, I'm not being emotional here. I'm telling you the truth.
For you to say
Let's see.
we are genetically somewhat inferior to the other groups is one is downright wrong. Then why you would
Okay.
think that is true is befuddling me, because the fact on the ground indicates that this Africa has never been defeated until just last 500 years ago. If we were so weak, don't you think we would have been overwhelmed? A one-eyed queen during the time when the British was being colonized and enslaved, the Romans couldn't defeat her. A one-eyed queen from Kush. So
Let me
for
say
you to
something
be
to
calling
Nigel.
us inferior,
Okay,
that is just wrong.
to Nigel. Let me to his point, right? I'm not saying I agree with what he's saying, right? But just following his train of thought and what he said. So I think what he's saying is that as black people, Africans specifically, who he's talking about, they didn't have to evolve in the same way as white people. Because if you look at like the weather and the circumstances of how white people evolved, they kind of evolved because they had to leave Europe back then due to weather, whatever, famine, whatever, plagues, and they had to go out and search for greener pastures, so to speak, right? So I think that evolved their thought process and how they analyze situations or whatever. Whereas with Africans, I think by Africans, what I think he's saying is that by them having the best weather, they didn't really have to venture out and
That's
interact with other groups or whatnot for their
that's
survival. For their
that's
survival.
what I'm telling you. Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
That
Look at
still
it
doesn't make
from
any
this
sense to me.
perspective.
Wait,
What
Can I
let
speak?
Diego finish. Let Diego finish, and then
look
Mr.
at
Nice
look,
and
look
me
at this
will
from
answer.
this perspective. Let's say you start playing the piano from the time you're 8 years old. You see, your neurogenetics will by the time you're 28, the piano will be a game for you because of your neurogenetics. So the more you do something, the more your neurogenetics improve. You see, it's proven in the brain aspect of it. You can read on books. I'm telling you from a book perspective and actually analyzing situation. I'm not just speaking. The
You
thing
are
is, we're
talking
not being
about
emotional.
experience. You are talking about
What?
experiences altering the way people behave.
Wait,
That is bad.
let him
Because I need
finish.
to take on this point, because he's making a
Don't.
technical point that quite a few people may not be able to address. But I can leave it if you want me to let it go, because it's not letting me here, obviously.
No, Diego, are you finished or?
No, I'm just telling you the point that the neurogenetics
Yeah.
improve the more you do something. This is what I'm telling you. So these guys, the other races, they already had their neurogenetics in certain areas and aspects of life improved because of the situations they had. You see that we Africans we didn't need to at the moment. So now we are playing catch up, and we need to work harder than everybody else to improve our neurogenetics. I never said that the Africans are not capable or they are less than. You see, we need to understand what I'm telling you.
Yeah, no, I
See,
get
they
what you're
had
saying.
plagues. You see,
Yeah.
they had plagues. Now they came with the solutions to create vaccines and all of this stuff because of the plagues they had. You see, the diseases. So it improved that they had to think about how they can move forward when it comes to this situation. So it's what I'm telling you.
Challenges they face,
Yeah,
isn't
No,
no,
it?
I
that's
get
not true, bro.
what you're saying.
Vaccines started with us. Africans is the ones who created vaccines, bro. That's not
That's
even
true.
true.
Okay, can I speak?
Okay, Mr. Nice, you can go ahead.
Okay, first of all, let's talk about vaccine, the plague thing. First of all, the founder of our vaccine was an African slave. First of all, he the one literally the first time that this how it goes. He saw the same problems and he told them the cure for that vaccine. The Europeans took it and evolved it and he never got no recognition for it. You talk about genetic evolved. First of all, Africans always been evolved until slavery start happening. Most of the time, when the Europeans came and they destroyed everything in the continent of Africa, there was war between Europeans and Africans, and a lot of Europeans lost the wars. So when you talk they're not evolved, it's the reason why what's happening today is not because we're not evolved, it's because we try to be white. We try to be Europeans. That's the problem. Nobody's trying to talk about everybody trying to be white. Everyone trying to European. They're trying to follow the same steps what Europeans are doing. Nobody's not trying to do their own thing. The Asians, they not do the same thing as Europeans. That's the problem. We try to be white. We try to
Let me
follow
just ask you a question. Sorry for cutting you off, bro. If we're trying to be white, why don't we innovate like they are innovating then? Why don't we come up with new
we got
products and stuff?
we got
It's not
systems.
If we're
allowed.
We have systems that only everything when Europeans want Africa, they give them systems that they are to follow. And those systems are we still use them to this day. The president system, that's not our system. The system is in Africa that it's only it only benefit European. No Africans ever create any system. The countries we live in today, they're designed by European. It was never designed by Africa. That's the problem we have in Africa. Africa never created their own way of doing things. Every other culture did. Asian created their own way. European created their own way. Africa did not create nothing.
So wouldn't that
We
go
just
back to his point though? Wouldn't that prove his point
no,
in the sense?
no, it still doesn't go back because there's a thing. It still doesn't go back because literally Africans trying to be European. Everybody is talking here, all of them are saying why shouldn't be successful as Europeans. Nobody's saying that what can we do that makes us be successful in our own way, in our own countries.
No, what I'm saying is that to his point about the having to evolutionize, whereas white people left Europe for greener pastures, right? For whatever reasons, and it made them create self-sustaining communities, right?
Then
Because they
European
still
not the
understood.
first one.
What I'm
European
saying
was
is,
never the
I,
first one to leave
I'm not saying that they
areas.
were. I'm not saying that they were, but they were able to leave and create self-sustaining because they still identified with wherever they was from. They still, like, if you take the Afrikaners, for example, right, in South Africa, all these years, over hundreds of years or whatever, they went to South Africa because of the weather, the resources or whatever, right? But they still identified with who they were and having that understanding that we're just coming here, but we still have to be we have to self-sustain outside of everything else. Whereas Africans or whatever, they kind of like had like a more like where they just went with the flow, right? And they didn't put as much effort into being self-sustainable when they left there due to whatever it may it be slavery or whatever, colonization. I don't know what you want to blame it on, right? But white people and other races, the Chinese, everywhere they go, they create a system where they sustain themselves because they leave with a different purpose than more so Africans do, black people do. I'm just gonna say black people in general, because I think this applies to Africans and African Americans.
Yeah.
Okay, I can answer that
Someone said
question.
something
Hold on.
about
Can I
IQ.
talk? Can I talk,
Okay,
please?
can I speak? Can I
I said
speak?
Africans have a low
Oh,
IQ.
wait,
I
one
just
second.
I
One
just wanted
second.
to address the IQ also.
Wait. There was a message dropped in the private chat that takes precedence, unfortunately. So Meech can go ahead, and then I suppose Tunajai and Kaizo can reply.
Thank you.
I just wanted to like say like what Tunaja was saying. I feel like it comes with a mindset. Like that's all of the things that everybody's saying is understandable, but at the end of the day, like I was telling Bo this yesterday, nobody is coming up with a solution to these problems. We all understand this now, right? So my thing is, for the future generations, even if you don't, but you can't pass the word down to somebody who doesn't think like that, like who's like, we can't go there. You know, you kind of more want to, I don't know. I just feel like the future would be where to start, because you got older guys like you know, that's not gonna change their ways. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna keep that same mindset, and to me, it's scary. That's the scary mindset, if you ask me. And like I said, like the Africa does need to develop like a stronghold. Like everybody, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I like to come on these panels and get the actual people who's in Africa, get their point of view, instead of letting everybody else say, hey, yeah, brother, you can't go there, you can't do that, and you never been there, or you know what I mean? So I just feel like, yeah, just keep communicating. Yeah, that's pretty much what I gotta say. You know, I just want to hear more solutions at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? So what's the solution to your for you guys saying that we couldn't go over there or we couldn't do this as one? There's no, like, where do we start to unite? Even if we started in America, like Bo said yesterday, you know, there's little communities in America that got businesses and this and that and that and this. But like, where's their form of security? Because America's not like for America, like Ruger is not going to sponsor us guns and tanks so we can be like a Palestine and Israel, you know what I'm saying, in America, because we're going to keep getting gunned down. It don't matter if you develop your own little Black Wall Street. We're going to keep getting gunned down in America. You know what I'm saying? By police and stuff like that. So that's why I'm trying to figure out, what is your solution? And instead of you just coming on these panels and telling everybody not to go make their own personal experience, what is your solution to things like this? And that's what I was asking you yesterday. I think somebody that people should go to is Knockmeezy. If you got any, like Knockmeezy, he came on today on my live stream, and we got to actually conversate and go back and forth about this. He told me his personal experiences. I listened, you know, and it's not hard to obtain the information. It's just you know, and yeah, that's basically what I gotta say at the end of the day.
Well, go follow Knockmeezy.
What's your channel name?
It's Meets AZTV, and I actually. So yesterday when I was actually on the live with Bo, right? I'm talking and I'm not trying, it doesn't matter, you know. But I made a whole live video about it, and all that video, I edited some parts out of the video that we did together so y'all can hear what I'm talking about, and how these people come on these panels and be like, you can't do this and you can't do that. Today, Bo has a whole different energy, but I'm gonna just
it's a whole different topic, that's why.
But you still talking about the same thing I was saying yesterday to you. I said the same thing yesterday that Two Niger just said to you, and you cut me off. And
I don't agree with Two Niger either.
That's fine. But guess what? We still won. We still got the same problem in America, because I'm in America. I'm from America, so we got the same problem in America. What?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
I think I was supposed to respond. Sorry about that.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and also have you finished Mitch is it TV? Have you finished?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And I apologize. I know I saw your comment, and it's just that the discussion was very hot, and I was just in the mood to respond. I'm sorry about that. Regarding the lower IQ point that was raised, I think we have to be careful when we just judge lower IQ like that, because what I know for sure is that IQ is elastic, and it's already proven that poorer people have lower IQ than richer people, for the particular reason that it's like running a computer. When you have so many things running at the same time, it performs less well than when another one has all the time, like Apple. iPhones that don't run too many things but do it very well. That is how rich people run their own this, because they have time to relax and have time to rest. When you are stressed, we all know how people behave when they are stressed. They don't think very logically. That's why you have manslaughter. And that's why you hear cases where people go get divorced because, hey, they're a little bit horny and they forget that they're married and all the rest of it, because their IQ reduces at a certain point. We know IQ is elastic. It's just basic science. If Africans are scoring lower in the IQ, it's because generally the population is stressed. The population is poor. They are having to cope with so many different things. So there is a reason why a Nigerian young girl won the maths competition around the world this year. There's a reason why a Nigerian girl, young girl, can get $5 million, $5 million worth of scholarship. It's not because they are special among the group of these Africans. It's because their parents were rich. If you look at the parents were dedicated. They had the time. They gave the child the space to learn. If we are exposed to the same situation, you'll find our IQ shoot through the roof too, if not even higher. We are the ones that created the race that went and conquered the whole world, for crying out loud. For somebody to come here and sit here and tell us because we have lower IQs, because they are not thinking clearly about the way IQ behaves. And this is why it's dangerous for people to have a kind of half knowledge about stuff. Because I have actually seen the research that talked about how poor people make poorer decisions because of the stress they have to go through. So you see what I mean? The Bible is quite weirdly correct about this. When he talked, I think Kaiser know about this rule, where he talked about it will take whatever the poor has got and still give it to the rich. What it is saying there is that the rich has so much advantage. If the fact that they are rich is bad enough, they can even make better decisions than poorer people. You see what I mean? So this is a self-fulfilling prophecy when you look at it. And when we walk our way out of this difficult situation we find ourselves, we have to do it brutally. That's in a brute way. We are not going to rely on exceedingly high intelligence. It's the elites that are going to have that intelligence. This is how nations do it. This is how Stalin did it for Russia. This is how Chairman Mao and the people that run China did it for themselves. You have to have the elite that have that higher IQ, that can think clearly and be able to make decisions for the people, so that the people now can, let's say, just like recruiting more people, that simple thing. They can do that. So Mitch talked about solutions. I've been talking about the solutions for a long time. That's why I came on this type of platforms to say this about things. I'm sorry, I'm taking a bit long, but I just have to say it. I've said it before. Africans need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, but when they want to be stopped, this is where the diaspora comes in, especially the African Americans that have leverage over the American state itself, which is the superpower of the world. They can step in and say, hey, our people are being harassed. Why are you putting sanctions on them? Because they are trying to develop themselves. They are trying to create their steel industry. Because there are so many unfair things that are happening on the ground in Africa. If they try to move, they stop them. The IMF will stop them. The WTO will stop them. They use all the instruments of international law to stop African countries from progressing, because they are gaining from it. Somebody talked about how aircrafts were flying all the way from Paris or from France to Central African Republic. Every day, 2 cargo aircrafts coming to Central African Republic and taking resources out, emptying out the continent every single day. This is the kind of stuff that we have to be able to overcome with the people on the ground, at the same time with the diaspora. And we have to work together. I believe that Africa can enrich the diaspora by giving them projects. This is a direct solution too, because I've had African leaders talk about how they are willing to give African Americans and Nigerians that are overseas contracts. If they come in and say, okay, I can build bridges, they'll give them the contract to do it instead of giving it to Germans. So, but they are not showing up. That is the problem. And many African leaders are not even looking out for that. I know some are looking out for it. Many of them are not. And that is what we need to start changing, so that when we start working together, we will be able to resolve all these problems. It's not as difficult. There are people that have gone through hell. The British people, when they were conquered by the Romans, it took them more than 1,500 years to start becoming superpowers in the world. We lost just about 600 years ago. And I believe we have the chance to get ourselves out of the mess in this century. So it's not an easy feat to be enslaved and pull yourself out of it. If it was so easy, the British would have done it a long time ago, before 500 years ago. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I just address? Let me just address. I'll be quick. But the first thing I want to say, I never said the Africans have low IQ. I said they're not well evolved in the same areas the whites are when it comes to neurogenetics. You can actually see in sports the blacks are more
Sorry, it
evolved.
was Casey that said that.
Yeah. But I will tell you something. The thing is, we make a lot of excuses on why whites do things for us. Listen, we don't have the same level of thinking when it comes to managing a country, because we chose their system. So the consequence of it, you have smarter people running the same system that you chose to abide, 45 years ago, and they have the same system working for them for like 145 years. So this thing will always. This is what will happen. It's the consequence of it. You see, we made this decision to actually be oppressed because we chose this system. And the second thing is, you can say planes flying all the way. If we knew how to manage a system, we already have satellites that control all the aircrafts that are not managed by us getting into our system. So it shows that we don't understand economics, because economics comes with managing scarcity. And this is why these guys comes and create wars, because they have scarcity of certain resources. They need to expand their economy. You see, so it all the system that we don't understand. This is why I'm telling you, we are not operating on the same level as they operate when it comes to this stuff, because we are not used to do it only now. So these mistakes we are doing now are mistakes that are expected to be done when you actually do research. These are mistakes that are expected to be done. So we will have a hard price to pay it, but we made the wrong decision. For the first day we raised our flag, that's when we made a mistake, because we chose a system that we did not understand.
Right. See, I'm the one who said Africans have low IQ. It's true. We do have a low IQ on average, but that doesn't really mean much, because the IQ test is based on how Mzungu's brain works, right? If you do an IQ test on a Mzungu and he scores 70, that means he or she actually is mentally imbecile. If the African scores 70, actually, guess what? They can have a child, they can have a family, they can even know 2,000 different plant orientations, like those pygmies, which apparently the IQ average is 65. That doesn't make sense. The two things don't translate, because they're measuring two different brain kind of thinking. But I do agree with what the brother said. It's about systems. My understanding really is that we're going to have to find a very unique solution to this, right? If you notice that the same story that we keep telling each other, no matter who it is that we can't seem to work together. Now, a lot of us start to wonder, this includes the Africans. It's not just the African Americans or Caribbeans, it's all of us. Some tribes, like some Nigerian tribes like Yorubas and Igbos, can kind of do it sometimes. But even then, not really. My understanding is that actually Africans, we're not really systemic people. We don't really follow systems. We're not really equipped to sort of following rules in the same way that Wazungus are. Wazungu's culture is predicated upon following rules and setting up. If you know the average Mzungu is not intelligent, he's not more intelligent than anyone here. Really, they're just not. But what they do have is they have a system that works really well. So let's use an example here. Music, right? In music, you can either write a rap, right? You can go and sit down and contemplate and really study and write a perfect kind of rhyme, or you can freestyle. Now, what I'm saying here is that we are much better at freestyling than they are, but they are better at writing because they have the focus to write and contemplate that kind of writing. Hence, their music is classical music. Ours is more jazz. Jazz is more creative. It's more in flow with the rhythm. And the point here is that we are more creative individuals who are freer than they are, and that comes to our detriment. The average one of us is actually more intelligent than the average one of them, but what they have behind them is a system that is followed and functions. So really, we got to find a unique solution here. This whole us not working together thing, it's it's really not as woo as you think. There really is the simple fact that we're more, I call it, what's that word? We're more nomadic based people. Like we move around, and that's how we get to know for example, if you look at the nomads, right, in various different African tribes, the Maasais, the Tuaregs, etc., they move from areas of pasture to the new areas, and then have to learn and they have to kind of engage with very brutal kind of environments. That's where our culture started from. Theirs is more systemic. They follow rules, they follow one leader, and they do what those kind of leaders and rules say. So we have to be unique here, figure out how do we make ourselves either much higher level, so we could actually improve the level that we're at, or find a new way of a new system that actually accepts our individuality somehow, and then allows for us to come together and work. But we can't just assume that we're like them. No, we're definitely more of that creative, improvisational kind of structure, and music is just one proof. Dancing, music is one other proof. This also goes in our brain. We're too individualistic. That's our problem.
Kaiser Negos, I agree with you there. I will entertain that thought pattern. Because I'm biased. You know what I mean? So I like what you're thinking there. to a certain extent. My point to that is possibly that I think you heard me say it again. It could be because that we have seen so much evidence of our inability to succeed, in our ability to succeed more often than our ability to succeed, that we choose to not work very well with each other. You understand what I mean? Because for successful people, successful people tend to choose to work with each other far more easier than unsuccessful people. You understand what I mean? If somebody has failed in a project, you're not going to go necessarily choose to partner with him. You understand what I mean? You're not going to choose to partner with him because he has failed in his project. But if somebody has succeeded and you look at him at the corner and say, if I work with that person, potentially I could quadruple what I have right now. So that is a great partner for me to work with. You understand what I mean? So I'm thinking of it on that level, but I am entertaining what you have to say because it's also possible as well. I used to think like that as well, but I'm breaking it down to more of the individual and more intrinsic situation. I think it's down to do with a lot of us need to show examples of succeeding. And back to what Diego said. Diego, I don't think it's the case that we are inferior or something intellectually. And I know you're not saying that, I'm sorry, but what I mean is the reason why people are where they are is because of the environment they were in, what they were exposed to, and the situation that the challenges that face them. You understand what I mean? And the wealth that they've gained. They have invested a lot of wealth in educating their own societies. You understand what I mean? Which Africans haven't had the capital needed to invest and educate their own peoples to get up to that level. You understand what I mean? So it's the money, is the wealth and capital needed that they invested in educating their own people that they can say they are welfare. Take a black person and bring him to America, and his IQ is on a different level. He learns at a different level, and he's at least one of the best students in the university. But if you take a white person and you put him into an African school, that white person is not going to achieve, and it's not going to rise up. So it's the systems and the type of investment and funding that was put into that system. You know what I mean? So I think a lot of money has to do with why white people are naturally, most of the time, seem to be more intelligent than us because they have been more educated than us. Now, one question I have for Kezinegos and to Niger is, if it's the mindset that needs changing, is it the mindset of our few wealthy individuals, or is it the mindset of our wider demographics? How do we fund the programs and systems that are to implement this much needed work? How do we fund them? And how and can we ourselves fund them? Is our wealthy individuals going to have to be martyrs over and over again? Our small wealthy individuals, are they going to have to be martyrs?
Hey, can I respond to something you said?
Go on.
Because what you said is that white people do better because the white schools and the white person. So which came first, the chicken or the egg? Is it because the white people choose to invest the capital they have in educating their kids? Because we can take the Jews, for example, right, in America. Jews educate their own kids. Hebrew schools are everywhere. You know, it doesn't come from the outrageously wealthy. Like I've seen Hebrew schools where if you look at the founders, they were almost like regular people, people in real estate. And they had, so is it that Black people in general, may it be Africans or whoever, the people in position and the wealthy, they don't pool their resources together in order to educate their populace adequately. So if you look at the money
that's my whole point. That's my whole point, right? We need to have the capital needed to invest in educating our own people.
No, the point is, does it go back to values? Whereas even when we get the avenue, when we have the capital, if you take a Dangote, if you take all the oil wealth that's in Nigeria, there is no reason that they shouldn't have world-class universities. You know what I mean? Because if you look at a lot of these universities in America that's funded, they have white barons and people with money that fund. If you look at their endowments, you know what I'm saying? They pump much millions of dollars into their education system and educating their kids. Whereas if you look at the endowment of an HBCU, a historically Black college, we don't put that money back into education, into those universities at the same rate that white people do, even when we have it. You know what I'm saying? So
I agree with you. I agree with you in that sense, as in we do have individuals that are wealthy, right? But we always know what happens to them when they try to do something to benefit black people. We always know all down to the political level. We always know what happens to them. You understand what I mean? So they always end up becoming martyrs, or they lose that wealth.
Are you
That's
saying
why they will not do it.
Let me just one quick question. So if you take a country, let's use Nigeria because they have vast amounts of wealth. We can't deny that. Do you think that Nigerians as a whole value education collectively enough where they will invest that money into ensuring that Nigeria has world-class educational centers that can benefit the whole of Nigeria, or are they more just individualistic and would rather just pay for private schooling outside of Nigeria for their kids?
Right now, Nigerians are mostly individualistic in a way. They're mostly individualistic in a way. So they will not, that's not going to happen. And the reason they're individualistic is because most of them don't have wealth to spare to add to this program. You understand me? They don't have wealth to spare. They have wealth for their basic living, and they will have to compete with each other.
So you don't think
they don't have enough wealth to spare to that.
So you don't think your Dangotes and Odidolas and
they don't have that wealth they don't have the wealth needed to spare in investing in black projects. I can see Dr. Arcano all the time asking for black people to contribute to the, you understand? Why do a lot of black people hesitate in that? Why do they hesitate in contributing in that? You understand? It's because we don't have the wealth that's needed to spare. We have what is necessary. We have the basics to gain the necessities in life, but not what it takes to actually say, you know what, I'm not going to lose anything if I was put money there. I'm not going to lose anything. I'm just going to contribute to there. In order to volunteer money, sometimes, you know, it goes to changing the hearts and all that stuff. But do we need a lot of people to self-sacrifice their wealth, self-sacrifice their life and all that stuff? We've had that all the time. We've seen it. We've seen so many people die and lose their positions in society because they've sacrificed and all that stuff. I think we don't necessarily need to focus on the few wealthy individuals. I think we need to, us individually, try our best to gain skills that can put us, or create businesses that can put us in that position in which we are able to fund for our own programs, not necessarily depending on our few individuals, because they will definitely not do it. And we are seeing it daily, day and day, they don't do it. You understand? Because they know the consequences of doing it.
Okay, we're gonna let Investing Out the Blue reply, and then we can let Brian go ahead.
Oh, I appreciate you. What I mean, like when we talk about we don't have capital, I mean, like as far as like when we talk about like the way the system in general is set up, it's based on, we can say, of course, it's based on resources, right? But even though we have the resources, we don't own the means of production, which means we don't own the places that finish those resources and turn them into finished goods. So we have cocoa and different things like that. We don't have the manufacturing that turns the cocoa into chocolate or into a Hershey bar. That puts us at a disadvantage. And so by us not owning the means of production in any way, automatically we are put to where we have to borrow or take a loan out with somebody who does, and we already know who does. And that's why I say when you play that game, you're not going to be able to play that game with them, regardless of what we think we hold in this. What you mean, bro? I mean, if you want to say we got our ass whooped, it's our fault. But
no, I'm saying if we don't take the initiative to increase production or production value and being self-sufficient, how long are we going to be able to blame white people?
How are you supposed to do that though, bro? Whenever they give you foreign aid, bro, that means that your country is getting ready to go into so much debt, bro, that they're gonna have to raise the taxes on the people so much there is no room for growth, bro. That's what you're failing to realize. We're running in a circle. The one thing we need to do is shut down
Yeah,
our
you see, bro.
borders, shut down the shit that we have, and stay to ourselves, bro, and let them figure out how they're gonna get their resources from there.
All right, thank you. Brian, you can go ahead.
Can I just make a point?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you see, the thing about us Africans, we don't have our priorities right. I'll give you an example. My country took a loan of $800 million to build the longest bridge in Africa, but 80% of the population don't have vehicles. You see that kind of stupidity, and you said that we should close our borders. At the moment, Africa has $375 billion loans. It is in debt for $375 billion, the whole of Africa, and it's compounding every year. So do you think we have the authority to actually make decisions for us? You see, we need to master their system first to actually see if we can get rid of the system that's trapping us, instead of just making claims that we need to close it, because this is not how the world's working, bro. You see? So we need to get serious about the situation that's happening.
Yeah, I guess
Brian,
that's me
go ahead.
next then.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just going to call in regards to what Diogo was saying about genetics and all that. I'm going to support him, however, not staunchly. I will argue to his point that we are at an epigenetic deficit. So with the word, me using the word epigenetic, it means that we have, it's more of a contingent theory rather than strictly being genetically disadvantaged compared to other groups of people. You know what I mean? So like if you notice, let's say Europe as a focal point of discussion, right? Because that's usually the example that's brought up. Over the course of their generations, they have always set a standard and have passed it over each generation from people to people, whether it be men or women, that there are certain level of infrastructural standards, development, and innovation over time that they will have to adhere to. At least, even if they're not certain rules of adherence, they would have to fulfill those expectations because they've already been set there. But most people on the African continent, we don't have it. You know what I mean? Even most Africans outside the continent, we don't have it, because that's why you see a lot of Africans go back and they be on the same shenanigans that it was when they left the continent. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I don't think there's an argument to the contingent fact that epigenetically we are at a deficit. Now, the reason it's contingent is that there's always a chance of change. That's the beauty of it. That's the reason I think it's epigenetics rather than just genetic. Now, of course, Africa has always had its style of evolution over time. Let's say within the last 400 to 500 years, it might have been halted because of uncertain circumstances such as slave trade and colonization. We all know that. But once again, it's the environment of the people. Like when Diogo said neuro, whatever I said, right? That word was too fucking grammatic for me to even memorize. But when he says something about neurogenetics, it's like neuro has to do with the brain. The brain has to do with the nervous cells. What would trigger the level of infrastructural, let me say deficits, right? That would trigger the average European, would not trigger the average African. You know what I mean? Like there are certain things that you see in certain parts of Africa that if you see it in certain parts of Europe,
Let me ask you a question. Okay,
absolutely unacceptable. Okay, so just let me. I'll give me a few seconds. I'll be done out here, please. Thanks. And of course, there are European countries, not especially in the eastern coast of the continent, that looks like some parts of Africa. By the way, I'm not saying they're perfect. However, it's like when Kezo said something about security, and I know Tunaja was saying something about accountability earlier on, especially with Nigerian taxes, like the tax system there would hold people accountable. It's systems like this we need to employ in order over the course of generations. People are going, this is how we change it, because once again, there's a chance of changing. This is how these changes will happen. Like over the course of time, we will develop, and we don't have to develop at the same pace as Europe, Asia, North America, or whatever. or USA, Canada, to be more specific, in the northern coast of America, right? We don't have to develop at their pace because they're far gone, but we can do much for our people. And sorry, I think it was Mr. Nine saying something about we try to look up to the white man's style of infrastructural development. I think their style of infrastructural development is the best possible style now as it stands. That's why a lot of us are in their countries and using their systems. You know what I mean? So when Keizo was talking about security earlier on, over the history of, most especially in the West, in Western Europe, over the history of mankind in Western Europe, there's always been a set standard for security that if you go against the laws, you're most probably going to get killed. At the point in time, it was seen as barbaric. People were getting in prison. There's always been certain standards. You know what I'm saying? When you talk about when Tunaja was talking about taxation systems and auditing systems, most especially at organizational level, they've been here for a very long time within Europe or white man's land, whatever you want to call it. So like they've passed that on to generations from generation to generations. However, we have not. That's the only reason we are at a neurogenetic deficit to them. So it's not bad to say something like that. The environment creates the people. You know what I'm saying? So I was going to leave it at that for the meantime.
Okay, so can I just say
Can I
something?
say
I think
something?
what he has said, you have your chance. Let me just say this quickly. So you use epigenesis. Epigenesis is basically talking about your recent experience being tied into your genes and how it is expressed in the next generations that are coming along. That is part of survival mechanism that is built into every distinct human systems. I wouldn't call that a reason for why we are stressed or why we are anywhere behind, because the Chinese suffer the same thing and the other parts of the world, the Indians, they suffered similar reverses, but they are able to get back to where they were before. The reason why that is because Africans never got past the stage. They hadn't gotten to a point whereby they had a unified nation. Most of these nations I just mentioned just now had a nation before the arrival of the Europeans. So they were able to pick up from where they stopped very, very quickly. Nigerians, as Africans today, are still trying to figure out how they are going to work together, which they have been making a lot of progress in the last couple of years with the free trade area and common passport. They are trying to get to that point. You see what I mean? So the other parts of the world have done it. Europeans that you ascribe so much structure to, I think if you look closely, you find out that there's a lot of madness in the way they do their own things too. And the reason, one of the key things that the Europeans had that we didn't have was the level of hostility that they've had to endure in the cold climates that they lived in. They were like a more cutthroat kind of people. They maraud, destroy, search and destroy. That's the attitude. And if you look at the Chinese, they traveled the world before the Europeans. They traveled to Africa, went to America, and they got back home and they destroyed their ships. Africans had a chance to go and invade Europe a long time ago, do all this sort of thing. They didn't do it. They remained back. But Europeans are different because their lifestyle was so hostile. And you have to understand, even till today, in recent history, it's still happening. In the Middle Ages, they suffered the Black Plague that wiped out almost half of the population. We don't hear of all these types of stories in Africa. These people have gone through all kinds of hell to become the way they became. And it's not necessarily because they are smarter. It's because nature tends to favor the ones that conquer and gather a bigger group of people. That's what they've done.
That's a massive problem, though, don't you think so? Because by your argument, that's nature. That's not our nature, so we would never get there. That's a bad thing.
Let me see. I wouldn't call it a bad thing per se, because it's also a deficit on their own end. Sometimes let me tell you something. The moment Africa gets their act together, where it becomes a deficit for them, you'll see how easily they start eating each other. If you think Africans are hostile to each other right now, watch what they do to it themselves. Just this year alone, the UK sent warships into their waters because the French were taking some of their fishes. So this is the kind of attitude they have here. Remember what happened just last century? They killed millions. We think we had wars. These people, when they go at it, they go at it at a different level. So
Elijah, they'll come back to us because we're the ones with all the things they want. So they'll always direct it back to us.
I agree with that they will always come back because this is where the resources are. But our mindset, if it doesn't change to realize that because their scarcity is what is making them motivated to come for us because they know we have resources. We've always had resources, so we didn't think that we needed anything from anybody. But now it's about survival. The
Yeah, but
resources
Senator,
doesn't
don't you mean
matter
that
anymore.
the reason that we've not been able to stand up to them is because we've usually the 2 to 5% of the people are the ones that rule a nation, not the other 95. What we've had so far is that we've had regular people just take powers in our nations. I feel like the time is coming, like even more especially with certain modern infrastructures to exposure, like internet and all that. People are realizing the level of infrastructural deficit that we're at on the continent, and they're also realizing the level of organization that it takes for certain first world countries to maintain their success so far. Like I think that will come over time when you talk about natural resources and all that. The time is coming that we're going to diversify our economies from just natural resource based to many other things. We're going to have to create. So these times are coming as well. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, I agree with that, that we have to completely divorce ourselves from looking at the resources because resource means nothing if you cannot exploit it. And we have to realize that it's us, the human beings, that are the ones that make use of the resources. If we don't develop ourselves, we can't get out of the mess we are in. The truth is, if we want to do that, someone asked how you can start changing mindsets. Basically, we have quite a lot of tools that the people before now, the Indians, the Chinese, they didn't even have. We have the internet. We can go with, if you have £5,000 in your account, you run a campaign. Do you know how many people that will see it in Africa? That you can get to actually get them to start thinking from the point of view of reclaiming their own destiny, being proud of being from that continent, and understanding that that is their inheritance. They shouldn't necessarily have to be waiting for approval from outside. They are their own best approve this thing. They should approve themselves and know that they are custodians of that land and basically custodians of human this in genetic base. If you think about it,
Yeah, of
Africa is
course.
by far the
Okay,
most
all right.
diverse continent.
Okay, so we're gonna let who said that they wanted to go? Oh, we're gonna let Mr. Nice, Keizo, and then we're gonna do closing statements. So let's go ahead.
So you just
Okay.
shut me down there.
Yeah, man, you go on some mean tangents.
Oh, shut up! You do the same. It's all right. Sorry.
All right. So I just wanted to say this. So I do agree with Kezo that we do need systems, and both say I'm trying to blame slavery. I they never blame slavery. Actually, I blame Africans. I will never blame white, Asian, whatever. But I definitely blame Africans on what's going on right now in Africa. But that's the thing. Everybody keeps talking about the African, that I was in it. Ghana said something about that you that do look up to European system of way of doing things, but it's done 13 years of research on African history and the content things were going on Africa ancient time. I can tell you, African system was way better than European system. Africa already created bathrooms in the houses, system underground where European will still pooping, doing poop in the road. Where Africa created system where bathrooms were already created in Africa. So the system people try to say, they always are systems built in Africa. That's a lie. I've done many research on African history to understand between the time Europeans start coming to Africa, it was a time where they'll start dying out. They needed a way to survive. That's the time they start moving. Now, the system in Africa were already better than Europeans. Yes, are we far behind from them? Yeah, I agree. I'm never gonna disagree on that. Yes, we need a lot catching up to do. We need a lot help to catch up from where European to they are. But I'm never gonna say we need a system for us to be successful. Well, we need to create our own system for us to be successful. I don't know what way we can do it, but one way I can agree this, we got some stupid people running Africa right now. Yes, I can agree to that. And we need a lot of help to figure that out, because right now where Africa is going, it's not in the right place. But some African countries are doing good right now for what they're doing from themselves. That's why I'm against open borders, where we got African countries where they're doing better, and don't need other African country come in try and go inside the border. So that's all I wanted to say.
Exactly. That's why everyone's always going to South Africa. I mean, I would go too. I'm not even gonna sit here and lie. I would go too. All right. So it was Keizo.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for participating today. Yeah, I mean, I always say systems. You can't have individuals. We're always talking about how we can do this, and some of us will. Obviously, some individuals are willing to go out there. It's like if you compare business, how many people are business owners versus how many people are employed? There's probably only 10% business owners, and the rest people are employed. So no matter how much you tell people to become their own business, they won't. A few will, but generally speaking, the system maintains a certain kind of distribution of mostly workers and then a few business owners. So the solution can never be for individuals, for us to somehow become these perfect beings. But it's a good thing for us to do that, obviously, to aim to be that, so that the few of us who become individuals and high level, we can then go and show leadership, the ones of us who want to show leadership. But I do believe if you want to talk about solution, the best solution is for us to reach a point whereby we've actually got a system that we can operate within, a system that selects for certain things. For example, leadership should never be just about your tribe or your affiliation, or, let's say last few days ago, we're having a conversation about Nigeria. We're talking about different sections in Nigeria. These problems will, like let's say the North is controlling how oil is distributed in the country, but the oil is actually from some Delta states or whatever the oil is. And then we're focusing so much on the fact that we're still acting tribal. Realistically speaking, if you have a system that's functional, what happens is that the oil gets distributed fairly to the right places. The money gets sent for creating the advancements equally, fairly, and you don't have those issues. But at the moment, we're still voting for incompetent people because they are tribe affiliated, and this goes across board in all African countries. We all have the same kind of problems and mistakes. So if we set up a system that chooses the best thing, and then we obviously go back and check if that system is doing what it's supposed to every so often, we can start thinking of uplifting ourselves, change some educational things, some mindset problems. And generally, I actually think somehow that because we are more individualistic, it's actually going to allow us to win in the long run if we survive until we reach there. Because what will happen is we might actually wake up one day. We might actually realize that, hang on, we're actually the gods of this world, and we can actually rule it. And I mean in a realistic sense, whereby we choose the best people to run certain systems. And if we survive and we are waking up at that point, and as the brother's talking about epigenetics, yeah, that's true. Epigenetics is basically like how your genes interact with your environment. And right now, what they're saying is the European genes, basically the Wazungu IQ is actually decreasing. The African IQ is actually increasing, right? For example, the Black British IQ average is actually 97. The average Mzungu is 100. We're already hit there in the UK, for example. So just a little bit longer, we'll catch up, and we'll be doing well.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to go to the
Close
conclusion
out.
of the stream.
Let me close out while I still got it on my mind. But I think that as Black people, period, right? I think sometimes we need to just take white people out of the equation, right? Because what I see when you include white people into these things where we look for solutions, it turns into like the scapegoats and victimization type narratives and all that. And I think at some point we gotta like get beyond that, because we'll get stuck into that, why we in the position we in and who's to blame for it and yada 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 yada, right? And get to a position of what can we do moving forward more so, you know what I'm saying? And identifying those problems, whereas what are we doing that's not progressing us? Like what behaviors do we have that's counterproductive? And if we're gonna look to white people, it got to be in the context of what are they doing that we're not doing? You know what I'm saying? Like we can't keep on looking at it from they doing this and they do, because they're doing a lot that we're not doing. You know what I'm saying? If you just look on the ground, their values are different. And so I think we need to start exploring that more if we're going to move forward, because there's a lot of stuff that we're not doing, you know, that we could be doing, that we should be doing, and we should hold each other to a certain level of accountability, to the point that I believe that was Madara said, where all black billionaires or whatever, they shouldn't be responsible for educate whatever. I forgot exactly how he said it, and I don't want to misquote him. But if you look to white people, what they do different is they're black billionaires, such as the Rothschilds and these elite families. They donate billions of dollars to educating their people. You know what I'm saying? They buy out whole schools and rename them after themselves. You know what I'm saying? To educate their people. It's like and I think we do too much to, for example, right? There's a Nigerian, right? It's a school in Florida called Lynn University, and a Nigerian businessman, millionaire. He's a Muslim dude. I forgot his name, right? But he has a daughter that comes on YouTube or whatever. I forget her name. They was running around here, but they donated millions of dollars to rename a school after them, to rename the business school at Lynn University, right, in Florida. And it's like, you have to think about the pathology behind that. Like, why would you do that? You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I think sometimes we accumulate wealth. Our black elites accumulate wealth to impress white people more so than they do create that wealth to empower their own people. And I think that's one of somebody mic is on. I'm hearing myself. And I think that's one of our biggest problems. Whereas our wealth you see within the black community, we use it to kind of like not necessarily empower our people, but to lord over each other and to showboat and boast. And oh, I got this, Dangote got this, Dangote got that. This Nigerian billionaire, they got this, they own this property in London. But who cares? So if we can celebrate you for your material possessions, then that means you have enough to invest in the schools. There's no reason that the schools shouldn't be in a better position, you know what I mean? Where education shouldn't be free for the people, you know, because at the same time, it like, what does it profit a country, such, just using them as an example, right? Where you have the most private jets and your preachers and pastors own private planes. Well, that same pastor at that church who has enough money to pay for the fuel and buy that private plane, he should have a program within that church to educate the people that come to that church, kids for free, and give them a top-notch education, because you spending all this money. And I think once we get there and change our value systems and how we see ourselves and see wealth and what wealth is used for, because white people, Jews and Chinese, they view wealth as a means to make more wealth, as a means to empower their people, to leverage their wealth. We don't leverage our wealth. We don't see it as a means to empower. We just see it as a means to show off and something to talk about, you know, and to elevate ourselves among the poorer of us and try to assimilate into whiteness, into something else that isn't us. I just leave it at that.
Wow, I agree 100% with that.
Okay.
That's scary.
Scary.
Okay.
Bo Diddley.
You can go.
It would be good for me to go on after Bo Diddley. Afro Millennial, allow me. Thank you for inviting me in this panel and all that stuff. So I can really be thankful. We have a panel of very objective people here, as I see, very, very intelligent people as well. And we have a panel of people who don't make decisions based on emotion. Afro Millennial, you've been a good referee, and I can say you are somebody that's able to understand discourse at a very complex level. You understand? So I commend you for that. And I say I'm always looking to learn as well, and I will acquiesce to any idea that seems well. Like, I'm a big fan of Tunija. I like Kwezo's solutions most of the time, all the time actually. I just think that most of the time is that the solutions are brilliant, but where is the fuel for the solutions gonna come from? You know, where is the fuel for the solutions gonna come from? It's like who do we expect to pump the fuel? Like, I really did take deep in the conversation. Sorry for changing the conversation, by the way, from what was going on, but I really did feel it. Like, I felt what Quasar was decrying, saying how the Europeans are funding the Pan-African Parliament. You understand? I said, then why are we not doing it? Why are we not doing it? We are not doing it because we can either rely on the few wealthy of us who are actually controlled, who are regulated. They are not wealthy. All they have is the bare minimum in life. They have the basics in life to survive. That's what the majority of us are deprived of. We don't have the basics in life. Black people don't need much in this life to gain contentment. You know, we are deprived of that. The wealthy of us have that freedom. They have that freedom to enjoy that wealth. You understand what I mean? So whenever they try their best to try and put their money into such causes, you can see it in LeBron James. We can see it in Magufuli. We can see it. Whenever they try to do that, they always get cut down. You understand? So should we focus on a few wealthy individuals to change their mind state? Or should we focus on actually changing the mindset of our wider demographic? What is it going to take? What fuel? I believe it's going to take organization and it's going to take changing systems. You understand? But all that still requires a certain level of fuel to change that. You understand what I mean? And many people can disagree with me and say it's not money that's the fuel. Whatever the fuel is to sustain a system that's supposed to be liberating us. You understand what I mean? I want to know what that fuel is. You understand what I mean? So I just think we need to go that way. And back to the topic, I think our recreational demographic, the ones that are more into entertainment and all that, I think they have a point to unify a whole lot of us in terms of culture. I saw it in the UK when I lived it. When I saw how the bridge between the Jamaicans and Africans were just cutting it, and it's all down to do with our culture and our music sharing. We lived together. I don't know why that's not taking place in the United States. It's taking place to a certain extent, but it's not taking place as much as it did in the UK. I think our culture feeling that oneness. I think that's and our people there, the intelligentsia must focus on building systems and building systems that are feasible and systems that we can control ourselves rather than ones that can be funded and controlled by outsiders. So to that end, I feel like where the fuel is going to come from is going to come from us ultimately, but not our individuals, not our individual wealthy, because they will be cut down all the time, and we have seen it time and time again. You know, so sorry, African millennial, for changing the topic and all that, but this is not the way I roll, but it was a hangover from a topic I wanted to finish with Keijo.
It was a good change, though.
You know, so cheers.
Not the first
Oh,
time.
hey, his name was Muhammad Ndimi. I just looked at Muhammadu Ndimi. His daughter's a YouTuber, but just about the school that was built in Florida. In the whitest neighborhood you can imagine in Florida.
All right, so we're gonna thank you for finding the name, by the way. I'm gonna look into that. We're gonna let Tunai say his closing statement next.
All right, thanks, man. Thanks for having me. This was a really cool discussion. I almost didn't say anything until the genetic stuff got in and African Parliament and stuff got in. And I think everybody, man, we are coming a long way with this type of discussions. And, you know, the question someone asked was, how do we fuel? Because we've talked about solutions, but now he's now talking about the fuel, which is interesting because it's a step ahead of a solution. From my point of view, obviously we need to get ourselves back up to thinking like independent human beings. We don't need any other group's approval to do whatever we need to do. And we don't need any other group to protect us. We have to protect ourselves because nobody will. And it's a very simple logic, but it seems like quite too many of our people don't seem to get that part. And I think we all have a job to do on our hands in that front. On that front, if I didn't have a lot on my plate, and I would be, you know, carrying out a project right now to mass advertisement of some of all this in changing minds, letting people start understanding the differences and how we are all similar and how we have a serious inheritance that we need to protect. Because that type of mindset change needs to happen on the scale that they did to us. When it's very easy for them to say, okay, we should start doing family planning, we should educate our girls and all the rest. But they never tell us that we need to start picking ourselves up, not relying on other people. We should start defending ourselves, stuff like that. That is what nobody would tell you that. Why would they tell you that? Because it's not in their interest for you to be that way. So we have to start telling ourselves that if I had the resources, I'll be pushing in that direction right now. And one of the things I will be looking to do when I get the chance myself is to start looking for people that have even more resources to start changing the agenda, because we have to start seeing we've passed talking now. I think quite a significant amount of us now know what needs to be done, and we now have solutions that we've discussed today. Then it's how to fuel it now. If I was Bo and some of the African Americans, you have a lot of really well-off people in America there. They have occasions that they go to. They have different organizations that they attend. You go there, you make proposals to them. If you want them to fund the STEM program, if you want them to fund an entrepreneur, if you want them to fund taking over some kind of industry, if they have enough resources, they should start doing that. And I think there's one proof to this. The Igbo people in Nigeria, one thing they are very good at and that they do very well is they go into any environment, they look at one industry. It could be just fridges. They just start dominating one by one, dominate the whole industry. And that is one area that the African Americans haven't claimed their inheritance in America. They need to look for one industry. If it's a pharmaceutical industry, if it's a gun manufacturing industry, something key, strategic, they need to own that. And in Africa, the same thing needs to happen. We need to start owning our own things so that we control. First of all, on the African continent, our biggest problem is security. We need to just start changing that. And we forget that when we create security, we employ people that don't have jobs. And then because of that security, investment comes in. And because of the investment, we can develop even further. It's a no-brainer. And these are the kind of, if I'm going to be doing that, I will be talking to people in Nigeria. If I get the opportunity to meet people in this thing that are willing to listen, I will do that. I've had cases whereby some of the things I've said has ended up on the news. So because you are interacting with people that are at that level, you have to start doing that. That's how you change mind, because many of them on the ground, on the continent, don't know any better. I just had similar experience this evening myself. So thank you very much.
No problem. No problem. So next we're gonna have Mr. Nice.
Hey everyone. So yeah, I wasn't really about to say anything until that generic thing started happening. That's when I felt like I had to say something. But now I understand what he was trying to say. Personally, I feel like he was trying to call Africans stupid, but not he explained it, so I understand. But I still stick what I was saying at the beginning, where the system, Europeans never have their system than Africans. That never happened. Even Europeans who travel to Africa, they worked when they were traveling to different cities of Africa. They said your African were more, the system was much better and more organized than the European system.
Bro.
Like I said, the only time Europeans start traveling outside
Hello?
of Africa. What's up?
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
What about now?
Okay, try now.
Hello? Hey.
Yeah,
Can you guys hear me?
better.
Okay. So, what I was saying earlier, like, only time I joined in is when he was talking about, generic. I'm honestly, I wasn't about to say not much today, but he said something about it. I just feel like he was trying to call Africans stupid, but he explained himself, so I understand. now I understand what he was trying to say. But I'm still sticking with what I said earlier about Europeans have a better system than Africans are. Even Europeans themselves wrote it. Even they go where they saw different cities of African cities, they said themselves how urbanized they were, how their system was much better than European system. Also, when Europeans, the only time Europeans start traveling, like I said, when they start dying with the plagues, that's the only time they start traveling outside Europe or not the places. Africa was far behind, far ahead of Europeans at the time. They already created back inside the houses. They all create system and underground where they can create poop into different areas. Get up cement. At that time, Europeans were pooping outside, poop in the road. So so this they were trying to say European always have a better system. It's not true. I did 13 years research on African history and different types everywhere in African countries, even different tribes. So people who try to say this, that's nonsense. Am I saying today is different? Yeah, of course today is definitely different than what was happening today. That's why I always say Africans are much weaker than Africa back in the day because Africa back in the day they were more organized. They knew what they were doing. They were more superior than Africans today. Africans they go more what Europeans doing. They follow European system that it never even it's not benefiting them, but they try to follow systems that was never been meant for them. Oh, that's all.
Thank you very much. We're gonna have Investing Out the Blue and then Jacob Lone Wolf for closing statement.
Oh, hey, I just want to say, first off, I appreciate you, sis, for having me on your panel. I definitely, the conversation is definitely appreciated. I definitely, would just like to say, like in general, I think as long as we all, stay focused on what we got planned and everything like that, I agree with the brother as far as, trying to create something new off our own system, making sure that we're not getting caught up playing the same games that everybody else is playing. And, the same thing I always say, if you are listening to this right now, together we are Babel. Together let's build.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Jacob Lone Wolf, you can go ahead.
I don't know. No, let someone else go. It's all right.
Did you want to go later? Okay, no problem. We're gonna have African Fang Tribe go ahead.
Yeah. Later, please. I want to listen, people.
Okay, no problem. We can have Kwesi go ahead.
Alright. And then I said, okay, Kat, add something.
Yeah. Someone has to mute their mic, and I didn't really hear much of the last 1 hour because I was a bit busy doing something. So I had to sign out and come back on a live show. So I'm just gonna talk the closing. I'm just gonna say a closing stage based on what we discussed earlier when I was on the live, in terms of Africans who come over not really mingling with Africans who are in, say, Canada, or America, or the UK. The thing is that we know the system more, but obviously if Africans come over from any part of the continent, they want to show that they know. You feel me? Like you said, a lot of them don't even have the citizenship yet, but they want to roll like they know everything. One thing I will say is that a lot of them do go through a culture shock, but they obviously wouldn't say there is a culture shock when you come to the Western world. It is not like Africa, and I think Bo touched on it. Bo said even African Americans don't even speak to other African Americans in the same neighborhood. That's the Western way of living. The Western world is more individualistic. It's not like Africa, where all the guys or people in the neighborhood can literally go to each other's house and eat from the same bowl. About 10 people eating from the same bowl. It's a whole different culture in the Western world, isn't it? But I do stand by what I said in terms of Africans in the UK. At least I can only speak from a UK person, so I don't know what's going on in North America. But in the UK, Africans for the most part do get along, and there's only a division when it comes to marriage, where you form. I know a lot of friends who, families sort of, bastardize their marriage because they, are married outside their tribe or outside their country, something like that. So that is the only division I personally know of. I'm talking in regards to the first discussion we had earlier on this live. So for those who weren't here, they may think I'm going off talking about. That's the only type of division I see amongst Africans really in the UK when it comes to marriage and relations that lead on to marriage. In terms of Africans, like Africans in the UK come in contact with Africans fresh off the boat. My experience of Africans come fresh off the boat is they tend to be obviously different to Africans born in the UK, because Africans in the UK are obviously those who grew up here are more
Africans
more
born
westernized.
in the UK are just UK.
Come again?
Africans born in the UK, they're just UK. I just call them British, to be honest.
Yeah, they're obviously more westernized.
Yeah.
But I think really recently there's more of a drive by Africans in the UK to identify more and more with Africa, especially with the rise of Afrobeats. You feel me? But in terms of Africans fresh off the boat in the UK and Africans born and raised in the UK, they link up very well. For the most part, we accept them as brothers and sisters, and we don't really differentiate between the two groups in it. There's no clear division, simply because we are interested in knowing, what life is like back home in Africa. For a lot of us who want to go for holidays or want to create new links with people from Africa. So there is more of that brotherly, sisterly feeling when coming in contact with people directly from Africa. There's that more brotherly feeling. But I think Africans will not get that in America when they come in contact with, actual African Americans who do not have the close ties to the continent.
No. The reason why it's easier in the UK is because, obviously, I think you said recently, at least, Africans are dominating the UK in terms of numbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of America, it's still African Americans that are dominating in terms of population and numbers. Mm-hmm. So it's easier for Africans to, I don't know, I guess, then we just don't have like the numbers in America. So if we don't assimilate with the African Americans in America, and depending on the state, because not every state is the same, there can be some issues. But in the UK, I don't see that problem happening.
No, I think it goes a bit of both ways. I think African Americans don't welcome the Africans. When they come in contact,
but this is the question: what do Africans mean by welcome?
Okay, Africans. If an African is in America, welcome means getting to know the person, making them feel comfortable. Because remember, when they're in a new country, so they need that sort of emotional support. And when you're in a new country, in a foreign country, you need that emotional support. Or when you move to a new country, you don't really have friends in it. This is a fact. When people move to a new, they don't really have friends. Obviously, we're not saying that they have to be friends with Africans or people have to be friends with Africans, but just to make it a lot easier for them, show them around the neighborhood. These African Americans are not going to do that. And the same problem we Africans went through when Africans were coming to the UK, or at least where we were the minority. Remember that all the ethnic minorities wanted nothing to do with the Africans. So we were pretty much on their own. And I was growing up in the time where there wasn't really that many Africans. So if you're an African, you can be by yourself. You can have other ethnic groups who were at that time in the UK. I'm talking the 90s when I was in the UK, early 90s to mid 90s. They're in large numbers. And Africans, you be in a classroom all chilling by yourself. That's how lonely it was to be an African. You got teased and bullied, but obviously we had to handle it because we knew that our parents, there was a purpose why they came to the UK, and that's to make money. And there's a purpose why we're here, and that's to earn money and, go back home and, run businesses, build big houses, to live a prosperous life in it. So sometimes you just have to firm it and handle it. But now, London, where I'm at, is full of Africans, like literally full of Africans. And in less than just over a decade, there's going to be at least 1 million Africans in London alone. It's full of Africans. So now it's a lot different now. When Africans come fresh off the boat from Africa, they feel at home. Because nobody's going to bully them over their accents, like it happened. Nobody's going to be bullying them over the way their country is portrayed on TV. Those days are long gone. So Africans coming fresh off the boat to the UK now, they feel comfortable. It's like they're home because they're surrounded by so many Africans. But a lot of the Africans that came early in the 90s and maybe early 2000s, mid 2000s, they didn't have that luxury. So yeah, that's all I have to say. Really, that's my closing statement. Any question you could just
Hey,
ask me.
let me just say this to Quasi though, right? Because when you say African Americans don't embrace, I don't know if you're talking about on an individual level or collectively, right? Because if you look at all the work and efforts that HBCUs put in to accommodate African students and African culture, whatever. I'm talking about from all the way from, even if you look at something so much as Kwanzaa, stuff like that, that we tried to implement and incorporating the kente cloth into our graduation ceremonies and whatnot. So there's a lot that you probably wouldn't recognize outside unless you were staying here. And it's a lot of stuff I'm talking about collectively and historically, where we've been more than welcoming of Africans, but within our personal lives on an everyday basis, America's just an individualistic society at all. And I don't even see evidence that other Africans welcome other Africans fresh off the boat that's not from their specific tribe into communities. Like it's not common to see a Gambian in circles with Nigerians, you know what I'm saying? Or a Kenyan or Nigerian being welcomed with open arms into a Kenyan circle. So I think it's kind of like when it comes to like individuals embracing other people, I think it's on a case by case basis.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I want to say you're right in terms of it being. I think the difference with African Americans in the United States is that you form their leaderships, Jesse Jackson, etc., they embrace the whole African name. They change it from, I think, Black Americans, Afro American, and African American. So their leaderships, at least, Jesse Jackson, or at least those who claim to lead, sort of embrace Africa, at least by name. So there was no denying it. Here, when we came in contact with, yeah, someone saying something. Yeah, in the UK, when we came with, other descendants of slaves in the UK or ADOS, whatever, they never embraced Africa. They denied it. In fact, they hated it. You feel me? And it was something they denied from the very, very beginning to the end. You feel me? So now that we Africans have the numbers, we're like, you know what? We don't want anything to do with you guys either. You feel me? So just as some African families will say, you know what, don't hang around African Americans, blah, blah, blah. In the UK, the camera is coming entrenched because they showed us from day one that they hated us. So we Africans, now that we've got the numbers, we are like, you know what, any other ethnic minority that wants to smile in our face and talk about Afrobeats, we are not interested in talking about Afrobeats. Now that Afrobeats is popular, everyone wants to pretend like they were down with us. They've always loved Africa, when back in the day, we knew they were probably teasing Africans, bullying Africans, laughing at them. Now that Afrobeats is popular and being African is so popular, everybody wants to pretend they've always been down with Africa. So to me, this topic today was a bit emotional for me because it was about, do Africans speak to each other? You feel me? And Africans, like I said, in the UK do. But when we did come in contact with the diaspora in the UK, they wanted nothing to do with us. They segregated themselves in schools. We weren't even allowed to speak unless spoken to. That's how harsh it was. But that was the reality. And now we say to our kids and nieces and nephews, the young ones growing up, that we don't want you hanging around with them. You only have to hang around with Africans. We don't want you hanging around. And that's how it is in the UK at the moment, isn't it? So even on my block, we stay on our block. We don't speak to them, we don't hang around with them. Everybody's doing their own thing, innit? But when it comes to us Africans, obviously, for the most part, we get along with each other. There's more of an understanding, you feel me, among the Africans in the UK. So I don't know what Tu Niger meant when he said when he sees them, he gets very happy, you feel me. I don't know what exactly Tu Niger meant, because Nigerians, fight them harder than any other African group. So I don't know what Tu Niger is talking about. But yeah, that's what I have to say.
Let me just reply to that quickly about the Jamaicans. I think when I first came to the UK, I saw them as hostile too, until I had one experience with one of them in an office, and I was working with him. Then later on, he just dropped the mask. He said, "Forget about it. This is people," and then he just handled the matter well. Since then, I understand that sometimes they have this, initial exterior that seems like they don't work with you, but by and large, every one of them generally are on code that I've met in an office. So even when I was traveling, I've had the same experience where they go out of their way to help you. I've seen Jamaicans, they will see me, they don't even know me, they will wave at me. So I can tell you right now, that's my experience. So I don't know, some of the experience you've had. The first time I came to the country, that's how I felt. But later on, I saw the other side too.
Oh no, I didn't
But the
have a
point
good
is,
experience with Caribbeans either. It wasn't violent, but it was just not a wasn't a friendly, welcoming experience at all.
Wow. I never had it. I never had it. I walked with some of them, and at first the guy was being like tough, hard than hard. I just let it. If you give them time, you give them time, and at the same, I observe the same thing with African American. You have to give them time. Then you find that you see the other side. You see every single one of them have their own code side. You have to get to that side. That's what I think.
I mean, I guess. We're gonna let Fang Tribe go ahead.
Oh my goodness. If I had to say everything right now in one word, believe that everything is going to be a finished close. So, but I'm going to tell you this. I'm listening people because like that I know how they are, first of all. And then the first statement I want to talk about is about how people thinking that being white, you have right to have a level of studies when that is wrong. That's not true. Not true statement. A lot of white people, even here in the UK, they don't have access to studies, and they have it also difficult. And you have to understand this about white people. They are the first brainwashed and the first that are the people are going to treat bad. They are, yeah. So when a white person normally is treating you bad, it's because the government. Because when this colonization started, it was to put the white skin first. But how one person cannot go to billions of people all over the globe, yeah, for example, to tell a person that they are inferior. So they needed to brainwash their own first. And that's what is happening. My closest statement is going to happen, but I want to speak about this right now because there are a lot of viewpoints about that, and then I cannot talk a lot because then it's going to take like a half an hour. But it's about that. You have to understand that white people are the first ones that are brainwashed, and what's happening right now is because they are the soldiers of the government. Lots of white people don't have access to the studies, not even electricity here. There are a lot of slums here in the UK where white people are living, they don't have even electricity. So you have to understand that you have to stop blaming whites for everything when they are the first one mistreated. So I'm going to finish here, but I'm going to keep listening because I want to talk about other viewpoint because I don't want to be talking the same thing for half an hour. So keep going, please.
Okay, thank you, Re-Empire. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Hi, everyone. Tunaja, my brother, how are you? I miss you all.
Good. Nice
Yeah,
one. How are you?
yeah, nice. Africa man, and thanks. I was going to work. I saw you online. So I closed. I came back home. You are still there. Anyway, like coming back to the topic. I know the topic has expanded to to so many parts. But I want to stick to the topic. Like the reason why Africans stay silent when they are outside. And trying to control their kids when they are outside. We have so many points and so many things. Do you understand that are the factors that are the reason why I understand Africans will keep their people closer to them when they are outside the world. Because number one, when you are in West, understand your children have 90% of possibility to be different different human being, different kind, different person that understand you don't wish to see your children in that conditions. So those are part of the factors, and that is part of the factor. The second one could be like because in West the government have so many so much say about your children more than you yourself. That's what I observed since I came here. The government have right to understand over your children. Like that's those things are crazy. So if you want to train your children to be what do you want them to be, like obviously you have to keep them closer to you. And the other side also is there are so many things going on that exactly you cannot king that. So what you will do, understand, you will not talk, you will think of your document that you understand, your visa or your your maybe student visa or anything else. We are always careful not to do anything that will understand it, that will make you stay uncomfortable in any country that we go. So we go with anything that people do. So that's it. Like they have so many factors. It depends on the person that understand that is practicing that understand. That that is trying to control their kids. Exactly. So maybe the person will know the exact reason why he's doing that. But there are so many factors that we can point out that understand. Could be reason that people keep their children closer to them, or people stay silent when they're outside. Yeah, that's what I want to say. Africa, man, I'm tired. Restaurants weekends are just crazy. So I just get home. I think I understand making any sense because I'm tired really.
No, it's okay. Thank you. Thank you for saying that because yeah, you raised a good point. I think some people think that Africans are mean. Ah, some of them are mean. Like there are some Africans that yeah, I won't even talk to them because they're mean. But for the most part, Africans are just worried about themselves when they come to the West. Like I've talked about this before. Africans have bills to pay. They have their house that they're building at home. They have their parents that they're taking care of. Like Africans are honestly just thinking about money when they come to the West. They're not thinking about spiritual healing. They're not thinking about reconnecting with anybody. They're just here to get the money. That's the number one goal, you know? And it's like, I keep saying this. Can you imagine leaving your country, leaving your family, leaving your parents, leaving maybe even your husband or your wife? Because some Africans are supposed to come with their spouses, and for whatever reason, the visa gets denied. They can't come with their spouses. You're here alone for a mission, right? You're not here to party. You're not here to have a good time, especially the first 5 to 7 years when you're trying to get your visa, you're trying to get your stay. Like your mind is laser focused on why you're here. You can't go back to Africa, right? To even go on vacation and you have no money. Like, what are you going to show your family? What did you do? You don't want to be a loser here and be a loser there too. So yeah, I think that's one of the main reasons why Africans don't
But it
talk to
goes both
anybody.
ways, though. I mean, not to cut you off, but I think people, a lot of people have this like idealistic type mind frame where they think, but that's the American lifestyle. When you come to America, everybody hustling on goal, trying to make things happen. People don't have time for their own immediate families that live in America with them. You know what I mean? So when Quasi was saying like a lot of African Americans don't embrace them, or sometimes we have like run-ins, it's like everybody's super frustrated in America, super on go. So if an African just coming to America and you get on the subway or public transit when everybody trying to get home, people on high emotions, people don't want to talk, people don't want to say hi, and I think that's just the American concept. That's just the West. I say Western, but America specifically. And I think people just need to just accept that that's what it is. And people don't have time for these kumbaya sessions or whatever, because bills, most people live in check. A lot of people live in check to check, month to month. No matter how good you think they living, they might have a $500,000 house, but they got to go wake up and go to work every day to make that payment to be able to live there. It's not like in Africa where you can buy a house and you all set. Like people you see with material possessions here, they may be successful, but they got to work every day to get it. And the stress that builds, it make it hard for a lot of these relationships that we wish would happen to actually take fruition. Because a lot of people neglecting their own family, like their own mother, father, like we don't get to visit our mothers and fathers every day in America just because we got to work and put up. So I think people just need to be cognizant of that, you know what I'm saying? And get away from like this fantasy world where everybody get along and talk to each other and love each other, because that's just not the reality.
Okay, so there is a comment that says, so when do Africans get the time to disrespect ADOS if they hustling too hard? I honestly
That's
feel
Twitter
like
though,
that's the
man. We gotta.
minority. I feel like that's the minority. I don't feel like that's majority of Africans. I'm not excusing it, but I'm just saying, like, it's not a lot of Africans are not concerned about, you know, being a governor, running for politics. They're not worried about that. It's only a select few that want to do that. But
I don't know. I think the internet creates a lot of issues that, and I'm not saying that Africans don't do it. Like, I'm not defending it, but like these issues though, like the average African American don't care. Like I was saying, like everybody like ripping and running, and girls are paid doing this, trying to do that, whatever. Like we're not even thinking about those type of comments like that. Like that might be a one time when most people might have one incident or one time in their life when they was in school and had to run in. But like as far as like everyday situations and all that, like people not really like into that. Like you notice I'm like a unicorn in these spaces, like a real African American who think like me, but in reality, I would say you're more prone to find an African like me and African American like me in real life, and not this whole like Pan African where everybody think this way. And even like with ADOS, the ones who complain about African, like you'll be hard pressed to find an African American in America that have any type of feeling one way or the other about Africans. Like you'll have an opportunity to kind of like set the stage for what your experiences is going to be when you run into the average African American. Like you can either be the African he know that's cool, or you can leave an impression on him where it's like, man, to hell with Africans, because we don't really have these interactions that much in real life.
All right.
yeah, I don't think they would. How many Africans are in the US? I know it's like less than 2 million up here. In the UK, I don't know. But
It's like
in the
2 million, a
it's
little
not that
over
many.
2 million.
Yes, not that many Africans in the US to even be worried about some of these things. But Kaiser, you can go ahead.
I think I was about to go. Sorry.
I can't hear you. So Jacob, you can go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna play the villain right now. I try to, talk to people coming up, but it's all right.
All right.
What? Go ahead, man.
It looks like I don't know how to use the mute button. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, right? Because I think some of us are not being honest in this chat, and I think I know which ones. It's mostly the Africans in this chat, like Korea Empire, Mr. Nice. Who else? Kwesi is mostly honest. Also, the other guy, Lone Wolf, and to Niger. African millennials kind of being a little bit honest, a little bit. I don't think we're being honest here. Let's be honest, right? Our parents, or if it was us who came here with one reason, and that's we wanted to make money and to stop ourselves from being in poverty. We didn't come here to make friends. And the whole black thing, we didn't even know we were black until we came. So, and we were dealing from a different problem. The African Americans and the Caribbeans are dealing with a different problem. They've had that kind of racism in their mindset for much longer. When we came here, we didn't even acknowledge the racism. And in fact, we believed in a lot of the stereotypes that was being shown to us in the media, because most of us had TV, so at least our parents did. And a lot of us actually came here with the already skewed mindset of what African Americans are, or Caribbeans, or anyone who's already like a so-called black person. And I think a lot of us are lying here. A lot of us actually purposely stayed away from making friends with black people, basically, so that we don't basically get what's that word, corrupted by them. And this is the case. Usually immigrants, when they come in, they do better than the average person, white, black, or Asian. It doesn't matter. Within a couple generations, they just tend to obviously reach equilibrium, and they just do the same as everyone else. And our parents told us to stay away from black people. I think this is true for most of us here. So I want us to be more honest about the real experiences out there.
Okay, can I say something about that? Like,
I agree with him anyway.
I'm sorry, I just want to say this. Understand? It's not like
Did you not listen to the beginning of the live stream? I said that.
That's why I say I agree with you at least.
All right. Anyways, anybody can reply.
Let me come there because it's not about
Why do
being,
people keep
understanding dishonesty. My brother, I'm sorry. Let me just respond to your this point. Like it's not like being dishonest. Everyone, well, like all Africans, if we travel outside, the mission is to get something. You understand? That's all. That's the main target. So anything that will distract you from that, like, understand? We don't, you don't even have to waste your time. Like me in Italy here, my life, understand? I'm just work, sleep, play football sometimes. That's all I do. So I don't even have time to make friends or talk about people saying understand. Like I don't know American experience and England, but understand if I take my example from here, I just come close from work. It's understand it's in half 12 right now. So I don't have that time. So anything that, and like nobody, I know that people say they understand that they were advised by their parents or immigration officers that they have to stay away from African American. But even those things, understand, they have reason why they says that. They have reason, and the reasons are just there in front of all of us. Like the black community in America, like other parts, and if you are there, you have to be very careful. That's the truth. Like not loving black people to the extent that you have to put yourself in certain mess. If you if you go and do something with African American, you will be deported. They will never be deported. So you have to be extremely careful, not because you don't, you hate them. It's not because of hate, but you are protecting yourself. The mission why you are there. Maybe your parents sell all of their cows to send you there. So you have to make something. You just put your eyes on the price. So it's not understand anything else. It's not about dishonesty. I don't know experience about UK and America and other stuff. So I will not understand. I will not talk understand much about it. But the fact of the matter is, like, sometimes you have to stay away from certain people, even though they are your kind, to put your eyes on the price. Because if you sleep there, you will be deported. You will get problem. None of them will, because they are the citizens. So immigrants always do something that the main citizens will not do. Like even in the Gambia, Senegalese are doing something that Gambians don't want to do. In Nigeria, if you go to Nigeria, Gambians are doing something that Nigerians will refuse to do. If you come to Gambia, the same thing. So it's like that. If you are in your own country, you feel that privilege, or you feel that understanding, like, you cannot do certain things. If other people come, they will do it. Doesn't mean that they are stealing from you. No, you refuse to do what you should do. So, it's not about dishonesty. That's the fact. I'm talking on my experience. So I don't know where you take that, dishonesty from.
No, now the
Anyway,
truth is
Let me say
coming out.
something to what he said.
Now that is truth. See, thank you.
Let me just say one thing to what he said, because I think a lot of times, like, we take for granted, right, that, and I give credit to Africans, like, you don't know. So I don't really take offense to that type of stuff, right? Because if you just come into America, right, I take myself for example, right? If I leave where I go and I travel to Texas, my first stop is not gonna be into the projects or the ghetto of Houston. You know what I'm saying? But by me being African American, right, I'm a little more cognizant, and I can tell which African Americans to stay away from. You know what I'm saying? And who's with the foolishness and who's not. You know what I'm saying? I think that for an immigrant, any immigrant, right, not just limited to Africans, right? When you come to America and you see certain depictions or whatever, they don't really know, right? Which is why you see more second generation Africans who grew up in America, and they can differentiate between, okay, I'm gonna go to this side, okay, I'm in this side, and I hang with African Americans over here, but I'm not gonna go to the projects of the ghetto where I know stuff go on at. But that came from them understanding and being able to differentiate between who's good and who's bad, or who's into what and who's not. You know what I'm saying? But I think when Africans come over here initially, they don't really know, like, what part of the city where they sell drugs in, where the African Americans sell drugs in comparison to where the African Americans at, and they just hang out and they not getting into no trouble, and they probably come from 2-parent households and good households and whatever. So when they see other immigrants come and they tell them, like, hey, stay away from African Americans, because maybe they ended up venturing into a part of the Bronx where it was all drugs and killing and gangs, and now they don't have the time to really differentiate to other people and explain those nuances. So I think they just make these general observations, that sometimes get repeated outside where people don't really understand what's really going on. And that's why I
Okay,
don't really
okay.
hold fault. And I just think in time, when you see people more so assimilate to the environment they're in, they're more so able to differentiate, and you'll see Africans hanging out with more educated African Americans that they went to school with or that they grew up with. But like I say, like a fresh off the boat African, he's lost. He don't know left from right. He don't know what's going on. He's still trying to learn and figure out everything. So you're gonna see them back into that corner where they feel safety at, being around their own people, where they can tell. Like I'm pretty sure a Nigerian from Nigeria can spot a Nigerian scammer easier than I could. You know, so they're gonna stay away from those Africans that's no good. You know,
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
get
you
what I'm
gotta be
saying.
careful of those Nigerians. There's one who sold an airport for 300 million.
I'm
That
just
didn't
using
exist.
that. I'm just using that as like a generalization, just to say that. And two Niger would be able to spot out a Nigerian that's up to no good quicker than I would.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, we gotta be careful, Nigerians, man. There's a
So,
guy who
but me
sold.
off just my natural instincts. If a Nigerian comes to me with a business deal, I don't really want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know if my first thought gonna be like, man, is he trying to scam me or what? So that's just human nature.
No, there was a Nigerian who sold an airport for 300 million. That didn't exist.
That's brilliant.
Can I go?
Yeah.
Am I free to go? Okay, so I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. I feel
You sound like a robot.
Your internet is disagreeing with you.
Can you guys hear me?
Okay, yeah, now it's good.
Okay, so I don't know. Like I'm just like, this is not me trying to be like an a-hole, and I just feel kind of like disrespected because people are constantly cutting me off and not allowed other people to speak, but it's all right. I think that with Africans, I'm just gonna keep it straight. The average African today, when it comes to like building up Africans, are not really the Africans I'm talking to. I'm talking about the younger generation of Africans that are gonna. I'm interested in creating a whole new generation of Africans that are gonna build up Africans. Because just like on this panel today, I try to speak and then I keep getting cut off. But I'm gonna keep my head steady. There's no disrespect to you guys, but it's just I feel like that like when certain people make their points, it ruins the conversation when other people cut off, and there's people in the chat that haven't said a word. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in.
If you can't hang in this kind of chat, then I think it's game over for you. This is the most civil this chat, in general, any chat gets. So you actually need to improve yourself to be able to speak up for yourself. That's actually part of the process.
I'm so sorry for that happening. I did not notice that.
Yeah, that's the whole point. I didn't notice it.
Whoever did that, though, I think I have an idea now. I don't think that person's on that panel anymore. I think I know who you're talking about, but I'll keep in mind for that next time. Okay, so African Fang, I think you're the only one who didn't do a closing statement yet.
Yeah, I didn't, because there's like so many things to talk about, and then the people that are saying that are making a good statement is still here because they try to keep talking. So, look, about talking points here. You're talking a lot about things that are said long time ago, and you keep talking about those things. You don't bring solutions. That's the main thing here. You don't bring solutions. You bring problems. Complaints brings problems. So then about saying that Africans, when they go to the USA, don't associate with other African Americans, is because, as African Americans said, we go for the money. And then I didn't hear anything about my parents telling me, don't associate with African Americans or these people, blah, blah, blah. Because what happens when you start interacting with people, you start seeing what type of people are, and then you start differentiating yourself, saying, no, those are African Americans or Caribbeans, and I am an African. You start seeing that for your own self, because we're different. And that's the truth, and people have to understand that we're different. Nowadays, the media is trying to portray that every single African is like a Black American. So I found myself in situations like me, I don't grieve like African Americans, but the whole world grieves as an African American right now, because it's what the media wants. And why the media is doing that? Because they want to indoctrinate the whole planet. So when somebody start doing this, but you're Black, so because I'm Black, I have to do that. I'm an African, I don't do that. But if you want that, yeah, I do. Do you get it? You have to be very careful about this, because an African, when I was in New York, my sister and I found these Senegalese people sitting on the road here. And then I asked them, where are you from in Africa? We're from Senegal. Oh, I'm from Equatorial Guinea. Oh, I'm going to marry you. I'm going to go to your country to ask your hand. I say, okay. Yeah, because it's like this. When I go to any single country, I'm going to go to associate with my people first. And my people are Africans in that situation. Because I cannot say myself that I'm African American. Even if you go to Equatorial Guinea, people are very friendly, because people were talking rubbish in another channel about my country. My people are very friendly people. You go there, you have a spot that you can have internet for free. Yeah, you don't have to pay for it. So, and then if they are within you, like what they see on the media, it doesn't mean that they are you. Because quickly they are going to check you. If you say something wrong about them, they quickly are going to check you. So keep going, because it is a second part of my closing statement. So that's it. So I don't want to talk too much. That's right now. Yeah, keep going.
Keep going. I ain't trying to keep going.
Yeah, keep going, keep going.
About what?
About the closing statements, because in the end, it's like people are talking here, but they are not closing their statements. But I'm trying to close the statement myself about people, what the people are saying.
All right,
so
all right.
I have like 10 things to say. That's why.
Did she say our internet is free in America?
So do you see how these people don't listen? I said Equatorial Guinea. So that's why it's a problem with people. How they listen, how they process information in their brains, because that is a big problem. Yeah? I said in Equatorial Guinea, you have some spots in Malabo, Bata, Mongopong. You have spots that internet is free. You go there, you sit there, and you have internet for free. So that's why it's very important people to listen and process information. Keep going.
All right. Thank you. That's wonderful. What I wanted to say is what is the solution for this? Well, this sounds outlandish, but what I've mentioned before is that there should be more interactive programs for those who want to interact, because the people on the panels or the people in the live chat that complain that when Africans come here, they don't talk to them. It's like, okay, so what are you doing about that? Vice versa. The Africans that are saying that the Canadians, the Americans, the Europeans that don't welcome them, like, what are you doing other than complaining about it? You know, are you going to the recreational centers? Are you interacting with them in your work or school? Because I find it kind of impossible for you to say that you left your country, right? And you're in the West and you can't find other Black people to talk to. I find that very impossible to believe. Like, do you not have a job? Do you not go to school? Do you not, like, there are people you can talk to in your immediate area. You just have to find the ones who want to talk to you. I feel like that could be the difficult part, but it doesn't take that long. I mean, it really doesn't. So
that's why children. That's why second generation of children you see don't have the same problem, because they growed up going to school, going to summer camp, and all these other interactive things. But it's just does each individual have the will to really assimilate? Some do, some don't. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, I really don't think it's a big of a deal because again, some Africans I speak to about this, they go to African churches, they work with Africans. So basically their whole life consists of them being in like 100% or maybe 80-90% African circles. But then they'll be like, I don't think those other people like us. And I'm like, but you don't even make yourself available to them. So how are they going to get to know you or your side of the story? And then another thing I don't like in some of these spaces is you'll have people who will use one experience or maybe two and will just completely come to a conclusion about the whole group of maybe African Americans or the whole group of Africans off of one experience, right? So if you got bullied in middle school, right, or whatever, college, like 10 years ago, by an African or an African American, that doesn't mean everybody is like that. It's just that one experience that you had. And now you're saying that everybody is like that. And to be honest, in the case of Africans, the reason I've noticed the reason why some Africans get bullied in the West, it's not right, but the reason is because they're different. Like they have a different name. Maybe people around their area are not used to that accent. Like there's just so many reasons why Africans get bullied in the West. And then they take it and they say, oh, it's because I was African. And that's not necessarily because you're African. It's because you're different. You're like something that they're not used to seeing. But that's why I asked, I forgot who it was, but after like 10 or 15 years, you start to notice that a lot of these relationships that we have in the diaspora, they start to shift. So in some countries, like in the UK, as they mentioned, things were really hard for Africans at first, but now Africans have been accepted in that area. And that's how I kind of feel for most places, especially in places where there aren't a lot of Africans right now. You'll see that maybe in 10 years, 15 years, people will become used to Africans and the bullying will probably be less drastic. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, African man. What I just want to say, like, I want to rectify myself about the comment that I made. I don't mean that like African Americans are bad people. You understand? Even within African community in West, like you have people in your community that your people will advise you not to understand. Mingle with them, like that is there, about the interaction and understand to integrate with people in West, especially understand the black people, America or UK, those those are important, but remember, like, majority of African going to West are not these pan-Africanists or are not like people that would think like, understand, we have to build unity between us and African diasporans, so they will just, they are just there for business. So anything that will, that they think will distract them, like they will try to stay away from that. Doesn't mean that they think like, they think you are bad or something like that. Some will not even necessarily get advice from their parents. They will just be there for their business, like I did school here, my schooling, and I was the only black man in my class, but I was just, I don't mind to make friends, understand, like, but that's, that's not my objective, so some people will go there, mind their business because they know exactly the pressure from home. They know that end of every month they have to send something. Like, I don't know about other countries, but Gambia, I understand, it's an obligation. If you're outside, end of every month you have to send something on sale, unless you are not having. But if you're having, you yourself, even nobody, even when people don't ask you, it's an, like, our minds are so, you know, our minds are full about things that we think are relevant, like to, to lift your family from certain condition. So our mission is totally different. Like, you living there or born there, you have less thing to worry about, like compared to mine. I have to, like, it's a matter of must. I don't have to depend on anybody to, I have to get it. Like, that's the only thing from scratch. You don't have parents there. Maybe you don't have your parents, you don't have friends, you don't know anybody. All you have is you yourself and your spirit. So like our missions are totally different. When about the understand integrating, making friends are good, yes. But if you have time, you can do that. If you don't have time, stand like do what you gotta do. Like focus on the mission, and you come back. That also is another part of contribution to your nation. Another part of like being independent, being like understanding. Let me say Pan Africanist, because it's not all about having meeting or mingling with people. Financially, if you are independent, you can understand liberate hundreds of people in your country. You can create job for them. So at that moment, you don't talk to people in front of you, or you say you try to stay on your business. Doesn't mean that you hate them, but the mission and the pressure on you put you to the level that you don't. Those are irrelevant things to certain people. Many people, when they go out, some are capitalizing on another free scholarship in college or universities to get degrees. They will understand within 4 or 5 years. You will see them understand thinking that they have to interact with you, or they have to. They don't do that. But at the end of the day, they are there. You will see them receiving salary that you will already in as a all. You will just dream of having those salaries. They are having that. So it's all about sometimes for other people it's all about mission. Like me, if I go to UK right now or America, of course I have this Pan Africanist ideology that I understand. I will make friends. If there's any association of Pan Africa, if there is like there are meetings and other stuff, I will do that. I will move with people. I will move with black people because I already knew exactly what is there. So, but you understand, like average African who is just there for hustle, you just disturb them if you ask them to do certain things. Trust me, That's what I want to say,
You raise a very good point. And yes, I was laughing when you said the average African coming from Africa is not Pan-Africanist. And the reason why I was laughing is because like in some of these live streams, right? We're like, why is it that when Africans come here, like they don't invest like in the black community? By black I mean like any black, like Caribbean, whatever, the black community. And it's like Africans don't come here with that mindset. A lot of Africans back home don't even have that mindset, period, of race. Like race loyalty, you learn that mostly here. You don't really learn about race loyalty too much over there. So when some of the diaspora have expectations, like high expectations, that no, you're coming from the motherland, you're supposed to only want to talk to or marry black people, then they speak to some Africans and they get surprised that Africans don't really have as much race loyalty as they think that they do, or that they expect that they should, right? So that's another dynamic of it as well.
Yeah, I just want to address one point that was raised by Bo about whether Nigerians are like scammers, and Keizo said the Nigeria bought the bridge and stuff like that.
That's not that wasn't my point though. My point wasn't to call Nigerian scammers. My point was that people are going to be leery as an outsider when they already have like preconceived notions that they may have seen in the media or from other people's bad experiences. So when I come in contact with a Nigerian, I'm more so prone to being leery of them and advising people like, hey man, if a Nigerian try to sell you something or try to make you invest, hey man, you better watch out. You know what I'm saying? Well, you probably won't have that same, and I won't be able to differentiate between a Nigerian that is a scammer and one that isn't, But you as a Nigerian, you would know the difference between those who's crooks and probably scamming and those who aren't. So you're gonna look at it different than somebody who's coming from outside of the group. And I just use that to justify why an African would be leery of black Americans.
To be fair to you, I wasn't trying to say that I think I heard you clearly. You were trying to draw the parallels that I probably would be able to spot a scammer more. But the problem, the point I was trying to raise was that then Keizo went with it and said, "Oh, I know of a Nigerian that sold an airport and so and so." So we have to be careful about doing things like that because from my experience in Nigeria, sometimes I wish that they were as corrupt as people like to make out. Because some of the things I've experienced, my recent experience didn't show that, because things have to be done in a specific way, and sometimes they can be very rigid and they don't give way, no matter how much you want to pay. Because everybody's afraid of the next man. You can accuse Buhari of anything. This guy is a little bit harsh when it comes to corruption. So officials are often very careful, and they
Yeah.
know the reputation Nigerians have. That Nigerians have this reputation of being corrupt. So you need to see when you go to a Nigerian hotel in Nigeria sometimes, and something goes missing, or you're like, I had an experience where my passport was left with the taxi driver at the airport, and I thought it was lost at the airport. You need to see how the officials were shaking at the hotel, because they know the consequences, because they know how sensitive Nigerians are to these things, and they are going to react very, very badly when they feel like somebody's stepping out of line. Nigerian banking system is one of the most sophisticated in the world because they've designed it to withstand any kind of funny business that Nigerians will throw at it. I hear that a lot of Nigerians do these things, but we have to be careful because there is this way that the West and the media and even Nigerians themselves, it kind of amplify things. We forget that the West, they may even be more corrupt. Some of the people that have scammed me in my time have mostly come from the West. They will tell you that they want to sell you this package, knowing fully well that it's not going to solve this problem for you. They're going to take your money, and before you know it, you're not going to be able to get it back. Sometimes you didn't even give them permission to take money from your account. They will take it, and it's up to you to go and fight them in court to get it back. They're all scamming. They do it in a way that they will just say it's procedural error and all the rest of it. It's procedural error that led to the financial crisis that wiped trillions of dollars out of the this in the stock market, and people made money out of it. But who did you see thrown in prison? Bonnie Madoff, one of the biggest scammers in the world, that scammed billions upon billions upon billions of dollars, that even almost got to this in a trillion. Did the whole community get stigmatized by it? But somehow when we do something bad, it somehow sticks because our people just internalize it and say, oh, that's how we are, and we are that bad. My experience with Nigerians in Nigeria is that they really hate that stigma, that they are all corrupt. Because if you go to Nigeria, if they are that corrupt, nothing will function at all, nothing. But Nigerians don't have a serious drug problem because somebody's arresting people trying to traffic drugs in there. Nigeria don't have a serious like gun violence, like youth carrying guns, shooting each other. Though banditry is increasing right now, that is a slightly different this in arena because they're trying to destabilize the state. That you don't have that because the government is controlling those things. Corruption is not letting it happen. So there are so many areas you can look at Nigeria and you say this country is not even as free on some things as many Western countries are, because somebody is doing a good job to keep those things in check. Corruption is not being able to affect those people. So we have to be careful. It's not
you don't think corruption is affecting everyday Nigerians in Nigeria? You don't believe so?
Not every. I've lived it, so I know.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that all Nigerians are corrupt, but I'm saying that all Nigerians are affected by the corruption. You
oh
don't
yes,
believe
of course. Yes, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, it's affecting them. But you have to understand, corruption is not the reason why Nigerians are suffering. I think people make that mistake. There is corruption everywhere. We just think that it's magnitude. Ours is different. It's not the corruption. If we took the money, you are corrupt. You took money from somebody and you go and spend it on building a house. Does somebody not need to build a house?
If Bernie Madoff was Nigerian, do you believe he would have went to jail and got 100 years in prison like he did in America? Or do you think he would have paid somebody off and been maybe running for president next term?
Bernie Madoff was one man and he did a very, very stupid scam. And he got away because he was caught because his son gave him up.
No, my question was, if Bernie Madoff did what he did in Nigeria, would he be in jail or would he probably be running for president next election?
But there are Nigerians that have committed corruption that are in jail. So I don't know what the question
So
is.
I'm just saying, so you think Bernie Madoff would have went to jail?
He probably would have. See, let me tell you something. There was a big gangster, that's big fraudster that embezzled Nigeria's money, Omar Odiko. He came to the West and he was being sheltered in the UK here, and the Nigerian government tried to get him. They even tried to kidnap him. The UK government foiled it and kept him there, kept him in the West until that government left office before he was able to come back with his palace in office. So you can see that sometimes we try to catch the ones that have done the bad things, but we can't get a hold of them. But some of them do end up in jail in Nigeria as we speak. So it's not everybody that gets away with corruption, But if you look at the same thing in the West, how many people have been sent to jail for this financial crisis, the LIBOR crisis? Name them, the Iraq war that was a false prospectus. So nobody goes to jail here too. Some of the things Trump has done is breaking the law, but he's still walking free, like he's free as a bird.
Anyway, though, my point wasn't though just to call out Nigerians, because I do the same thing with Indians too. Like if I pick up my phone and I hear Indian on the phone, I hang up automatically. I don't even want to know what they're talking about. So it's not. So it's not just Nigerians. I stereotype. Yeah.
Right.
Once they say hello,
I'm not taking offense on what you said. What I took offense on was how this Kezo ran with it and said, "Oh, Nigerians defrauded an airport." That's the kind of stuff that perpetuates a kind of stereotype of a people. That when many of them are doing a lot of good, you just assume that many of them are doing a lot of bad things. Because if you look at the same time, you're talking about Nigerians doing all these things, but you still see some of them doing exceptionally well. Like in the UK, the top robotics engineer is a Nigerian. You go to America, you know how many doctors, how many scientists are Nigerians. You go to many African universities, it's Nigerians. Nobody's talking about those ones. They talk about, he was very happy to jump up and say that this is how the media works. You see my point? So that is all I've got to say anyway. But he's not here to defend himself, so it's not exactly very fair. What's going on? Is my mic muted or something?
No, so who's that? Okay, anyways, thanks everybody for being here. That is the end of this stream.
Your closing remark took 2 hours almost.
Yeah, no. This is the end of the stream for real.
No, that is normal. Actually, you don't know.
No closing remarks.
Remarks can take longer than the main this thing. That's how we roll
like
here.
an hour and 30 minutes to do closing remarks. I took the time. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for being here. We'll see you guys next time. Is anybody else going live? Can somebody else go live? Because I'm actually bored still, but I don't want to be here.
I can go live.
Okay.
Let's ask Mr. Uganda. But Africa, how is the deal now? How far now?
Oh, don't worry. I have a date.
How far now?
But I have to schedule.
It's good. Anytime.
Yeah, no, I'll let you know. But I think Kaizo said that he's gonna go live, so you guys can go over there. Let me actually drop the link of his channel. 1 second.
Yeah, do that. Because Kaizo, he attacks me today, so I'll go to his channel and make trouble there.
Are you going
I
live
didn't know
for
you
real?
had a channel. Wow. I will check it out. I've never been to his channel before.
Or Mr. Uganda or any of you guys, are you guys gonna go live?
Yeah, today is Saturday. Someone have to do that, so that we can hang out at least. I'm tired, but we can do that.
Thank you for the good live.
I'm going to do my closing statement. Thank you, African Millennium. I'm going to do my closing statement.
Okay.
So I'm glad. So people to Nigeria trying to close me. I wasn't speaking. So please stay in your square. So no, that's the truth. That is the truth. That is the truth. So because in there I'm going to go about you to Nigeria calling me like I was raped. And I say things because I was raped. So please, okay? So I'm glad that you are having fun. That is the good thing. Yeah, in life, have fun. I'm very, 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 very surprised about people here talking about Africans, but they is still coming to African panels, but they disagree when Africans are in another panels. Yeah, that are not theirs. So then this is, are you bringing solutions or you bringing complaints? Because in the end, the first step for our countries in Africa to change is just because one of you, it doesn't matter if you reach the presidents or people from the bureaucracy, it has to start from you on the ground. You get this? That's the important thing, and that's how countries change. You do something in your country, and people see you doing it, they are going to start doing the same thing. So then a lot of you both did it to Nigeria, you are two faces. So it's what I have to say. Thank you, African Millennial. And I know you tired me too, because it's 5:30 here, a.m. in the morning. So yes, that's it. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Everybody loves her, man.
Yeah, like I say, congratulations though for this. I mean, the brother say he had a problem, but I don't think he must have been new, because this was one of the most civil and productive conversations I think I've ever seen take place over here. So he should have been here a month ago if he think this was something. But we kept Niger kept the Hotep Babel to a minimum. We were really able to make. Everybody was civil, so I mean that was an accomplishment, man, and it shows progress. And I'll just tell y'all, man, peace out, man.
See ya.
Where's the link to Keizo's channel? I didn't know
I
you had one.
keep spamming it in the comment section.
Okay, let me
They
check it out.
calling out Keizo is live.
Thanks.
No worries. See you. All right, guys. So we're gonna leave. All right, we're out. We're out. Did you have anything to say? Okay, yeah, it's only me. All right, again, thank you everybody for being here. The topic today was why Africans don't speak to anybody when they come to the West. I think the overwhelming opinion is that when Africans come here, they're very money hungry. They just want to make a lot of money, so their number one priority is not to talk to anybody. Now, I'm not excusing the Africans that come here and are rude and think that they're better than everybody else because they have a better culture, or in their words, they didn't go to slavery, or I'm not excusing, some of the things that I hear Africans say, but I'm just saying at the end of the day, they feel less bad because they know that here it's an individual society. So their parents are not going to come after them. Their family's not going to come after them. So when Africans do act out or they do things that, are not good over here, some of them don't care because the freedom here is addicting. Like the freedom to be able to do whatever you want when your family's not spying on you, it's kind of nice. And then the money that some of them get make them corrupt, in which they actually band together with the opposition to bring other Black people down. Yeah, that happens too. I apologize for that. But yeah, it's all love, it's all good. If you ask me, am I in support of other Black people getting reparations and all that? I've been asked that before. Obviously, I'm in support of that. Why would I not be in support of that? You know what I mean? In fact, I also think, and I know some Africans are not going to like me for saying this, but it's just my opinion. I think that some African countries in the future should pay reparations as well for, their part, the transatlantic slave trade. I'm just saying, Nigeria, I'm waiting for you. When Nigeria apologizes, I will be very, very shocked, to say the least. But in any case, yeah, that's it. I'm gonna close out now, and I'll see you guys all. Have a wonderful Sunday, Saturday, whatever, and go to Kaizo's stream if you're bored. He's live right now. All right, bye.
you think if the person is the most diverse person, how you think they all gonna see themselves as one thing? It's impossible, you know, to see themselves as one thing. If you try to create where you want to create where Africa should be united, that's fine, you know. I'm down for Africa to be united. I'm down for Africa to work together. But when you try to take away what makes Africans African, that's when I have a problem with people. Don't take away something that makes Africans African. Don't take away something that makes who they are who they are. You know, you try to remove, you know, who they are from you know who they are, who that person is. Because a lot of times, as I live in America, I've heard different Africans say, "I don't want to identify myself as black because I feel like I'm removing who I am, putting a new identity who I am, where you know where where they feel like they're not." Am I breaking up?
Yeah, try to speak a bit slower, like the way you're speaking now. See if that works.
Okay, I feel like they feel like they feel like they trying to take their identity away from themselves, or they try to force them to be put new identity as the black identity, but they feel like it's not who they are. So that's what I feel like, you know, when it comes to Pan African, where everyone's trying, you know, create this race thing, where a lot of Africans don't identify themselves by race. Did you guys hear that?
Yeah, we had most of it.